Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Legion of the Pirate King Mugiwara no ADHD. With a larger crew come unique challenges and obstacles they must overcome together, including conflicting personalities and different wants and needs to have an enjoyable and sustainable journey. The story covers canon arcs and how they are handled given the expanded roster, but also includes a heavier emphasis on the slice-of-life moments between major arcs at sea. Adios.
High-top carnival roller coaster standing on the roller coaster's tracks, Zoro keeps a wary eye on Pepoko and Popoko. He had long since lost track of Hepoko, who had disappeared along with the cart he had been riding on as soon as the swordsman disembarked. The white blade, Wado Ichimonji, held firmly between his teeth, reflected the morning sunlight. In his hands, he held Yubashiri and Sandai Kitetsu. The cursed blade, perhaps satiated by their training the night before, was uncharacteristically silent, filling the swordsman with relief and a hint of regret. "I will not forget my promise to you, Luffy." Leering at the swordsman from a nearby platform, Pepoko draws a pair of pistols. With a cocky grin he aims the weapons at Zoro. "Bet you can't dodge these." Squeezing these triggers he begins firing. Twisting from side to side, Zoro narrowly avoids taking a hit as the bullets whiz past his body. Taking a half step to the side he feels emptiness beneath his foot and quickly pulls it back. "Damn it. I can barely move up here." Glancing down he tries to estimate the distance between himself and the cement far below. It's a 50-foot drop, if not more. "I could make it, but it won't be pretty." His thoughts are interrupted as the tracks begin to vibrate. Eyes opening wide he spins around in time to see an unmanned roller coaster cart barreling toward him. "I don't have time for this." Waiting under just before the cart collides with him, Zoro leaps into the air. Two more bullets are fired at him by the cackling Pepoko, striking him in the side and forearm before he lands again on the tracks with a grunt. The tracks wobble, and he stays low to keep his balance before finally rising to his full height. Blood oozes from the wounds but he shrugs it off, refocusing on Popoko, who had temporarily dodged away from the oncoming train but was now rushing nimbly across the tracks toward him. A cruel grin spreads across his lips and he bends his knees, drawing both blades in front of himself in a defensive stance. Another bullet is fired at him by Pepoko, who is now howling with laughter. Zoro slashes blindly to the side, splitting the shell in half and sending the fragments ricocheting harmlessly around him. "Take this." Arriving at last, Popoko swings a meaty fist at Zoro's face. The attack is telegraphed and easily dodged by the swordsman, who simply ducks beneath it before delivering a slash with both blades to the pirate's stomach. Eyes flying wide, Popoko grabs his stomach and groans in pain but is quickly silenced as Zoro delivers a kick that sends him careening off the side of the tracks. As he falls through the air he is caught by the outstretched hand of Hepoko, who has been silently scaling the track to rejoin the battle. The tracks again begin to wobble as Pepoko fires another round at Zoro. Turning to face the shooter, his blades swing forward, bisecting the bullets so that they again harmlessly pass him by. "I've got to do something about this damn train. Otherwise, he'll keep peppering me with bullets." Continuing to twist he faces the oncoming train as the wounds he had previously sustained pulsate, sending a jolt of pain through his body. "Do it." "Do what?" "You know what you have to do, but what if?" "It doesn't matter. If you don't stop the train these weaklings will pick you off." "Fine." Tilting his hands at an angle, Zoro forms an X across his chest with the blades. He starts walking toward the oncoming cart, before picking up his pace until finally he is speeding across the track. Bullets zip past as Pepoko attempts to shoot him down, but his focus remains on the target. A guttural cry is ripped from his lungs. "Onigiri!" Blades slashing across his body he cleaves through the cart, sending shrapnel falling harmlessly to the ground below. A gust of wind whips around him, followed by a cracking sound as the support column for the track snaps beneath his feet. For a moment, there is calm. Even Pepoko stops his assault and watches in nervous anticipation for what is to come. Another cracking noise pierces the air and the column gives a loud groan as it bends to the side. Zoro begins sprinting down the track, which is quickly losing its shape, as wooden planks start falling to the ground, followed by the metallic tracks warping, dragged downward by the weight of the wooden construct they are nailed into. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Glancing to his side, Zoro sees Pepoko desperately climbing down from the track he had previously been standing on as the collapsing roller coaster rolls toward his position like a wave. Seeing a section further along the track and a good distance below, Zoro darts toward it and leaps from the track. Sailing through the air, his legs pump uselessly. Even if I land, this is gonna hurt. The track grows in his view as he gets closer, and with hope he realizes that he will just barely make it when to his horror the area he is about to land on begins to bend away, dragged by the rest of the collapsing structure. Thinking quickly, he reverses his grip on his blades and aims them forward. Just before his body slams into the roller coaster, he thrusts both blades into the wood, stopping his movement and anchoring him in place. Squeezing his eyes shut, he feels the wind whip around him. Knuckles white, he holds tightly to the hilt of his blades as the once tall ride collapses. High-top Carnival Main Square. The sounds of the collapsing ride filled the air across the carnival, causing pirates to slow their assault on one another and temporarily shift their focus to the massive structure quickly being reduced to rubble. Hands pinned behind his back by Sanji's knee, the last conscious member of the superhuman Domingos mumbles, "What's that?" Rather than replying, Sanji delivers a blow to the back of the man's neck, dropping him to the ground beside the others. "Why do I feel like you're responsible for all that noise, Mosshead? Stupid swordsman." The group led by Mr. 13 charges his position and he turns to face them. "Don't you dare go and die." His eyes grow wide as he feels a pair of strong arms wrap around him from behind. Two of the carnies, with mischievous grins, charge towards Sanji. With crowbars in their hands, they rain down blows on the chef. Holding armfuls of food they had looted from the empty concession stand, Johnny and Yosaku casually stroke into the main square. Having somehow missed the obvious signs of conflict around them, they finally spot something that penetrates their cloudy minds. "Is that?" Yosaku points the half-eaten hot dog in his right hand at a familiar blonde-haired man being held down and beaten by several dozen carnies. "Big bro Sanji." Confusion gives way to frustration and finally anger. Eyes narrowing into slits, his voice raises several octaves. "It is him. What the hell?" Dropping his foot to the ground, he grabs the handle of his blade and swiftly draws it. "Get away from him, you jerks." Dropping his food, Johnny reaches for his sword and starts racing toward the mob, followed closely by Yosaku. "We said get away." Pulling the blade free from his scabbard, he aims it at a carny who has turned to address the new arrivals. "This is carnival business. Your friend here." The man's words are cut off with a scream as Johnny slices the man's leg. He drops to the ground, clutching the bleeding limb as tears run down his face. "Gah!" Sword held over his head, Yosaku charges past the fallen carny toward the horde of other pirates, many of whom have turned to address the two newcomers. He fails to notice a whip flying toward him before it cracks against his side. White-hot pain radiates from the point of contact. He slows to a stop, eyes glistening with tears, and searches for the attacker. Spotting Mr. 13 grinning cruelly at him, he screams, "Not cool, bro." Cracking both whips behind himself, Mr. 13 shouts back, "It's not personal, it's just business." Twisting his body, Hype's flying back at Yosaku, who manages to deflect one but takes another direct hit from the other, electing a scream from the red-headed swordsman. "Thanks for taking that one for me, bro." Forcing himself to ignore his best friend's scream of pain, Johnny continues his charge into the sea of carnies. Sword flashing forward, he cuts another two, dropping them both to the ground as he carves a path toward the men still pummeling Sanji. "Hold on, big bro, I'm coming." Why does it have to be these idiots? This is so humiliating. Another blow lands on Sanji's exposed midsection, causing him to cough up a mixture of spittle and blood before groaning. He raises his head to meet one of the men posed to deliver another blow. "You'll never," he takes a deep breath, relishing the momentary pause in his beating, "break my." Eyes narrowing, he screams, "Spirit." "Bah ha 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 ha." Roaring with laughter, the pirate winds up and slams his crowbar into Sanji's shoulder, forcing him to grunt in pain. Confident, despite the look of rage he is receiving from the chef, he bellows, "What good will Spirit do if you're dead?" Suddenly his eyes cross and he drops unconscious to the ground as the flat of a sword slams into the back of his head. In the man's place stands Johnny. Blade dripping with blood, he meets Sanji's eyes for a brief second before twisting and driving his sword into the other assailant's midsection. The man drops to his knees before finally falling to the ground, unconscious from the sudden traumatic injury. Turning slowly, he glares at the man still holding Sanji's in place. "Drop him, or I'll drop you too." Nodding, the carny releases his grip on Sanji and takes a step back. Waving his hands in front of his face, he stammers an apology. "It was an accident. I didn't mean anything by." A foot connects with his midsection, followed by 2 more blows to his head. Fighting through the pain, Sanji continues to deliver kick after kick to the man who had held him down until, satisfied, he allows him to drop unconscious to the ground. Reaching a hand into his pocket, he fumbles with his cigarette, trying to pull one free but unable to keep his hand from shaking. "I could have died. I would have died. They were going to beat me to death." Finally capturing one of the sticks, he pulls it free and carefully places it between his lips. The tears he had been holding back ran down his face as he carefully retrieved his lighter and flicked it open, igniting the tip before returning the tool to his pocket. "It's a good thing I'm facing away. I don't know how I'd live it down if these guys saw me crying like a." He feels a pair of arms wrap around him from behind, followed by the clatter of a blade hitting the ground. The back of his collar is soaked in tears as the man hugs him tightly. "I thought we were too late, bro," Johnny bellows between sobs. His body is shaking as he holds Sanji tightly. He can hear the carnies approaching from behind, ready to take vengeance for their fallen comrades. His feelings keep bursting out. "I don't know what I'd tell the others." He lets out a mournful wail as another stream of tears runs down his cheeks, vanishing into the fabric of Sanji's shirt. "What we'd tell the captain if we had lost you. This is great. But we've got company." Hearing the crunch of dirt as the carnies approach, Sanji attempts to get the swordsman to release him. "Johnny. Let me have this." Still crying, Johnny squeezes the chef tighter. Usually more calm and reserved than Yosaku, it was rare for Johnny to feel such intense emotions, and due in part to his unfamiliarity, he was struggling to move beyond the tears. "Can't you see? You're alive. That's what matters." "Johnny, we have to." Suddenly the man's grip is released and Sanji stumbles forward before turning to see Johnny lying unconscious on the ground. 3 angry-looking carnies step over his body and make their way toward him. "I guess that was inevitable." He glances past the approaching carnies to see Yosaku land a blow against Mr. 13 before being driven away by his whip. It's time to get serious. Locking in, he bends his knees and prepares to fight the oncoming men. His stomach still hurts, but he tries to ignore the pain and focus on his enemies. The embers at the tip of his cigarette glow as gray smoke drifts away from the end of his cigarette. "You ugly heifer!" shouts Nejiko over her shoulder. Racing around a tree, she spots a small gap between 2 booths and races toward it. "I can't lay a finger on her, but at least she's too busy chasing me to hurt the others." "How dare you!" With a growl, Alvida continues her dogged pursuit. As Nejiko vanishes between the booths, she lets out an enraged scream. "Gah!" Swinging her club high, she slams it down onto the first booth, which crumples to the ground under her attack. Twisting her hips, she swings at the second booth, knocking free the support beam and causing it to collapse. Breathing hard, she looks beyond the wreckage to see Nejiko gawking at her. Enraged, she bellows, "Get back here and tell me I'm pretty, you brat." High-top carnival main entrance swaying from side to side, Kuro allows his hands to swing freely. Staring at the ground, he fails to spot the mink charging his position. With a cruel grin, he chuckles ominously. "It is just like old times. I'm sure you'll remember this one. Out of bag." Before the words can fully exit the man's mouth, Mary slams an electrified knuckle into his stomach. Time seems to stop for the pair as Kuro's legs leave the ground and kick forward, and his hand grasps desperately at the air, impeded by his metallic claws. A boom echoes through the air as the electricity current travels through the brass knuckles and into the man's body. Closing the current, the former butler feels warmth in his chest. Is this pride? Have I done well by my people? The moment passes and his perception of time leaps back to normal. The scent of burning flesh fills his nostrils, and the rush of air drowns out all other noise around him as Kuro is launched backward through the air. No, 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 no. Slamming into one of the massive trees bordering the circus, he falls to the ground, unconscious but alive. With a smirk, Mary appreciates his former foe lying in a smoldering heap. He had dreamed of this moment since leaving the crew, and to see Kuro defeated, and at his hand no less, filled him to the brim with joy. That's for Syrup Village. You good-for-nothing pirate. Turning, he casually walks into the circus, looking for others who may need his assistance. With each explosion, Chabo cowers closer to the ground. Beside him, Jimmy Scoop stands tall, no longer afraid as he snaps pictures of the battlefield around them. Shaking on the ground, Chabo again feels a buzzing in his skull as the noise deep inside again rattles through his mind. Thump thump. He groans. Why didn't I stay on the ship? Cheer up, lad. Glancing away from his camera for a moment, Jimmy grins down at the young boy. He looks like he's dying. Maybe Kaya can give him another quick look after this is done. He tries to cheer the youngster up. This is amazing, you really should come look. Pass. Chabo spits out before groaning and grabbing his head. He hears a loud humming in his ear before the mysterious noise again echoes through his mind. Thump thump, it sounds like pupils dilating. The young boy reaches for his chest. Like a heartbeat. But not mine. Something or someone else. Head lifting slightly, he looks to the side at a slit in the side of the booth at the line of trees surrounding the carnival. Something out there. Inside the indigenous people's tent. Ah! Cries out Vivi as she flings her peacock slasher at Kazuma's head. Ducking beneath the attack, the woman charges forward and delivers a heavy blow midsection. Nope, pushed back several feet. Vivi slides to a stop as she fixes her gaze on the musician. Get out of my way. Her eyes flick past the woman to Tsukigami, who is still mumbling something incoherent as she maintains her spell, keeping Kuru from moving. I have to end this. Kuru needs me. Eyes over here, princess. Charging forward, Kazuma swings for the blue-haired woman's head. Ducking beneath the attack, Vivi flicks both wrists forward, sending the peacock slashers past the woman on either side. A small smile spreads across her lips as she crosses her arms. The slashes wrap around Kazuma's waist before finally latching together behind her. Perfect. Planting her heels on the ground, she leans backward and pulls hard toward herself. Face planting onto the ground at Vivi's feet, Kazum lets out a low groan before her shoulders slump in defeat. Stepping over the fallen musician, Vivi taps her peacock slashers with the tip of her toe, causing them to unlatch and quickly unwrap themselves from the woman before returning to her hands. With another flick of the wrists, she lets out 2 feet of string and begins spinning the blades through the air while advancing on Tsukigami. Shifting her focus slightly to the advancing princess, Tsukigami's weathered lips crack open. Stop right there. Ignoring the command, Vivi continues forward, eyes narrowed as she begins to pick up her pace. I said stop, shouts Tsukigami, her voice carrying a hint of danger as she looks more directly at the oncoming princess. A flick forward of her wrist caused a choking noise to erupt behind Vivi. Eyes bulging, Vivi turns and gasps as Kuru tries to grasp at his throat with his wings. She turns, eyes watering back to the shaman, smiling wickedly back at her. What did you do? Kya ha 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 ha. Pulling her hand back, the choking stops as Tsukigami maintains steady eye contact with Vivi. That I can't tell you. What I can say is if you value your little, her eyes narrow dangerously, pet. I suggest you listen when I tell you to stop. She shifts her gaze to Kazuma. As the younger woman pushes herself to her feet, Kazuma, be a dear and show the princess what we do with meddlers. Cracking her knuckles, Kazuma grins as she approaches the princess from behind, gladly. With the first blow, Vivi drops to her knees. Pain erupts across her back and a gasp of pain is drawn from her lips. The second blow sends her careening to the ground. Her face slams against the hard surface. Nose gushing blood, she barely rolls over in time to catch the third fist in the chest. Air is driving from her lungs. Gasping for breath, she glances past Kazuma to see Kuru flapping his wings in a panic, trying but unable to get to her. It's okay, Kuru. As long as you are safe, that's what matters. The muscles in her arms tense and she uses every last ounce of strength to push her head up enough to meet the bird's panicked gaze, giving him a reassuring smile before a fourth blow to the face knocks her back to the ground. She hears a ringing in her ears, drowning out everything around her. Warmth and wetness spread across her face as the blood still flowing from her nose drips down both cheeks. Squawk! No, princess! Squawk! Save yourself! Flapping his wings in a desperate attempt to convince his friend to fight back against her assailants, Karu's eyes fill with tears. Suddenly a dagger zips through the air and slams into Kazuma's back. A second dagger, identical in size to the first, flies towards Tsukigami and strikes her in the leg. The blades are connected to long strings leading back to Nefertari Taipan standing in the center of a circle of unconscious bodies. His left arm hangs slightly lower than the right, the effects of Yumeko's numbing dart having not fully worn off. For Alabasta, he roars before flicking his wrists downward, launching Kazuma backward through the air and flipping Tsukigami onto her backside. His gaze locked on Vivi, he silently begs, "Please be okay. My brother would kill me if anything should happen to you." Free from the spell, Karu dashes forward. Head bent down toward the ground, he scoops Vivi onto his back. He sprints past the downed Tsukigami for safety behind Taipan, joining Gregory and Fiona, who have both finished off their respective tribesmen. The fire that had produced so much smoke has been extinguished, and the pirates look around at the wounded tribesmen lying prone around them, wary that they may wake up and attack at any moment. "So should we?" Gregory asks, pointing at the entrance to the tent. Nodding his head, Taipan gives the ropes protruding from his sleeves a gentle tug, dislodging his blades from the two tribesmen before retracting into place inside his sleeves. "I think so. Lead the way, sir." He hides a small smile while turning to follow the others out of the tent, outside the high-top carnival. A frail man whose hair is carefully sculpted to resemble the number 3 stands beside the unconscious Kuro. At his side is a woman with dark red hair tied into twin braids. A paint easel is held in her left hand and an oversized brush in her right. Unnoticed by either crew, the pair listen and watch the chaotic battles unfolding from a secure vantage point. "Do we have to work with these people? They seem..." The young-looking woman stops, trying to find the right word to convey her fear. Her lips curl into a smile as she continues, excitable. Mouth twitching slightly as another boom rocks the carnival, the man answers slowly, "You heard the boss. He wants these straw hats dealt with. Even if we have to work with," he sneers, "Buggy." High-top carnival main tent. She. Chest spasming with each laugh, Luffy throws another punch at one of Buggy's disassembled body parts swirling around the room. "This is too much fun. Best carnival of all time." The blow lands, and Buggy scratches out in pain. "Graw!" The mad clown's roar fills the air. "That was my spleen, you jerk." The body parts begin moving faster than before, swirling around Luffy, still convulsing with laughter as he slaps away the barrage of limbs. One of the limbs, Buggy's foot, is flung across the battlefield and smacks Nami on the back. With narrowed eyes and a clenched jaw, she turns to address the unwanted touch. "Hey. Watch where you're..." Her voice trails off as she sees dozens of pirates who have formed a half-circle around her. "Why are they all just staring at me?" Tightening her grip on the bow staff, she scowls. "What are you all waiting for, an invitation? Just because I'm a lady doesn't mean I can't fight." A knife zips through the air, thrown by Miss Saturday, and strikes her from behind. I shouldn't have taken my eyes off of her. A dull ache spreads through her muscles, and she struggles to maintain balance. Sinking to her knees, she felt each muscle pulsate, radiating pain signals through her slender frame. "Poison. Damn it. As if I don't have enough to deal with." She bites her lip to stop a yelp of pain from escaping. "Miss Nami, are you okay?" One of the pirates rushes to her side and attempts to help the orange-haired navigator to her feet. He looks over her shoulder at the confused Miss Saturday and shouts, "What are you doing? This is Nami, our crewmate." "Are you serious?" The confusion is evident on her face. Miss Saturday relaxes the grip on her knives and pockets them. She glances at Buggy for direction but quickly realizes he is preoccupied with Luffy. With a shrug, she continued dismissively, "Whatever. Let me know when she backstabs you, idiots." "Crewmate. Does he mean what I think he means?" A sly smile spreads across Nami's face as she lets the pirate lift her to her feet. Formulating a plan in near real time, she spots Hatchin, who is losing ground against the combined assault of the tightrope-walking Funan Bros and the acrobatic Fuas. "I might as well take advantage of the situation." Lifting an unsteady hand, her finger trembles as she points at Hatchin. That man, his name is Hatchin, and he's with me. Please, voice quivering, she forces a tear from her eyes, help him. Charge, shouts several pirates, still caked in clown makeup, as they focus on their crewmates and attack them from behind. Miss Nami. You really should take this. Handing Nami a pill, the pirate whose steel grip is still the only thing keeping the navigator from toppling over gives her a worried look. He sees the hesitation in the girl's eyes as she stares down at the blue and white pill. His voice picks up in urgency. Please. It'll help with the poison. Can I trust them? Bringing the pill to her mouth, Nami carefully places it in. Her eyes study the man's face, but she cannot see even a hint of deception behind his eyes. Here goes nothing, swallowing hard. She opens her mouth to show that the pill is no longer there before snapping it shut. Smiling at him, she replies, thanks, I don't know what I'd have done without you. But I have to ask, why are you guys helping me? Oh, Miss Nami. Joy washes over the pirate, and he beams back at her. Captain Buggy told us all about how that treacherous Luffy stole you away. He told us that you wanted nothing to do with him, but that he kidnapped you and made you leave. Oh yeah. Nami's smile widened as she listened attentively to the man. The antidote was already taking effect, and she could feel the strength returning to her muscles. Leave it to Buggy's ego to make things easy for me. What a buffoon. Swords dancing through the air, Hatchin meets the whirl of blades from his opponents. He is grateful for the steel beam pressed against his back, protecting him from behind, but he continues to struggle to counter the sheer volume of incoming assaults. A Funan bro, feigning a high kick, suddenly dropped low, his blade slicing across Hatchin's side. The cut, though shallow, stung like fire, adding to the ever-growing number of strikes to have slipped through his defense. I don't know how much longer I can do this. His eyes widen as he spots a dozen more pirates racing toward his position. Oh no, trying to make headway before the next wave of assailants, he redoubles his effort, and the blades in his hand become a blur, batting away incoming assaults before he can even register them in his mind. Scoring a blow against one of the acrobatic fuas, another immediately moves into his place, and the assault resumes. Hatchin's heart sinks as the reinforcements arrive, but his hope is suddenly rekindled when rather than joining the assault against Hatchin, they target his opponents. The group quickly knocks out two tightrope-walking Funan bros and pins the third to the ground. A rather tall man beams at Hatchin and flashes him a thumbs up. We've got your back, Mr. Hatchin. A man beside him shouts, on Miss Nami's orders. What? Shifting his focus back to the three remaining acrobatic fuas, Hatchin takes a step forward. Help is help. Who cares why? Lips splitting into a grin, he slams the side of his blade into the face of one of the acrobatic fuas, sending him sprawling to the ground. The other two take a step back. Turning their heads to look at one another, they nod before spinning on their heels and sprinting away from the fishman. Grabbing the handle of two of his blades, Hatchin tosses the swords at the retreating duo, stabbing one in the side and the other in the arm. The metallic chains connected to the hilt of the blades rattle as he grabs hold of them and begins hauling the panicked duo back toward him. Cruelty creeps into his voice. Where do you think you're going? Please. We didn't mean it, shouts one of the fuas as he attempts to dig his feet into the ground while being yanked backward by the arm. You have to forgive us, cries the other, also attempting unsuccessfully to fight back against the fishman's overwhelming strength. Not a chance. As the pair come into range, he releases his grip on the chains and grabs them both by the neck. Lifting the two into the air, he slams them together before letting them drop unconscious to the ground. In a quick motion, he grabs and removes the blades from their bodies, causing their bodies to convulse before dropping limply back to the ground. What? Squawks the disembodied head of Buggy as it spins around to survey the tent. Seeing a large group of his crew members beating on their allies, he shouts, "What are you idiots doing? You're supposed to be capturing the Straw Hats, not helping them. We're saving Nami." The man who had just released his hold on the orange-haired navigator's arm cries out. He beams at his captain, "Rescued her just like you said we should." Pretty great. Hui is darting to the side. Buggy bites his lip, because of the story. He ponders how to regain control of the situation without undermining his legitimacy. She must be. An idea pops into his head. Brainwashed. The Straw Hats have poisoned her mind, twisting her loyalties. She believes they're her friends, and now she's come to betray us. That's why we must capture all of them, so we can help our dearest crewmate remember who she is. Brainwashed? The man glances at Nami, confusion on his face. She shrugs and grins back at him before spinning her bow staff through the air and whacking him over the head with it. He drops to the ground, unconscious, at her feet. Shooting a smile at Hatchin, Nami shouts, "Think you can handle the rest of them?" Not waiting for an answer, she turns toward Miss Saturday, picking her teeth with one hand and holding a fistful of knives in the other. Her voice darkens and her eyes narrow. "I've got some unfinished business with this one." That didn't take long. A grin spreading across her face, Miss Saturday tosses a pair of knives into the air and catches them in her free hand before taking a defensive stance. "Get ready for pain, you little rat." Reaching back, she hurls 2 knives at Nami, who is now racing toward her. Bow staff whirling through the air, Nami deflects the knives to the ground as she dashes at Miss Saturday. No more fun and games. This ends now. A third knife flies for her head, and she slides across the ground, avoiding it as she comes within striking distance of the knife thrower. Leaping to her feet, she swung the staff above her head before slamming it down onto Miss Saturday's skull. There is a satisfying crunch as the metallic rod connects, followed by the thump of Miss Saturday's body dropping to the ground. Sweat trickling down her brow, she calls out, "Never mind, that was easier than I thought. I can help with." She turns to face Hatchin and sees him striking down the last of Buggy's men. "Those guys." Shrugging her shoulders, she grins at the fishman. "Guess you didn't need my help either." Scanning the battleground, they see Rika locked in heated combat with Kabaji while Chow Chow and Igaram face off against Moji and Richie. Neither group seemed to require their immediate assistance. Panting for breath, Hatchin points at the door leading out of the tent. "Think we should go check on the others," he spoke in broken phrases, each punctuated by a desperate gasp for air. The navigator nods and twists, walking purposefully toward the exit, the fishman following close behind. "Roar! Die!" Richie lets out a deafening roar as he lunges again at Chow Chow, who narrowly avoids being crushed under his gigantic paws. Beside him, Moji shouts, "Do it, Richie, smash that little runt into paste." "Chow Chow, hide!" cries out Igaram as he grabs hold of the strings of his bow tie. "Damn these two!" He silently cursed inside his head before yanking downward on the string, releasing a volley of bullets from his curly hair. "This isn't good. I can't fight them both off while worrying about him." A frightened yelp preceded Chow Chow ducking for cover behind one of Richie's massive paws, allowing the large beast to take the brunt of the assault. He had forgotten his fitted claw gloves back on the ship and was panicked. Panting for breath while sheltered beneath Richie, a thought occurs to him. The amulet, reaching up tentatively with his paw, he presses it against the silver wolf head dangling from the end of his collar. Muscles tighten along his body as his hair, usually soft and white, grows coarse and transforms into a dark gray. Skin stretching to accommodate the growth in his muscles, the dog feels his head rising higher as his legs and torso stretch longer. His snout lengthened, and his teeth expanded, jagged blades filling his mouth. His blue eyes fade, replaced by golden yellow orbs that resemble a full moon. As his transformation into a wolf concludes, he lets out an excited howl. "Hawoo, let's go." Startled and confused, Igaram stumbles backward as a gray wolf steps out from the hiding place Chow Chow had previously occupied. Eyes shaking, he stares fearfully at the approaching beast. Please. Not another." Catching sight of Chow Chow's distinct collar wrapped around the wolf's neck, he pauses. "Chow Chow?" The beast nods, his lips splitting to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth, before turning and lunging at Richie. "Maybe I don't need to worry about him? That lunatic lion tamer." On the other hand, his eyes flick to Moji, and he watches the man aiming his whip at Chow Chow. Am I? Nervous tick bursting from his lip, Igaram begins charging at the distracted beast master. "Your fight is with me." Roar! Get back! Letting loose a deafening roar, Richie swats at Chow Chow, hoping to deflect his assault. His paw missed the mark, and Chow Chow sank his fangs into the lion's neck, drawing a pained cry from the massive beast. Raising his paw, he scratches at his neck, dislodging his assailant, who drops to the ground and immediately takes a defensive posture. Lips curled, a guttural snarl from deep in Chow Chow's chest is raised in response to being dislodged. The faint taste of iron in the back of his throat was a visceral link to the blood now dripping down Richie's neck. The lion, still upright, sways slightly to the side. Seeing his opportunity, Chow Chow lunges forward. His teeth gleam before sinking into the beast's exposed leg as his claws latch onto flesh hidden beneath a mat of golden fur. Near the beasts locked in combat, Igaram grabs his bow tie and yanks the strings down. A hail of gunfire explodes from his hair, filling the air with a sulfur stench as the bullets pepper the unsuspecting lion tamer. Letting out another roar, Richie sinks to the ground. He tries to shake Chow Chow free, but the motion only causes the smaller creature to bite down harder. Blood gushing from his wounds, he swats helplessly before finally resting his head against the ground and succumbing to the pain and blood loss. His fur, now matted and sticky, clings to the ground as the iron-rich liquid acts as a binding agent. Bullets tear through Moji's flesh, burrowing holes in his arms and legs as he falls helplessly to the ground. A pool of blood forms around him. He reaches desperately toward the unconscious Richie, but the lion is too far for his fingers to grasp, and the hand flops to the ground as he passes out. Satisfied, Chow Chow releases his hold on the titanic creature and drops to the ground. He is joined shortly by Igaram. The pair scan the room and spot Hatchin and Nami making their way out of the tent. They hurry after the pair. The sound of steel striking steel filled the air as Rika countered each blow delivered by the acrobatic swordsman. Finding herself on the back foot, she struggles not to give up more ground than is necessary while defending against his onslaught. Such ferocity. He must still be angry about our last match in Logatown. The older swordsman continued raining down blows, only to have them deflected by the young girl. Recognizing a brief pause in the assault, Rika dashes forward, short sword at the ready, and slices through Kabaji's side. "You brat!" Stumbling backward, Kabaji's eyes narrow, and his lip quivers, rage building inside him. As the young girl continues her advance, he slams his fist against a flower pinned to his lapel and screams, "Smoke of the mountain dragon!" A cloud of black smoke sprays from the flower, obscuring him from view. Pupils dilating, Rika stops in her tracks. Clutching her swords tightly, her knuckles turn white as she readies herself for whatever trick Kabaji has in store. I can never be too careful. Her eyes dart around, and she catches sight of Chow Chow in his wolf form exiting the tent, accompanied by Igaram. Nami and Hatchin are nowhere to be seen, having already made in square. It's just me. Luffy is too busy with Buggy to be of help. I can do this. I am strong. I am. Flames erupt from the smoke, and she stumbles backward, her thoughts interrupted as self-preservation instincts kick in. She watches in horror as Kabaji's face emerges from the smoke, a wide grin showing off his yellowed teeth. His blades appear, black liquid dripping from the base as flames run up their length. Did he light them on fire? Swallowing hard, Rika tried to keep her breathing even and push down the panic threatening to overwhelm her. I can do this. Zoro taught me. I am a warrior. Emerging fully from the smoke, Kabaji sees panic written across the girl's face. The frantic way her eyes dart back and forth and how tightly she is gripping her swords reveal the fear coursing through her body. He maintains his grin and slowly licks his lips as he places the tip of his sword into the dirt. The thin layer of sand is pushed aside, revealing the rubber frame of the tent, which ignites for a moment before deforming, leaving a jagged trail beside the swordsman. The stench of burnt plastic fills the air. Continuing to advance on the girl, he took a deep breath before blowing a jet of flames that ignited the air between the two combatants. Stay calm. Even the voice in Rika's head sounded afraid as Kabaji continued toward her. It's just like I practiced. J. Johnny and Yosaku are as strong as this guy, and I've beaten them plenty of times. A fainter voice of fear creeps in. But they were never willing to go for the kill. She pushes the second voice down and again squeezes the handle of her sword. Something about the feel of the leather in her hands centered her. Eyes narrowing, she raises both blades and screams, I'm not afraid of you. You should be. Swinging his sword at Rika, Kabaji is surprised when she meets his blow. He had been certain she was overwhelmed by fear, just like she had been in Orangetown. He snarls, let's make this quick. I have places to be, little girl." He swings both blades at the girl, who again meets them with her own. Flames leap from Kabaji's swords, heating the air around her, but Rika, now more determined than ever, pushes forward. The man's swords were crossed, which meant that with the right leverage, she could pin them with one blade and strike with the other. Putting every ounce of strength into pushing with her longsword, Rika held the burning swords in place while sliding her short sword free from the tussle. Kabaji's eyes widened in fear as she plunged her short sword into his side, sliding it through to the hilt before yanking it back out, sending a splatter of blood through the air. Sinking to his knees, Kabaji can feel his strength ebbing away as each heartbeat sends blood gushing from the wound. His arms weakening, he felt himself losing the struggle against the girl's sword. Tears welling up in his eyes, he begs, "Please, Rika, don't kill me." "Kill you?" With a childish grin, Rika continued pushing her blade against his, trying to drive him down to the ground. "I would never do such a thing." Suddenly, she yanks her long sword back. Spinning it 90 degrees, she brings the flat of it crashing down onto the man's head. Eyes crossing, Kabaji drops to the ground and lands face first in the dirt. A cloud of dust kicks up around his body, filling the air. Quickly sheathing both blades, Rika raises her right arm and tries to cover her face as a coughing fit, caused by the sand, overtakes her small frame. Backing away from the fallen swordsman, she keeps her arm over her mouth as she shifts her gaze to the center of the tent where Luffy is still engaged in battle with Buggy. After one last cough, she shouts, "Later, Luffy, I'm gonna go find the others." Turning on her heel, she scurries for the exit after the others. "Sounds good," shouts Luffy as he throws a haymaker at one of Buggy's feet, knocking it away. High-top Carnival main square emerging into the light, Nami and Hatchin glance at the tribal tent as Taipan pushes open the flap and emerges, followed by his companions. The magical tent shakes as the crew members trapped inside continue their battle. Around them is a chaotic mess of skirmishes broken up by a scattering of unconscious carnies. With a blur of leather, Mr. 12's whips cracked through the air. Sweat beading on his forehead, Johnny parried each strike, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Exhaustion was etched on his face. Beside him, Sanji delivers a flying kick, knocking over a pair of carnies. They are immediately replaced by two more. Jin cheers on Kobe as the young pink-haired man squares up against the imposing axe-hand Morgan. Nijiko darts between booths, chased by an enraged Alvida swinging wildly at everything between her and her target. Zoro lets out a titanic roar that echoes across the battlefield as he emerges from the rubble of the downed roller coaster, wreckage of the high-top Carnival roller coaster. Tossing aside a chunk of wood, Zoro drags himself out of the wreckage. Splintered wood jutted out at odd angles, and metal twisted and contorted around itself, creating odd sculptures that dotted the landscape of the fallen roller coaster. Blood ran down his cheek, and a bruise was beginning to swell on his temple. His eyes dart around, looking for the trio of pirates that had assaulted him on the tracks. Spotting a man who is still standing in the operator booth, hands uselessly resting on the control panel for the decimated ride, his eyes narrow into slits. "Where the hell did those other guys go?" he growls. Hand trembling, the ride operator extends his index finger and points further into the wreckage. "Th the AA or S still in th there." A tear runs down his cheek, his body quivering as he watches the samurai rise to his feet and brush the debris from his clothing. Lips splitting into a wide grin, showing rows of white teeth, Zoro yanks Sandai Kitetsu and Yubashiri free from the wooden tracks they were embedded in. A thought flashes through his mind, and his eyes open wide. Where is Watto? Eyes darting around, he spots the pail handle several feet away and dashes toward it. Swooping low, he grabs the handle with his teeth and yanks it free before coming to a halt. Relieved that he has secured the precious blade. "What now, swordsman? Will we end them all?" "That's enough out of you, Sandai. It's your fault we are in this situation." "Ha? How so?" "For starters, it was your stupid idea to attack the cart. Otherwise, we'd still be up on the tracks fighting those weaklings. I told you what you needed to hear. You told me what you wanted me to hear." The internal monologue is cut off as a pile of rubble beside him shakes before a hand emerges. Pulling himself free from the rubble, Hepoko dumps the unconscious body of his brother, Papoko, onto the debris. Each gasping breath is hard-earned, and sweat runs down his brow as he attempts to recover from his perilous journey. His body shook from exhaustion. Slowly looking up, he sees the green-haired samurai grinning. Please. Let me." His words are cut off as the flat of Zoro's blade slams into his temple, dropping him unconscious to the ground. Having dealt with the nuisance, he spots the third brother, Pepoko, lying still on the ground several meters away. The rhythmic rise and fall of the man's chest indicated his survival, though he appeared to be gravely wounded. "I should probably get back to the others. Who knows what Curl's brows will try to do without me around to keep him in line." A sly smile spreads across his face as he lifts his gaze to the horizon. Eyebrows pinching together, he tries to figure out what he is looking at. "I can hear fighting, but all I see is the fence and trees. I know I came from that way. So where the hell is everyone else?" Clenching his teeth together, he began walking forward. "Yes, sir," the confused and still terrified booth operator calls out. "That's the fence. You want to be going the other." "Shut it," screams Zoro as he continues toward his destination. "Trying to trick me, stupid pirate. Like, I don't know where my friends are. Who the hell does he think I am? You're going the wrong way, idiot. Not you, too. I've had enough of your shit for one day, Sandai." Angling the blade toward its resting place at his side, he hears a high-pitched scream in his head before the hilt snaps tightly against the sheath. High-top carnival magical tent body swaying from side to side, Ninjin deftly avoids each punch from his increasingly irritated assailant. "Stand still, you little brat," screeches Miss Mother's Day. Swinging her fist at the boy's stomach, she feels nothing but air as he frustratingly dodges yet another blow. From the other side of the tent, Usopp draws back the leather pad of his slingshot. His eyes glazed over, he aims at Piemon. In an unnaturally calm voice, he calls out, "Gunpowder Star." Letting go, he sends the pellet hurling through the air toward his crewmate. Down on the dirt, Mr. Six's hands dance back and forth rhythmically as he maintains his focus on the crew's sniper. Dropping to the ground, Piemon hears the projectile zip over his small body before slamming into the wall of the tent. It explodes, the loose fabric flapping in protest, leaving behind a sizable hole. "What do I do? I can't out-snipe Usopp and there is no way he'll let me take a shot at that damn magician." Rolling onto his back, he stares at the fabric as a cool breeze blows through the gap, sending a shiver down his spine. The smell of dust wafts through, along with the sound of battles raging outside. Suddenly, an idea occurs to the young boy. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out a red arrowhead. Yellow lines zigzag up each side before meeting at the tip. "Thank you, Captain Usopp, for teaching me that all you need is a good distraction." Pulling an arrow from his quiver, he detached the arrowhead and replaced it with the one he had retrieved from his pocket. Taking hold of his bow, he notches the arrow into place and aims at the ceiling. Startled by the explosion, Miss Mother's Day's attention is drawn to the hole in the tent. Opening her mouth wide to warn her companion, she felt Ninjin's fist slam into her jaw, snapping her teeth back together. Stumbling back, her eyes narrow. She fixes the boy with a piercing gaze. "How dare you, you little brat." A lazy grin on his face, Ninjin slowly steps forward. He catches movement out of the corner of his eye as Tamanegi reaches the bottom of the stairs and hurries quietly across the dirt before dropping onto his hands and knees behind the woman. Just like we practiced. Feeling warmth flowing out to each limb, he quickens his pace. The boy thrusts both hands forward, causing the woman to instinctively draw her hands into a defensive position, shielding her face. His hands land on her arms, and he pushes with all of his might, shoving her backward. Tripping over Tamanegi, Miss Mother's Day falls backward into the dirt. Her head slams into the ground, causing her vision to momentarily spin before slowly correcting itself. The sound of crunching sand and laughter filled her ears as the boys came into view. A trickle of blood runs down her cheek. She lifts her head slightly and looks helplessly at the pair. Her voice comes out in a stutter. What are you going to do?" With a wicked grin, Ninjin meets her gaze. "Nothing, as long as you don't try to get up." Pulling back the string of his bow, Tamanegi closes his left eye. "I only have a few more seconds before Usopp's next attack. Gotta make it count. Flame strike." He releases the string, sending the arrow flying upward. It hits the roof tent before exploding into flames that spread across the fabric surface. Heat radiates from the rapidly growing hole as bits of charred fabric fall to the ground. Relaxing his arms, the boy breathes a sigh of relief. Now we wait. Hands still dancing, Mr. Six feels the heat followed by the roar of the flames as they slowly spread across the tent. His face twitches before he calls out, "Usopp, don't let the tent burn down." His words echo through the tent, bouncing off what remains of the walls, overtaking the crackling flames. "Yes, sir." A goofy smile spreads across his face as Usopp's eyes glow. "Mr. Six is so great. I'm so glad he is letting me help him today. I don't know why I ever stopped listening to his ideas." He slowly releases the tension he had been holding in his slingshot as he prepared for the next strike. Removing the pellet, he returns it to its tube before pressing a button, launching a light gray orb into the air. This smoke should suffocate the flames enough to put out the fire. That will make Mr. Six so happy. I'm so smart. Seizing on Usopp's distraction, Piemon leaps to his feet. Grabbing another trick arrowhead from second arrow and replaces the arrowhead with one that is white and sticky. Below, he sees Tamanegi standing beside the fallen Miss Mother's Day as Ninjin creeps steadily toward an unsuspecting Mr. Six. Perfect timing. Notching the arrow, he draws the string until his hand rests beside his ear. Closing his left eye, just like Usopp had taught him, he aims at the magician below. Here goes nothing, glue stick, releasing the arrow, sends it zipping through the air. Smoke star. Usopp intones in a robotic voice before releasing the tension in his slingshot. The projectile slams into the tent, releasing gray smoke, which envelops the flames, starving them of oxygen and extinguishing the fire. A smile spreads across his lips. "I did it. Mr. Six will be so proud." The air slams into Mr. Six's back, startling him enough to break his concentration and stop moving his hands. He grabs at the arrow stuck in his back in an attempt to pull it free. He twists in a circle, trying to get a better look before finally coming to a stop. He glances forward and sees Ninjin standing a few feet away, grinning mischievously at him. "Why, hello there. Would you mind helping me?" His words are cut off as the boy slams a fist into his stomach. He turns toward Usopp to issue another command, only to discover that the sniper is aiming a projectile at him. His gaze flicks to Piemon, who has another arrow notched and pointed in his direction. Swallowing, he forces a smile as he attempts to reason with the angry pirates. His voice is silky smooth, masking his fear. "I don't suppose any of you want to try talking this out?" "Never," shout the trio in unison. Ninjin's fist meets the magician's stomach moments before one of Usopp's lead stars collides with his right arm and Piemon's arrow stabs through his left. Well, raising his hands in defeat, the magician drops his wand and slowly sinks to his knees. He choked out, "It was worth a try." Clapping her hands, Kaya smiles down at the quartet. "How wonderful." Rising to her feet, she walks casually toward the stairs and descends toward her crewmates. Her voice warm, she directs them toward the door. "Why don't we get out of here? I'm sure the others could use our help." Usopp and the boys nod in agreement and join her as the small group heads toward the exit. Reaching into his pocket, Piemon pulls out another of the red and yellow arrowheads and casually lobs it toward the side of the tent. The arrowhead erupts into flames, igniting the wall as the 5 pirates walk through the exit. High-top Carnival main square stepping backward, Kobe avoids another strike as axe-hand Morgan wildly swings at him. In truth, he was more than anything else at the former Marine's relentless but ultimately futile assault. What happened to the man we faced back in Shellstown? Have I grown this much stronger or has he gotten weaker? Glancing over the man's shoulder, he hears Alvida scream as she demolishes yet another tent in her endless pursuit of Najiko. "Why won't you just stand still?" Swinging his axe hand at Kobe's head, Morgan hears the whistle of air as it passes harmlessly by. Letting out an irritated grunt, his lips tighten and pull back into a grimace. He snarls before charging forward, slashing several times in rapid succession. "I said stand still." Enough of this. Ducking under the last strike, Kobe's fingers tightly grip his club. His knuckles turn white as he grips the handle. Twisting a quarter turn clockwise, he brings the wooden weapon over his shoulder. Winding up like a spring, he suddenly releases the tension in an explosive fury, twisting counterclockwise and slamming the spiked end of the club into Morgan's stomach. Blood is flung into the air as the large man is driven backward by the blow. Without looking, Morgan reaches down with his non-axe hand and attempts to pry the club from his midsection. His hands begin to bleed as they make contact with its spiky surface. He lets out a low groan before slowly raising his eyes to meet Kobe's. Sinking to his knees, he holds eye contact with the pink-haired pirate. "How? You were so," gritting his teeth, a wave of pain radiates through his body, emanating from the wound. Placing his foot on Morgan's chest, Kobe pulls backward, removing the club from Morgan's stomach while shoving him backward to the ground. Blood drips from the spikes as he swings it back over his shoulder. A cold expression on his face, he glares down at the former Marine who is now groping at his stomach, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. "Things changed. Maybe you should try changing." His face contorts into a sneer. His voice dark, he continues, "That way, you might not be such a disgrace to the Marines you once served beside." As the battles around them fade, Sanji soars through the air, dropping yet another of the former Alvida pirates. Landing gracefully, he glances at Yosaku, who is still engaged in combat with Mr. 12. "Good, I'm not the last one to finish my fight." His gaze shifts toward the main tent, where Buggy and Luffy continue their fight. Around him, several dozen pirates lay prone. Several feet away, Nami and Igaram lift Johnny into the air. They carry him toward Kaya as her group emerges from their burning tent. Things are wrapping up. But I don't suppose it will be over until the captains are done. Another pirate rushes towards Sanji and swings a metallic bar at his head, but the chef ducks beneath the attack before swinging his leg across the ground. His blow connects, causing the man to somersault through the air before head planting into the dirt. "Come on," shouts Mr. 12 in irritation as he catches sight of the last of his men dropping to the ground. "Why are you pirates so damn useless? This is what I get working with upstarts from the East Blue." Shifting his focus back to Yosaku, he flicks his wrist, sending the whip forward with a loud crack. The swordsman dodges to the side. It is clear from his panting that he is running out of energy. "Don't know how much longer I can take this." Finding his footing, Yosaku wiped his brow with the back of his hand. Taking a stumbling step forward, he is caught off guard as Mr. 12's whips wrap around his body. "Guess this is it." He smiles to himself. "At least I bought Johnny enough time to free big bro Sanji." The assassin cackles with laughter before pulling backward with both hands, yanking the helpless swordsman forward. Suddenly, a white blur flies through the air as Chow Chow latches onto Mr. 12's arm. The dog sinks his fangs into the man's arm, causing him to screech in pain before Karoo slams into his back, knocking him to the ground. Hatchin and Rika descend on the fallen man, yanking Yosaku free before pummeling his would-be assailant into the ground. "This is what you get for hurting Yosaku," cries Rika as she throws an admittedly weak punch into the man's side. Arms a blur, Hatchin rains down blows with his fists. "Yeah, don't you dare mess with large brother Yosaku." He pauses the assault and glances over his shoulder at his dazed crewmate. "Did I say it right?" Eyes wide in wonder, it takes Yosaku a moment to snap out of his trance. He grins back at Hatchin and flashes him a thumbs up, close enough. The others in the crew make their way toward the group as Hatchin and Rika end their assault, leaving the unconscious Mr. 12 on the ground. Missing from their group is Zoro, who is angrily yelling at his swords on the other side of the wrecked roller coaster, and Nojiko, who is still relentlessly pursued by an enraged Alvida. Shifting their attention to the main tent, they hear a cracking sound as the main support structure gives way, causing the red and white striped structure to collapse to the ground, the canvas falling like a heavy blanket. Shapes continue to move inside as Luffy and Buggy desperately search for one another in the collapsed tent. Suddenly, their Isni of Buggy's hands, holding a fist full of knives, tears through the fabric. Moving in a blur, the hand rips through the tent, revealing Luffy, grinning from ear to ear. Around him is an assortment of the clown's limbs, which slowly rise into the air and begin spinning. She. I told you that would work, cackles Luffy as he throws another punch, hitting Buggy's midsection. Unning, groans Buggy. His eyes narrow, and he shouts in response, I didn't say it wouldn't work. I said it was a stupid thing to do. You're stupid, screams Luffy, his face contorting into rage. Stabbing a finger at Buggy, he continues. Carnivals are supposed to be fun, but you are too stupid to do that. If I'm so stupid, then how did my crew capture all of you pathetic straw hats? Yells Buggy. His head turns as he prepares to rub his victory into Luffy's face, but the words die in his throat. The ground is littered with the bodies of his fallen comrades while a small army of Straw Hat pirates smile and wave at him from the center of the carnival. His head spins through the air to face the magical tent, now a skeleton, the fabric having burned away. Mr. Six and Miss Mother's Day lay unconscious on the ground inside. Several former crewmate tribesmen crawl out of their tent, attempting to avoid detection. Catching sight of Alvida, who is still swinging wildly at Nijiko, he stumbles over his words. Vita, what happened here? Where is everyone? Digging her heels into the ground, Alvida comes to a sudden stop. Her eyes narrowed as they met Buggy's, and her voice boomed across the carnival. I don't know, I've been busy. What happened is my crew kicked the crap out of yours. Big nose, yells Luffy, placing his thumbs into his ears. He bounces from one foot to the other and wiggles his digits through the air, tongue sticking out. Grr, shut it. Straw Hat, whipping around to face the younger pirate, Buggy bellows, Alvida. Get the others out of here. His voice lowers, and his eyes narrow. A guttural growl escapes his throat. I'll take care of this idiot and his whole damn crew if I have to. Alvida shifts her focus away from Nijiko to the rest of the crew lying stunned or unconscious around the battlefield. Deciding to prioritize her safety, she growls, smooth track. Tossing her sandals aside, she leaps into the air. As she lands on top of the indigenous people's tent, her feet slide along the leather surface, picking up speed before she is launched toward the ground. Skating at high speed across the carnival, she grabs hold of Kuro on her way through the gate before disappearing into the forest. Wait! Whimpers one of the downed pirates as he stretches an arm toward his retreating crewmates. His protest is silenced as Sanji's foot connects with the back of his head. Cracking his neck in a circle, Luffy begins rolling his shoulders as he prepares to finish off the mad clown. Sliding his right foot back, he draws both arms up in front of himself and clenches his fists. Wearing a wry smile, he stares into the vortex of spinning body parts. No more games. I'm gonna beat your ass, bunny. It's Buggy, you ingrate. Chop Festival. His scratch cuts through the air like a knife as the hurricane of Buggy's body parts tightens on Luffy's location. Limbs fly through the air toward the Straw Hat captain. Pulling back both arms, Luffy screams, Gum Gatling. His fists fly forward, a flurry of blows that connect with each incoming body part, sending them flying far away from the carnival. The flurry of attacks whips up a cloud of dust, making it difficult to see either combatant. The crew looks on in tense anticipation as the sound of their captain's fists cutting through the air slowly fades away. As the dust dissipates, Luffy is revealed, holding Buggy's head. The rest of the clown's body is nowhere to be seen other than a pair of feet peeking out from beneath the flaps of the fallen tent. I win. Luffy's voice is cold and hard, not matching his usual jovial demeanor. He locks eyes with the pirate. The muscles in his face tighten, and his eyebrows lower as he glares down at the man's head. Suddenly, his face splits into a grin. He tosses Buggy's head over his shoulder and walks toward the others. Voice jovial, he addresses his crewmates, that was fun, what's next? I found him, Nijiko calls out as she marches toward the group, dragging behind her an irritated Zoro. Zoro's eyes narrow as they approach the others. I wasn't lost, shrugging off the blue-haired woman's hand. He joined the crew, who have begun to make their way out of the carnival, leaving behind the battered remains of Buggy's crew. Outside the high-top carnival high in the canopy of a nearby tree, the frail man observing events alongside his young partner clicks his tongue against the roof of his mouth. The pair had chosen this position to avoid detection, reasoning that it would be to their tactical advantage not to be seen by either crew until the time was ready. Turning to the young woman, he points at Buggy's head lying in the dirt and whispers, once the Straw Hats are gone, we'll make our move. I know exactly what to do. With a wry smile, the young woman carefully dipped her brush into the bright yellow paint on her easel before swiping it through a pool of green. The colors swirled together, mixing along the strands until they form a single bright hue, outside the high-top carnival. As the crew make their way through the dense foliage of the forest, sharing stories of their triumphant victory over Buggy and his crew. They failed to notice two small shapes drop from the trees and make their way into the carnival. Catching sight of Nejiko out of the corner of his eye, Sanji breaks away from his conversation with his friend. "Excuse me, Jin. There is something I need to deal with." Flashing a grin at the confused man, he jogs over to the blue-haired woman. Matching her stride, he tries not to draw unwanted attention from the others. The corner of Nejiko's lip twitches as she tries to hide a smirk from the chef. Raising her eyebrow, she asks, "Something on your mind, stud?" "Yes," Sanji replies in a low voice. Reaching his hand toward Nejiko's, his fingers brush against hers before she swats it away. Raising his brows and pulling back slightly, his eyes drop to the offending hand. "Did I do something wrong?" Catching his bottom lip with his teeth, the chef fights to regain his composure. In a slow voice he continues, "About last night. It was fun." Lips splitting into a smile, Nejiko slows her pace slightly, hoping to drop to the back of the group and further out of earshot. Confident that there is enough distance between herself and the others, her voice raises slightly, "If you want to have more fun in the future, I expect you to behave yourself." Licking her lips, she thinks through her next words. He may be full of bravado, but underneath it is a boy who wants comfort and love. I need to go easy on him. In a softer tone she continues, "I'm not your girlfriend, Sanji. Out here that would be dangerous for both of us. But I did enjoy." The edges of her lips curl into a grin and she turns to face the chef, raising her eyebrows suggestively, "Our little sleepover. Behave myself. I can do that, can't I?" Turning to look at the woman, Sanji prepares to respond when he hears the rustling of leaves from his other side. Head whipping around to look at the disturbance, he sees a massive eye peeking through the trees. "What the hell?" Raising his hand to point at the eye he yells, "Hey Luffy, we've got company." At the sound of the chef's voice, the eye vanishes. There is silence for a tense moment before the thunderous sound of footsteps echoing through the forest signaling the retreat of whomever or whatever had been spying on them. Having also seen the creature, Usopp races over to Sanji's side. Reaching for his forehead, he flips down his goggles, hoping to catch a full glimpse of the creatures. He sees what appears to be a massive leg, before it disappears. A giant? It can't be. Those only exist in fairy tales. The sniper mumbles. Whatever that was, it was huge. Turning to look over his shoulder at the others, he shouts, "Hey, Luffy! Do you want to follow it with me?" Eyes darting around, he notices that the captain is missing. Where the heck did he go? In the woods on Little Garden. "Look at him go!" calls out Luffy, bursting into laughter as a pair of yellow beetles march toward a fallen tree. She. Mi. Nervously clearing his throat, Igaram watched the bugs as they stopped before sending twin streams of flame at the rotting carcass of the tree. "It's beautiful." Hearing the distant shouts of their crewmates, "I think I heard the others. Should we go back? They might need us." There wasn't a lot of conviction in his voice as his attention was mostly focused on the bugs and their fiery display. "Nah, they'll be fine. Besides, I'm busy." Hardly paying any mind to the question, Luffy creeps toward the bugs. "I bet I can catch them if I'm extra sneaky." As the sound of the others fades away, Igaram remains focused on his captain. This won't end well. Watching the young man approach the bugs, Igaram clenches and unclenches both fists. "I can't just let an opportunity like this slip away. Mi. Clearing his throat, Igaram takes the first few hesitant steps forward before whispering, "Captain, there is a better way to go about this. I want to catch them as much as you, but we must take it slow." Freezing in his tracks, Luffy's face splits into a wide grin as he glances over his shoulder at the older man. "Don't worry, Igaram. I am a bug-catching expert." His loud voice startles the bugs. The twin flames vanish as the pair scurry toward the log. Eyes growing wide, Luffy shrieks, "After them." At the beach on Little Garden a short time later, the crew, with the notable absence of Luffy and Igaram, gathers at the beach. Behind them are the gangplanks leading up to the Going Merry and its sister ship, the Going Shopping. An electric energy can be felt as the group chats about their plans on the island. Continuing his tale, which had grown in complexity and unbelievably with each step through the forest, Usopp loudly proclaims, "As tall as a mountain." Not only that, but there were two of them. One had a giant axe, while the other had a sword that could split the earth. Seeing the look of fascination painted on the faces of his younger crewmates, Usopp grins and shoves a thumb into his chest, and I know exactly what to do to catch one. Oh, counters Taipan. Glancing away from his niece toward the sniper, he raises an eyebrow. Care to share your plan? I haven't much experience with giants. Raising a bottle of sake to his lips, he takes a quick swig before whipping his mouth with the back of his hand and letting out a wet belch. A foul odor wafts from his lips, and the children recoil in disgust. Disgusting. Taking a step backward, Usopp shifts his focus to the man who had interrupted his story. Not wanting to lose the momentum, he continues, legend has it that there is one thing that giants love above all else. Glancing at the children, he drops to his knees, leans close, and whispers, booze. Hey, they have good taste. Raising the bottle to his lips, Taipan tips his head back and drains the remainder before tossing the empty container absent-mindedly over his shoulder. It lands in the sand, kicking dirt into the air, which settles onto it. Well, I can help ya out there. Just tell me how much ya need, and I'll fill a barrel. Ninjin responds with a smirk to his former captain. Hidden beneath a mat of long purple hair, his eye held a mischievous glimmer. Wait, eyes growing wide with concern, Taipan glances back at the ships. You don't mean giving away all of my... Placing her warm hand on his shoulder, Vivi interrupts his words. It's not yours, Uncle Taipan. Carrot is free to do whatever he wants with it. He is our bartender, after all. Smiling at the young boy, she winks, causing his cheeks to burn red with embarrassment. Oh crap. Swallowing hard, Usopp's eyes grow wide as he reconsiders the situation. That means I have to go looking for that thing. What if it is a giant? It'll eat me for sure. Shoving down his fear, he forces himself to smile and places a hand on Ninjin's shoulder. Let's do it. I'll get the barrel if you supply the booze. Aye, shouts Ninjin before sprinting toward the going shopping. He ducks under Taipan's hand as the older man attempts to halt his progress. Maybe I can use the old man's alcoholism to my advantage. Grinning at Vivi and her uncle, Usopp raises an eyebrow. I might need some help with the barrel. Who knows how long it'll take to find the giant? Not waiting for a response, he turns away from the pair and follows Ninjin toward the gangplank. Making her way toward the small group, Nijiko glances wistfully at the retreating Ninjin before dropping to her knees to address the other children. Once she had their full attention, she gave them a warm smile before beginning her practiced speech. I've been impressed with everything you have managed to learn on TH's unique opportunity here on this island. I'd like to take you all on a field trip. A field trip? Rika asks, tilting her head to the side. Her eyebrows scrunch together as the unfamiliar phrase rolls through her mind. What's that? Cool, calls out Piaman and gives Tamanegi a high five. The boys grin at their teacher, their expressions eager as they ponder the adventure they are about to go on. Eyebrows pinching together, Chabo glances at Rika, who still has a puzzled look on her face, before turning his attention to Nijiko. Are you sure? What about the giants? How will we stay safe? The air around him seems to shake as the familiar thumping resonates through his mind. Thump thump, a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach forms as none of the others react to the noise, further confirming that, for some reason, it is only perceptible to him. I'm even more of a liability than normal. I hope I don't put my friends at risk. Placing a hand on Rika's shoulder and another on Chabo's, Nijiko pulls them close and wraps her arms around them both. Allowing them both to feel their confusion and fear, she waits patiently, offering comfort and love. Pulling back slightly, she meets Rika's gaze. A field trip is exploring somewhere new together and trying to learn from our environment. Shifting to meet Chabo's eyes, she continues, as for you, young man, we will stay safe together. Or did you forget that we are pirates? Yar, calls out Piaman and Tamanegi before collapsing to the ground, giggling. Woof, I'm coming, woof. Too, calls out Chow Chow, bounding over to the children. Leaping onto the boys, the dog begins playfully rolling around with them in the sand. Kaya walks gracefully across the sand before stopping behind Nijiko. Placing a hand on her hip, she smiles at the kids. It's hard to believe it's only been a few weeks since we left Syrup Village. These boys have grown so much. Placing a delicate hand on Nijiko's back, she says warmly, I'll be coming as well. There aren't any shops here on the island and I could use the opportunity to stretch my legs. I appreciate the help. These kids can be a handful. Releasing her hold on the children, Najiko rises to her feet. Dusting a few flecks of sand from her jeans, she glances back at the ship and sees Ninjin helping Usopp roll a barrel down the gangplank toward Kuru, Taipan and Vivi, who are waiting patiently for their arrival. Cupping her hands around her mouth, she calls out loudly, "Ninjin, when you are done with that barrel, I need you to come join our field trip." Ninjin nods in acknowledgement, not looking up from his work as he continues carefully rolling the barrel forward, taking care not to let it roll too quickly and risk cracking open, spilling the precious alcohol stored inside. Following behind Usopp and Ninjin are Zoro and Sanji, already midway into an argument that began in the kitchen. "Don't care what you think. I've been busting my ass trying to balance keeping this crew fed and fending off our man-child of a captain." Spitting flying from his lips, Sanji stabs his finger into Zoro's chest. Eyes narrow and cheeks tight, it is clear that he is beyond frustrated at the situation. "So if you think I'm going to let you waltz into my kitchen and eat all of the meat, you've got another thing coming, moss head." Slapping Sanji's hand away, Zoro glares back. There is fire behind his eyes and he rests his left hand on Wado Ichimonji's hilt. "It's not my fault we keep running out of food. If you paid more attention to your job and spent a little less time trying to chase after the girls in the crew, we wouldn't be in this situation." Reaching the end of the gangplank, his boots kick up sand as he stomps angrily toward the others. Matching the swordsman's pace, the pair begin racing across the beach. Obvious to what is going on around them, they stare angrily at one another. Guys! Running over to the pair, Jin pushes between them using his body to create some distance. Looking first at Sanji, then at Zoro, he attempts to inject reason into the chaos. "We just got done dealing with Buggy and his crew. Can we take a break for 2 seconds and just enjoy this island?" Crossing his arms, Sanji's jaw tightens and he twists his head away from Zoro. With a huff he responds to his friend, "He started it. And I'm finishing it." Jin responds in a gentle voice. Placing a hand on Sanji's shoulder, he attempts to calm the chef, who angrily pulls away. Rolling his eyes, he turns to face Zoro. "Why can't you two get along? I thought things were settled after the tournament?" With a grimace, Zoro avoids meeting Jin's eyes. "Stupid raccoon-faced jerk. Why do you always have to butt in?" Letting out a low growl, he glares at the back of Sanji's neck. It wouldn't be an issue if Curly Brows would quit acting like such a baby all the time. "A baby?" Whipping his head back toward Zoro, Sanji sneers as he meets the man's eyes. The fire within his chest surges as he feels a wave of indignation flow through his body. "I'm not the one who tried to steal all of the meat on the ship for my midday snack. I needed the protein," shouts Zoro. Fingers wrapping around the hilt of his white blade, he prepares to draw it from its sheath. His voice takes on a sharp edge. "Takes a lot to build muscle. Not like you'd know anything about that." "Enough," shouts Jin. The intensity and volume cause both men to stop and give him their full attention. "I can't keep getting sucked into this chaos," clenching his teeth. Jin takes a moment to think of a compromise. Suddenly, an idea strikes him and a smile crawls across his face. "Why don't we settle this with a competition?" "Competition?" Sanji and Zoro ask in unison, intrigued by the idea. Intrigued, Kobe and Hatchin walk over to the group. Raising an eyebrow, Kobe asks in his usual calm tone, "Mind if we join?" "Sure." Jin responds quickly before shifting his focus back to his more hot-headed crewmates. Looking first at Zoro, then at Sanji, he says in a steady tone, "If the problem is a lack of meat, why don't we kill 2 birds with 1 stone? We'll have a hunting competition. Whoever brings back the most meat wins. That sound fair?" "Hey!" Zoro scoffs before smirking at Sanji. "Fair? Hardly. Bushy Brows here doesn't know the first thing about hunting. But I'll agree if he does." Sneering back, Sanji digs around in his pocket for a cigarette. Finding one and placing it between his lips, he casually flicks open a lighter and ignites the tip. Taking a long drag, he blows a stream of smoke into Zoro's face before responding, "It sounds fair to me." "Is too," calls out Hatchin with a smile. Not fully understanding the tension between the pair, he is happy to be included in the competition. "Great." Allowing a smile to touch the edge of his lips, Jin takes a step back to better see the other competitors. His loud voice booms out, "The rules are simple. Anything on the island is fair game. up to and including whatever was spying on us back in the forest. Once we have killed our prey, we'll meet back up here. The winner will be decided by popular vote. Does that sound good? Furrowing his brows, Kobe tilts his head slightly to the side as he studies Jin. He asks calmly, does that mean you'll be competing with us as well? Allowing the smile to spread across his lips, Jin nods at his crewmate. It sure does. Did you think I'd let you guys have all the fun? The others chuckle to themselves. And he continues as soon as the noise subsides. Sounds like there aren't any questions, so on your mark. Legs tense as they prepare their bodies. Get set, eyes darting to the forest. Jin's mind races as he thinks about potential targets before shouting, go. A flurry of they dash across the beach, racing toward the trees. The men vanish into the forest, followed by Usopp's giant hunting group and Nejico's field trip group. Those left behind come together to discuss their plans. Swatting at a mosquito that had latched onto her arm, Nami says in an irritated tone, I'm getting tired of all the bugs on this beach. Wiping sweat from his brow, Jimmy Scoops shoots the orange-haired navigator a nervous look. She is always complaining about something. If she used bug spray like the rest of us, this wouldn't be an issue. He is about to speak when Nami meets his gaze with a scowl, and he swallows his words. We could go for a stroll through the forest. There were fewer bugs near the trees. They probably don't like the shade. Cracking a smile, Gregory glances back at the forest before returning his gaze to Nami. I don't care what we do, but I don't want to stay here. This beach is giving me the creeps. Feels like we are being watched. With an unnaturally warm smile, Fiona flutters her eyes at Gregory. He's so smart and handsome. Shrugging his shoulders, Jimmy rests his hand on the camera strung around his neck. I wouldn't mind taking a couple pictures of the island. It's not every day we get to visit somewhere like this. Shifting his focus to Mary, Johnny, and Yosaku, he asks, what about you three? Hey. Hooking his hands into his pockets, Johnny glances over at the ships. He replied, I think Yosaku and I will stick around here. Make sure Buggy and his goons don't try to steal our shit, right bro? Yeah. Sounds right, bro. We'll keep everything safe. Yosaku's eyes dart to Nami before flicking back toward Johnny. Kinda wish I could stay with the hottie. But I ain't gonna fight y'all on this, bro. How about you, Mary? Asks Nami, her focus shifting to the lamb-faced man. With a sigh, Mary shook his head. He replied in a calm tone, unfortunately, I cannot join you. It's rare for us to be on an island with so much wood. I might as well take advantage of the opportunity and patch up the ships. Understandable. Nami turns back toward the others. He's never going to forgive me for stealing from the crew back on the Bharati, is he? Forcing a smile, she continues in what she hopes is a warm tone. Guess that settles it. Let's go. She walks confidently forward and heads toward the woods, followed by Fiona, Gregory, and Jimmy Scoops. Glancing over at Yosaku, who appears hypnotized as he stares at Nami's retreating form, Johnny grabs his friend's arm and tugs him toward the two ships. With a wry smile, he says, quit gawking, we've got work to do. Yeah. Stumbling after his friend, Yosaku sneaks one last look before obediently following Johnny up the gangplank onto the deck of the Going Shopping. Alone on the beach, Mary lets out a heavy sigh. It's too bad that Pepper had to go with Nejico. I could have used his help. Turning to the forest, he heads toward the blanket of trees, a determined look on his face, in the woods on Little Garden. Crouching low, Igaram places a hand on Luffy's back. The pair stares intently at a fallen tree trunk teeming with life. The two bombardier beetles rest inside a glass bottle hanging from his hip. He had taken advantage of the chaos caused by Luffy to drive the bugs into a hastily assembled trap. Placing his finger on the tree bark, he points at a small roly-poly bug and says in an ear whisper, this is a Titan roller. You wouldn't know it from looking, but this little bug can grow many times its size when startled, and its shell is as hard as steel. Eyes growing, Luffy exclaims, I want one. His hand darts toward the small bug, which curls into a ball and begins to expand in size. The tree groans under the weight as several more of the bugs also start to grow. Grabbing Luffy by the collar, Igaram leaps backward as the bugs roll off the tree's surface. Now, the size of small rodents, the bugs continued to grow and expand. Leaves crunch as they begin rolling away from the pirates. Teeth clenched, He growls, "Damn it. Luffy. You can't be so impulsive. I was going to try to get one for our collection." Remembering that captain's strength, he swallows hard and tuts out a nervous, "Mi. We still can." Flashing a smile at Igaram. Luffy attempts to chase after the bugs but is held in place by Igaram. A scowl spreads across his face, and he shouts, "Let me go, I want to catch them." But, Captain, Igaram's wrist was beginning to hurt as the captain attempted to remove himself from the large man's grip. "I guess he can't do any more damage than he already has." With a sigh, he continues, "Fine. But this time, you follow my lead." "Sure," shouts Luffy, still trying to yank himself free. Releasing Luffy, Igaram watches as the impulsive young man races after the bugs. "Well, that went about as well as I could have expected." Shrugging his shoulders, he begins jogging after the captain. At least he'll be easy to follow. Elsewhere in the woods on Little Garden. "Now, class, can anybody tell me what habitat we are in?" With a knowing smile, Nezuko turns toward the kids and walks backward through the forest. Seeing the older boys roll their eyes, she clicks her tongue against the roof of her mouth, bringing their attention back to her as she delivers a stern look. "Trees," offers Rika. Her voice is shaky, a slight warble betraying the doubt deep within. "Trees," Ninjin and Piaman mimic. Placing their hands on their hips, they strut behind the young girl. The sarcastic tone is lost on Rika, whose face splits into a wide smile. The big kids agree, "I must be right." "Boys, knock it off." Kaya's calm voice comes from behind the pair. At her words, they both deflate. Shoulders slouching, they shove their hands into their pockets and hang their heads. Not wanting to undermine his friends but feeling uncomfortable with their bullying, Tamanegi shoots Kaya a thankful smile. With a warm smile at the young girl, Nezuko gently corrects her. "While you are correct that there are many trees, that isn't the name of this habitat." Her eyes dart to Rika's side toward Chabo. The young boy's eyes were wide and unfocused, and he wore a vacant expression. "I thought for sure you'd have jumped in. What's gotten into you?" Her eyes flick up a bit, and seeing Tamanegi still engaged, she calls out, "How about you, Onion? What habitat do you think we are in?" "Ah man." Rika's eyebrows pinched together, and her lips pressed into a thin line. She kicks at a rock in the path. It ricochets off a nearby tree before vanishing in the foliage. Walking beside the young girl, Chabo's head throbs as the thumping he had heard since arriving at the island increases with each step. The air vibrates with each thump that reverberates through his skull. Had he bothered to look down, he would have seen the hairs along his arms standing tall. Through the cacophony of noise, he could faintly make out voices around him as the small class discussed Nezuko's question. "Why won't it go away? How is it getting worse? And why do I feel like..." Even his thoughts were drowned out as the thumping increased in tempo and intensity. Even the forest they were in began to fade away. The smell of fragrant flowers and the feel of crisp, clean air hardly registered with the young boy. As Nezuko's attention shifted to him, Tamanegi swelled with pride. "It's my time to shine," chest puffing out, and he proclaims louder than he intended, "A forest." His voice booms through the forest, reverberating against the trees and returning in an echo back to the group. He feels heat run up his neck as his cheeks burn red with embarrassment. Ninjin elbows Piaman in the side, and the pair snickers. Not daring to lift their heads, they cannot contain their mirth at Tamanegi's embarrassment. On an abandoned beach on Little Garden, a massive creature with spikes protruding from either side of its thick shell saunters toward Kobe. The air cracks as its long tail snaps back and forth with each lumbering step. "A dinosaur, eh?" Kobe casually watches as the creature makes its way toward him. The club rests casually on his shoulder. His face relaxed, and he weighed his options. "Edmontonia. It's not a particularly large dinosaur, but it's got plenty of meat. It isn't as lean as some of the carnivores on the island." "Well, I guess you'll have to do, big guy." Tightening his grip on the weapon, he twists his body clockwise. The muscles in his arm tense as he prepares to strike the beast. Deep in the woods of Little Garden, a roar echoes through the trees as a massive dinosaur attempts to intimidate its prey. Its eyes are blood red, and its mouth is filled with rows of teeth taller than most men. With a cigarette resting between his lips and hands buried deep in his pockets, Sanji stares at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. A trail of white smoke drifts away from the chef, leaving an acrid and harsh odor. Sure, there might as well be one of these things on this damn island. The edge of his lips curls upward into a smirk. His voice is calm but commanding. Are we doing this or what? Somewhere else in the woods of Little Garden. Here, kitty kitty, calls out Hatchin while slapping his legs with his two lower arms. In front of him stood a saber-toothed tiger that looked more confused than anything else. The fishman's four upper arms each held the handle of one of his massive blades. Chains hanging from the ends of the hilts jingle as a cool breeze gently rustles them. Lowering its hind legs, the tiger's eyes narrow as it prepares to pounce on the overly enthusiastic fishman. Yet another part of the woods on Little Garden. Swinging his morning star through the air, the thick ball slams into the head of a velociraptor. Spikes embed themselves in the creature's skull. Jin yanks the weapon free, flinging blood into the air as the dinosaur falls lifeless to the ground. Around him lie the bodies of half a dozen packmates of the fallen creature. Eyes narrowing, the pirate snaps his teeth, causing the two remaining dinosaurs to flee in fear. The scent of iron-rich blood hung thick in the air. Silence fell as the footsteps of the retreating beasts faded away. Jin carefully sheathed his morning star before studying his fallen foes. Pressing his thumb and index finger against his chin, he ponders the situation. I can only bring one, huh? Guess that means I need to figure out which of these is the biggest. Still another part of the woods of Little Garden. Leaning against a tree, Zoro stands with his arms crossed, casually observing the massive triceratops standing before him. The putrid smell of its breath filled the air, and for a moment, the swordsman was afraid he would gag, but he pushed aside the reflex, determined to remain cool, calm, and collected. His eyes meet the golden orbs of the creature as it lowers itund, preparing to smash him against the tree. A cruel smile plays across his lips, and he says in a dark tone, "Ever heard of a toothbrush?" The dinosaur roars in response. Kicking a massive foot against the dirt, it begins to charge. On the deck of the Going Shopping, having resumed lounging in their chairs on the deck of the massive ship, Yosaku snores loudly as Johnny flips through the notebook he had received from the mysterious monkey's paw earlier that day. Stupid monkey's paw. Johnny grumbles as he tries to read through the instructions page for the 12th time in a row, words swimming before his eyes. No matter how long he stared, he couldn't make sense of the instructions. Exasperated, he tosses the book onto the ground and stretches out on the chair. In an exasperated tone he continues, "I'll just make little bro Onion tell me how the damn thing works." The silence around the pair was broken only by the lapping of water against the ship's hull. As the warm air bathed his skin, Johnny was beginning to drift off when he heard an unfamiliar scraping noise on the deck. Unwilling to give up on his relaxation, he calls out in a sleepy voice, "That you, Yosaku?" "Not Yosaku." The reply came from an unfamiliar voice. It is quickly followed by a chorus of laughter and the cracking of knuckles. Eyes springing open, Johnny leaps to his feet. The fog in his mind dissipates, and he quickly realizes they are surrounded by almost 50 pirates wearing clown makeup and wielding various weapons. His eyes frantically dart to Yosaku, still peacefully sleeping on his chair. For a moment, his voice catches in his throat before he screams, "We're under attack." Attack? Nah, he's probably just bored. Rolling over in his chair, Yosaku mumbled, "Just 5 more minutes." The pirates, their faces contorted into grotesque smiles, surge forward, their weapons glinting in the sunlight. In the woods on Little Garden, the sound of leaves crunching underfoot precedes the small quartet as they traverse the densely packed woods. At the front of the pack, Gregory's eyes dart from side to side, looking for anything out of place. Spotting a strange mark on a tree, he raises his right hand, fingers spread wide, signaling the others to stop. Fascinating. Following behind the redhead, Fiona immediately reacts. Planting her feet firmly on the ground, her large body comes to an immediate stop. With a dreamlike expression, she flutters her eyes at the man who had quickly become her romantic obsession, even though he neither recognized nor acknowledged her crush. Ever observant of her surroundings, Nami's focus is drawn to the pair of former assassins as they halt their movements, and she reacts quickly, coming to a stop several feet behind the pair. Staring through the viewfinder of his camera, Jimmy spots a squirrel running up a nearby tree. "What a cutie. Not wanting to waste the opportunity, he presses the shutter button. In a loud voice, he cries out, "Fire!" A bright flash emanates from the top of the device, followed by a click as the shutter opens briefly before snapping shut. His only indicator that the others have stopped occurs when he slams into Nami's back, sending his camera tumbling to the ground and throwing the orange-haired navigator into Fiona's solid frame. With a grunt, Fiona looks over her shoulder. Eyebrows pinching together, she barks, "Watch it." "What the hell, Jimmy?" shouts Nami as she pushes off Fiona's back and spins on her heel toward the photographer, who is on his knees, carefully inspecting his camera for damage. Seeing the obvious distress in the man's shaky and tear-filled eyes, she feels her shoulders relax and lets out a slow breath. I guess I can't fault him for his dedication to the craft. If it weren't for his single-minded focus, her thoughts drift off as she sees a piece of black rubber firmly in place over the shutter. Face slowly turning crimson, she grinds her teeth in frustration before shouting, "Jimmy, you left the lens cap on again." Tuning out the shouting behind him, Gregory cautiously approaches the tree. Placing his fingertips against the rough bark, he carefully examines the engraving that had caught his attention. It looks old, older than the age of pirates. But how did it survive for so long out here? Natural growth should have covered this up ages ago. Glancing down, he sees a metallic dart peeking out from a layer of leaves near the roots. Strange. Bending down, he grabs the handle of the dart and carefully pulls it free. The weapon is covered in layers of rust, but the tip appears clean, having been preserved within the tree. Perhaps this was halting the tree's growth. But why would somebody go through the effort of protecting something so mundane? He slides the dart back into place, not wanting to disturb the environment more than he already had before rising to his feet to resume his inspection of the engraving. It was crudely drawn, but he could make out several stick figures holding hands while entering a cave. Beneath the cave entrance were what appeared to be several buildings. The truly odd thing was that there were no details in the drawing. It almost looks like a kid drew this. But what would a child be doing out here alone? This island is crawling with threats. The shouting behind was dying down, and he turned to face the others. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he excitedly yells, "You guys should come see this." Huh? Releasing her grip on Jimmy's shoulders, Nami allows the photographer, whom she had been violently shaking, to drop to the ground. Walking over to Gregory, she glances around his thin frame to the carving behind him. Brows pinching together in curiosity, she tilts her head to the side. With a curious tone, she inquires, "Other than us and Buggy's crew, I thought this island was abandoned. Who made this?" Oh my. Heavy footsteps follow the navigator as Fiona heads to the tree. Her eyes continually dart between the red-headed man and the drawing as she tries to show interest in the discovery. "He looks so cute. I can't believe he is letting me see this, whatever it is, that he discovered. Hey, Jimmy. Would you mind taking a picture of this for us? I bet the others would love to see it." Nami calls out surprisingly warmly, not bothering to look back at the photographer. Hands in the dirt, Jimmy rolls his eyes as he carefully pushes himself to his feet. Ungrateful brat. Straightening to his full height, he brushes the dirt from his shirt and trousers before making his way cautiously toward the others. On the way, he casually removes the lens cap from his camera and stashes it into his pocket. Not making that mistake twice this trip. As he gets close, his face splits into a manufactured smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. He replies in a warm tone, "Of course." Raising the camera, he quickly peers through the viewfinder before clicking the shutter button. Another flash of light precedes the click of the shutter. He yells his trademark, "Fire." As the flash of the camera lights up the tree, Fiona notices a strange mark near the cave entrance. Stabbing her finger against the bark in excitement, she exclaims, "Look, it's waves." Unfortunately, her finger pierces the bark, causing it to crumble and destroying the symbol she had noticed. Oh no. Eyes growing wide, she glances at Gregory as he slaps his head in exasperation. No, I ruined it." "It's fine." Gregory replied in a tone indicating he didn't fully agree with the words. Holding his hand toward Jimmy, he asks, "Do you mind letting me look at your picture?" "Sure." Handing over the camera, Jimmy waits patiently as the redhead scrolls through the mostly blank pictures before finally landing on the photo of the engraving. His eyes dart to the camera. Nerves start kicking in as he watches the man fumble with the camera settings. Please don't. On the section Fiona had pointed out, Gregory raises his right eyebrow and mutters, "Interesting." The others huddle around him to get a better view of what appears to be a river leading to the cave. He hands the camera back to the photographer. Meeting Nami's eyes, he asks, "Do you think it's still here? It may not be the stroll through the forest we first set out on, but I think it might be worth looking for whatever." He gestures absent-mindedly at the carving. "This is." Nodding her head, Nami smiles back. She responds in a warm tone, "I agree. Besides, I think our captain might lose his mind if we told him we found evidence of a cool underground civilization and didn't bother to look for it." That settles it. Gregory gives the tree one last look. He hesitates, feeling as though something is missing, before shrugging his shoulders and making his way into the thick of the forest. He calls out, "We're going on an adventure." As the group walks away from the tree, more of the bark crumbles unseen by the group, revealing etchings on the wood of more buildings engulfed in flames. Elsewhere in the woods on Little Garden, "Get back here, Roly Bug," calls out Luffy. A wide grin on his face, he roars with laughter, "She she 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 she." Passing trees and other foliage, he races after the massive bugs. The wind whips against his face, threatening to yank the precious straw hat from his head. Thundering footsteps collide with the dirt as Igaram sprints after the young man. His voice booms out, "Captain, slow down," eyes wide and frantic. He attempts to get Luffy's attention as chaotic thoughts race through his mind. "We are going to get lost out here, please. We had to go back." Ignoring the older man's plea, Luffy continues forward, crashing through bushes and narrowly avoiding trees as he attempts to capture the bugs. In his excitement, he fails to notice a shift in the environment. The light dimmed. The vibrant greens of the foliage turned to a muted, ominous gray as a dark shadow stretched across the ground. As the forest is engulfed in shadow, Igaram slowly looks up to see a massive figure blotting out the sun. His eyes bulged in recognition, and he sputtered, "See Captain. Slow down." Pace slowing as they approach the threat. He lets out his trademark, "Mi." There is a slight hitch in Luffy's voice as he suddenly feels a sense of unease. The air rushed out of Luffy's lungs as he slammed headfirst into a massive leather boot, the impact jarring him to his core. The scent of damp earth and something ancient and musky filled his nostrils as he stared up at the imposing figure towering above him. What appears to be a man's face splits into a grin before his mouth opens wide and a deafening noise echoes through the forest. "Gia-ga-ga-ga," in the woods on Little Garden. "Gia-ga-ga-ga." The laughter continued to boom, each syllable a concussive wave that sent leaves spiraling from the canopy above. It was a sound that dwarfed the thunder of the storm, a primal cry that seemed to shake the very foundations of Little Garden. Luffy, his feet planted against the giant's boot, stared upwards, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and exhilaration. Stopping in their tracks, the bugs quickly shrank before scurrying into a nearby hole, trying to avoid attracting the giant's attention. Igaram, spotting the retreating insects, sets his sights on them. The captain is more than capable of handling this threat. "I'd probably just get in the way," he reasoned while creeping carefully toward the Titan Roller's temporary shelter. "I might as well make use of my time. These Titan Rollers are so focused on the giant, they probably won't even notice me." Mouth splitting into a wide grin, Luffy's own laughter mixes with the giant's. She. Their laughter blended, forming a sort of song that vibrated and bounced off the nearby trees. The giant's laughter subsides. As the noise fades away, peace rolls across the forest. Stooping down so that his face is near the ground, the giant asks in a deep and slow voice, "I am Dory, Elbaf's strongest warrior. Who are you, little human?" His laughter fading away, Luffy meets the giant's massive eyes. "So this is a giant? They aren't so scary?" Maintaining his trademark grin, Luffy exclaims, "I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm going to be king of the pirates." "King of the pirates?" A grin spreading across his lips, Dory sizes up the small pirate for a moment before continuing, "You are much too small to be a king. How could a scrawny runt like you hope to achieve such a lofty position?" "Hey," shouts Luffy, still smiling despite the ribbing by the massive giant. He continued, "I'm not too small to be a threat." Pulling back his sleeves, he He showed off his muscles before returning his gaze to meet Dory's. Suddenly, he feels a rumbling in his stomach. I can't even remember the last time I ate, grabbing his stomach in pain. He whimpers before again looking up at the giant. Need food. Might die. He dramatically falls to the ground, tongue hanging out of the side of his mouth and eyes closed. Chuckling to himself as he tightens the lid on a glass container filled with the Titan rollers, Igaram calls out, "Quit with the theatrics, Captain. I just saw you eat your body weight in carnival food a couple of hours ago. So hungry." Luffy groans before rolling onto his back. Tears fill the corners of his eyes, making them shimmer as he weakly begs the giant for help. Need meat. Gia ga ga ga, again, roaring with laughter, Dory slowly rises to his feet. A moment later, his massive hand scoops Luffy and Igaram from the ground. As he begins walking through the forest, trees buckle and bend around him, clinging desperately to the soil as the giant passes by. Glancing down at the pirates in his hand, his loud voice again booms out, "Lucky for you, I just finished making dinner." "Yay!" Luffy replies in a defeated voice. He raises his fist into the air before allowing it to drop to his side in apparent exhaustion. Near the shore on Little Garden, unaware of the events across the island, Mary stares down a family of beavers huddled around the wood he had painstakingly chopped down. Electricity crackles as Mary's iron knuckles glow bright blue. Sparks fly between strands of his hair, the electrical energy flowing through his body. "Damn these creatures," fists clenched tightly around the weapons, he yells, "Get away from there, I need that wood to fix our ships." The beavers look at one another before two larger members step forward. Their tails slap against the ground, shaking the earth with each collision and kicking a cloud of dirt into the air. Lips pull back, exposing incisors the size of Mary's torso as they lower toward the ground and prepare to charge. When the creatures launch toward him, Mary rolls to the right and slams his electrically charged weapon into the nearest creature's midsection. The smell of burning flesh instantly hits his nose as the marsupial is launched away and into a nearby tree, where it falls to the ground, unconscious. The thump of the other beaver's tails excitedly slapping against the ground catches his attention, and he turns in time to see the second of his assailants flying through the air toward him. Thinking quickly, he leaps backward. The beaver slams into the dirt in front of him moments before his left fist connects with its head, sending a bolt of electricity through its massive body. It slides across the dirt, leaving a deep trail in its wake. The drumming of the tails stops, and Mary turns in time to see the remaining rodents bounding into the woods, several carrying logs in their massive mouths. Shaking his head, he unclenches his fists. Despite the setback, I still have a decent-sized pile, and as long as they don't return, I should be able to gather what I need to start repairing the ships. Assessing the wood, he let out a loud sigh. He mumbled to himself, "I wish Pepper were here. What terrible timing for a field trip." In the woods on Little Garden, back stiffening, Piemon scans the surrounding fauna. Not listening to Nijiko, who was droning on about a bug she had seen on the island, he glances at Ninjin, who also appears bored. "I could have sworn somebody said my name." Shrugging his shoulders, he continues forward. Is a type of mosquito that prefers cooler climates. Hopefully, the one that bit me isn't a carrier for anything, but it's important to be careful out here and to slap them away as soon as they land. As Nijiko continues explaining the situation, another of the flying insects lands on the back of her neck. Feeling the pinch on her skin, she swats it away, but not before the bug drinks a few drops. At least this variety is less numerous than the ones on the beach. All the same, I wish I'd put on bug spray before leaving the ship. Spotting a strange mushroom on the ground, her lips curl into a smile. She lets out a shrill whistle before calling out, "Come here, kids." The children swarm around her. Rika held Chabo's hand, leading him to the group, something that Kaya had insisted on after seeing how dazed he looked. Nijiko points out the white spots on the large red mushroom. Vision clearing for a moment, Chabo sees the mushroom on the ground. Huh. Amanita muscaria. It's beautiful in person but not safe to consume. He was about to speak up when the humming in his brain resumed, followed by a high-pitched whine in his ear. He felt more than heard the rhythmic thumping in his chest as his vision began to shake before again blurring. Dark rings had formed around his eyes as the unexplained sensations continued to chip away at his sanity. "I'm gonna eat it," yells Ninjin, his hand thrusting toward the fungus. Catching the boy's wrist before it can reach its target, Nijiko gives him a threatening look while shaking her head back and forth. You have no idea what that mushroom is. For all you know, it could be poisonous. Glancing at Chabo, who still appears lost in his head, her heart sinks. Come on, Chabo. Snap out of it. This is your moment to shine. Lips tightening, she gently releases the boy's wrist and stands up carefully. In a commanding tone, she informs the children, in fact, I happen to know that it is poisonous. That mushroom is the fly agaric, and it is known for its hallucinogenic properties. If you were to eat it, you wouldn't know which way was up. Carrot. Hey, sounds fun, huh, guys? Ninjin snickers to Piemon and Tamanegi as he again reaches for the plant. His hand is slapped away by Kaya, who promptly grabs him by the collar and hauls him to his feet. None of that, young man. It's bad enough that we keep catching P. I can't imagine what your mother would say if she knew you were trying to get high. Kaya's tone is firm and direct, a break from the calm and gentle tone she typically uses with the children. This is my fault. I was just trying to get through to Chabo, but I forgot to consider how impulsive these boys are. Clicking her tongue against the roof of her mouth, Nijiko glances around. Her pupils dilate as she sees something interesting hidden within the foliage. What on earth? The question trails off as she takes a step forward. Not bothering to look back, her voice slightly concerned, she calls out, boys, come check this out. She's trying to distract us from this cool mushroom. Just ignore her. Ninjin mumbles under his breath. Piemon nods in agreement, and the pair turns back toward the fungi. Tamanegi, less convinced, takes a few hesitant steps after their teacher. In an instant, Rika is at his side, leaving Chabo crunched down next to the mushroom in a daze. Guys, voice shaky, Tamanegi continues walking closer and placing his hand against a vine, gently pushing it out of the way, revealing the entrance to a cavern. You should come see this. A cool breeze emanates from the entrance of the cave, chilling the boy's skin and filling his nostrils with the scent of decay. A dripping noise can be heard deep inside. Chow Chow, who had been relatively quiet until this point, let out a loud bark. Bark, me first. Racing to Nijiko's side, the dog races into the cave, followed closely by Tamanegi. Yeah. In a dismissive tone, Ninjin waves his hand in a shooing motion at his friend. He continues, just because you want to be a teacher's pet doesn't mean. His words are interrupted as Piemon's elbow connects with his side. Gritting his teeth, he glares at his friend. His words are sharp. What in the hell was that for? Seeing the boy pointing at the cave, he follows his finger. The boy's eyes grow wide. Holy shit. Thoughts of the mushroom vanish as he sprints toward the entrance. Piemon and Kaya quickly follow, leaving Chabo alone, still hunched over the mushroom, seemingly unaware of his surroundings. Elsewhere in the woods on Little Garden, having hitched the barrel of alcohol to Kuru, the poor bird struggles to pull the load, unassisted by the others. It lets out a pathetic, caw, please help. The others ignore the bird's desperate plea, lost in the story being woven by Usopp. With a loud voice, he proclaims, that's how I defeated the giants. All it took was a cask full of whiskey to subdue them. We all know you'd shit yourself if you were anywhere near a situation that dangerous. Rolling his eyes, Taipan asks, but why did it have to be alcohol? Is there nothing else that giants like to drink? Maybe lemonade? Or some type of fancy juice? Glancing back at the barrel, his eyes skip over the exhausted bird as he looks longingly at the container behind it. I still can't believe Carrot agreed to this. Our booze is sacred. We can't just give it away. I'm glad you asked. Beaming with pride, Usopp is about to answer when he hears a rustling in the trees. Impatient with the delay, Taipan looks back at Usopp. Well, aren't you going to tell us? Placing his finger against his lips, Usopp points his other hand at the trees. The others follow his direction and see what appears to be a gigantic human trying and failing to hide behind the trees. His Viking helmet peeked over the top, and his crouched torso was easy to spot through the leaves. They could see a pair of massive hands covering its face, and between the fingers, a pair of beady eyes peeking at them. Oh wow! It is a giant. Wait, it is a giant? Fear grips Usopp's heart, and he swallows hard before shooting a glance at Taipan and Vivi, who both appear quite relaxed given the circumstances. Come on. I can't be the only one who is afraid. Clearing his throat, he says in the bravest tone he can muster, "We can see you, come on out. There's no use hiding." As the words sprang forth from his lips, he began to feel braver. Placing his hands on his hips, he bellows, "The great Captain Usopp fears no giant." In reaction to his words, the giant rises to his full height. Head high above the trees, he smiles down at the pirates before bursting into laughter. Kabababababa. The noise echoed across the forest. As soon as it had come, the laughter ended, and the giant replied, "I was not hiding, simply enjoying the scenery." Placing a hand over his eyes, the giant pretends to scan the forest before stretching a titanic arm forward and pointing at something in the distance. "Look over there, it's a tree." He's as ridiculous as Usopp. Her lips pinched together. Vivi tried in vain to fight the laughter that was bubbling up inside of her. Losing the internal battle, she chortles, "Foo foo 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 foo." Unnoticed by the group, a trio of tribesmen approaches from behind, equipped with a strange device, along with some peculiar instructions. They get to work attaching it to the barrel while the pirates are distracted by the giant. "I like this guy." A smile spreading across his face, Usopp calls out to the giant, "I have told you my name, now you tell me yours." It felt reckless and dangerous to be so casual with such a legendary figure. But Usopp was resolved to hold tightly to his bravery with all of his might. "Me?" Pulling back his arm and pointing at his chest. The giant feigns a confused expression before his face again splits into a smile. "Why, I am Brogy, Elbaf's strongest warrior." Raising his eyebrows, he continues, "Are you the brave warriors who did battle in that strange-sounding circle with the red and white triangles?" "Circle? Triangles?" Realization dawns on Usopp, and he smiles back. "You must be referring to High Top Carnival. That was, of course, me and my brave crew." "Foo foo 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 foo." Still shaking with laughter, Vivi rested her hand on Usopp's shoulder. "I can't imagine he will be convinced that you are our captain, but I appreciate that you are sticking to your story. I guess Usopp is going to get his way. I can't believe we had to give away so much of our alcohol." Glancing back one last time at the barrel. The click, a sharp, metallic sound, echoed in Taipan's ears, followed by an unnatural rustling in the surrounding foliage. His eyes narrowed, scanning the trees, a sense of unease settling over him. "Must be my nerves. I feel like I'm already going through withdrawals," he mutters to himself before shifting his focus back to the giant. "Ah, mighty warrior. So it was you after all." Brogy's eyes moved past Usopp toward the barrel. Seeing it, he licks his lips. "And you have brought me a gift." Reaching forward, he carefully plucks the barrel from the ground. Suspended in the air, Karoo tries running in place before eventually giving up and hanging limply from the barrel. Frustrated but defeated, the bird sulks as the giant carefully rests the container in his hand. Such a fine gift it is. Reaching for the ground, Brogy carefully scoops up the other three in his free hand. With a broad smile, he continues, "We must celebrate. I will cook a delicious meal, and we can share tales of our adventures." Taipan and Vivi roll their eyes at Usopp, who is beaming with joy at the idea of yet another willing listener to his outlandish stories. Inside the cave on Little Garden, wrapping her arms around her torso, Nezuko shivered as the stale air sent a chill down her spine. "This is what always happens when I dress for the beach." Glancing at Kaya, she feels a pang of envy at the blonde-haired woman's warm robe. An excited shout from further in the cave calls her attention, and she calls out, "What's going on, kids? Come quickly, Miss Nezuko. It's amazing," Rika calls out in reply. Her words echo against the cave's stone walls, errating her message. The darkness deepened with each step, the faint light from the entrance fading into a distant memory. The dripping water echoed through the cavern, each drop a chilling reminder of the isolation. Each cautious step filled them with unease as the slick ground threatened to send them tumbling to the floor. Taking a deep breath, Kaya turns to Nezuko. "I suppose we should try to catch up, right?" Her words didn't carry much conviction, and she studied her friend's face for a reaction. "Right." Stealing her resolve, Nezuko began walking slightly faster into the cavern. The pair bravely makes their way further inside. After what feels like hours, but was likely only minutes, the cavern opens into a much larger room. A small hole in the ceiling lets in light, illuminating what appears to be a large treasure chest. Gasping, Kaya rushed over to the container and threw open the lid. Gold coins, their surfaces etched with strange symbols, glittered alongside necklaces of shimmering jewels and ornate artifacts crafted from unknown metals. Maps, yellowed by time, lay nestled amongst the treasure. Placing a hand over her mouth, she feels tears stinging her eyes as she looks down at the mountain of treasure. It's everything I've ever wanted, and Nami will love these maps. Something tugged at her chest. A feeling that she had forgotten something. Chabo. I hope you don't feel like we abandoned you. I promise we'll be there soon. Bark. So much, bark. Treasure. Chow Chow barks excitedly before leaping onto the pile of gold, sending coins scattering to the ground. The children begin dancing and singing. Tears of joy stream down Kaya's cheeks. Turning to Najiko, she asks, "Think we can keep it?" "I don't see why not, we are pirates, after all." Smiling at the blonde, Najiko made her way over to the treasure chest. Taking hold of one of the handles, she grunts while trying to lift it. Giving up, she gave Kaya an apologetic look, that is, if we can manage to lift it. Biting her lip, Kaya thought through the problem. If we can't carry it out, then we'll lose all of it. It's better to get some than to get none, and if we have more time, we can always come back for more. Glancing at the kids, she sees their backpacks filled with sticks and rocks they had found during the field trip, and an idea begins to formulate. "Hey, kids. I know you all have a lot of amazing treasures in those backpacks. But would you mind?" Before the words have fully escaped her lips, the sound of zippers, followed by clattering, fills the air. Her lips curl into a smile. Such good kids. A short time later, the group makes its way toward the exit. The children, carrying backpacks loaded with treasure, lag as Kaya and Najiko lead the way. Chow Chow scampers between their legs, excited to participate in any way he can. As they approach the exit, Chow Chow races forward, bursting into the light. Tongue hanging from his mouth, he takes a deep breath of the fresh air before letting out an excited howl. "Hwoo! We did it!" Back in the cave, the group hears several concerned barks before Chow Chow charges back inside. They were not his usual playful yaps but sharp, desperate cries. Grabbing hold of Kaya's sock, Chow Chow attempts to pull her forward, hoping to speed up her movement. His small body trembled, and his grip on Kaya's sock was almost painful in its intensity. "What is it, boy?" Kaya asks with concern. The dog continues frantically barking and tugging at her sock. Glancing worriedly at Najiko, the women nodded to one another and began running for the cave exit. Launching into the light, they are initially blinded by the sun and instinctively place their hands over their eyes to shield them from the bright rays. Their eyes slowly adjust, pupils contracting to restrict the light allowed in. Cautiously, the pair scans the area for whatever threat might have triggered the dog's frantic behavior. It takes a moment for Najiko to process that the threat wasn't what was there but what wasn't. Lips trembling, she splutters, "Where I is?" Tears stream down her face as a scream rips from her throat. Chabo, eyes red and tears still running down either cheek. She looks at Kaya. "Take the kids to the boat. I'm going to find him." Not waiting for a reply, she sprinted into the thick forest, the tall trees quickly obscuring her from view. Kaya's eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat. She nodded and began to herd the other children toward the path leading to the shore. The mushroom sat untouched, and beside it rested Chabo's discarded backpack, its contents spilled onto the dirt in the woods on Little Garden. Trees blurred together before vanishing on either side as he sped through the forest. Animals lunged out of the way, bushes seemed to move as if by an unseen force, appearing briefly before fading away from sight. His breath was hot and ragged, gasps of air filling his lungs just long enough to sustain his small frame until the next inhale. His ears rang louder than any noise he thought imaginable. The thumping in his skull now was as frequent as the beating of his heart. Somehow, his body knew the way, legs pumping seemingly of their own accord, pulling him closer to his destination. Chabo tore across the island like a tornado. "Where am I going? Why am I going there? What is happening? I can't stop." Thoughts raced through his mind, adding to the chaos swelling inside. An explosion elsewhere on the island shakes the ground beneath his feet. He continues to run, undeterred by the noise. On the deck of the going shopping, wrists bound together and gags shoved firmly into their mouths, Johnny and Yosaku watch in wide-eyed fascination as the volcano at the center of the island erupts, sending ash and smoke billowing into the air. The waves, made choppy by the shaking island, slap against the ship, causing it to rock back and forth. The smell of sulfur filled the air. "What do you think you're looking at?" asks Axe Hand Morgan with a sneer. Raising his boot, he slams it into Johnny's side. Their heads collide as Johnny is kicked into Yosaku, knocking them both unconscious. Laughter spews from the disgraced marine's lips. Bahahahaha. Behind him, the other pirates continue milling about the deck, preparing to ambush the rest of the Straw Hat crew. In the woods on Little Garden, "No mine's bigger, Mosshead," shouts Sanji as he points at the massive dinosaur that he had dragged through the forest. "Not a chance, curly brows," replied Zoro, stabbing a finger at the dinosaur he had retrieved. "Mine is twice the size of yours." Hands covering their faces, Jin and Kobe try hard to control their laughter at the pair's ridiculous display of bravado. Pacing back and forth, having abandoned his saber-toothed cat upon seeing the pair of massive dinosaurs, Hatchin studies the two creatures, trying to determine which is larger. Cupping his chin, he mumbles as his middle arms stretch to either side, measuring the head of Sanji's Tyrannosaurus Rex. The argument is interrupted by a massive explosion. They freeze, their attention drawn to the center of the island, where plumes of smoke rise into the sky. Ash fills the air, bringing with it the unpleasant aroma of sulfur. Brogy's campsite on Little Garden as the volcano erupts. Brogy looks up from his meal. A piece of meat falls from his lips, dropping to the ground below with a thud. And it was about that time that, eyebrows furrowing, Usopp notices that his new friend is no longer focused on the story. Ending the tale early, he asks in a curious tone, "What's on your mind, Brogy?" Rising to his feet, the giant grabs his massive axe and swings it over his shoulder. Still staring at the volcano spewing plumes of thick gray smoke, he replies somberly, "It's time." Grabbing hold of the barrel filled with alcohol, he carefully tucks it into his coat pocket. "Time for what?" Usopp asks, panic spreading across his face as he hurries after the giant who has begun marching toward the still erupting volcano. Behind him, Vivi rides on Karu's back while Taipan brings up the rear. Dory's campsite on Little Garden as the volcano erupts. Dory grins at his new friends. It is time. He calmly rises to his feet and draws his massive sword. "Time fwa," Luffy mumbled, bits of food spraying slightly as he spoke. Swallowing hard, he rises to his feet, followed closely by a worried Igaram. "What time is it?" he asked, confused and a little frustrated at having his meal interrupted. "You'll see," replied Dory, grin still plastered on his face. He begins walking toward the volcano, which oozes lava from its tip. In the woods on Little Garden, startled by the explosion, Kaya places her arms protectively in front of the children, who cower behind her in fear. Their eyes remain fixed on the volcano, which gurgles as it spews a trail of molten lava down its exterior. "We should probably keep heading to the ship," Kaya stammers in an unconvincing tone. Her body doesn't react, frozen in place as she stares at the erupting volcano in horror and fascination. On the shore of Little Garden, not bothering to look up from his woodpile, Mary hears but ignores the erupting volcano. "After dealing with those damn beavers, I can't waste any more time. Whatever that was can wait until the ships are fixed." In the woods on Little Garden, walking along a small stream they had found, the small group led by Gregory glanced up in time to see the volcano erupting far in the distance. It takes a moment for the noise to reach their ears. Raising his camera to his face, Jimmy finds the volcano in his viewfinder and presses the shutter button. A bright flash and a loud click emanate from the device as he yells, "Fire!" "Do you have to shout that every time?" Nami asks, annoyance clear in her tone. Not wanting to get in the middle of an argument between the pair, Gregory suggests, "Let's keep moving. I think we are getting close." Having encountered more strangely marked trees in the area, they were fairly certain that this river was near the entrance to the underground city. Continuing forward, they notice loud footsteps and heavy breathing approaching their position. Grabbing their weapons, Fiona, Gregory, and Nami prepare for battle as the movement gets closer. Suddenly, Nijiko bursts through the line of trees, a look of panic on her face. Spotting her sister, she yells, "Nami!" Racing forward, The blue-haired woman throws her arms around Nami's waist, hugging her tightly as tears stream down her cheeks. Nijiko, confused and slightly crushed by her sister's tight hug, Nami attempts to squirm away from the older girl. Finally breaking free, she steps back, her foot splashing in the water. Eyes wide in surprise, Nami asks, "What are you doing here? Where are the kids?" Tears bristle at the edge of Nijiko's eyes, and she chokes back a sob. Recovering enough to reply, she answers slowly, "Kaya is taking them back to the ship." But, a tear ran down her cheek, and she bit her lip. She choked out, "Nami-I." Another tear follows the first, blazing a trail on the opposite side before she continues, "Lost Chabo." There, pulling her foot free from the icy cold river, Nami steps forward and gently hugs her sister. Patting her shoulder, her voice low and soothing, she offers words of comfort, "We'll find him, I promise. Just stick with us, isn't that right?" "I thought we were going to the underground," Jimmy begins before Fiona elbows him in the ribs. "If Nami doesn't kill him, I might have to." After shooting Jimmy a dirty look, Gregory replies calmly, "Of course we will. For now, I think our best course of action is to continue on our path. The more we move, the more chances we give ourselves of crossing paths with him." A sly smile spreads across his lips. "Or we'll get distracted by the underground city. Either way, at least we'll be doing something." As the group presses forward, they find themselves in a small clearing. A large rock wall looms before them, its texture jagged and rough. Tilting her head to the side, Fiona asks in confusion, "Do you think this is it? There didn't appear to be an entrance anywhere on the wall." Before the others can reply, they hear footsteps heading toward their location again. These are much lighter than Nijiko's, and the group turns to face the woods as a small boy bursts into the open. "Chabo!" cries out Nijiko, racing over into her arms. Hugging him tightly, she kisses his cheeks and forehead as relief floods her body. "I had to get there, I don't know why, but I had to. It's there, something is there." Attempting to struggle free of Nijiko's grasp, Chabo stretches his hand toward the rock wall. He tries to form words, but the thumping in his head prevents them from escaping his small mouth. Giving up, he buries his head in Nijiko's chest and begins to sob. Poor boy, he's probably exhausted. Letting out a breath she hadn't realized she had been holding in, Nijiko turned back to her sister and the others. A smile spreads across her face as she calls out, "I think it's time I got this little one back to the ship." Hearing the boy sniffle as more tears soak her shirt, she smiles and gives the others a half wave before turning around and heading for the beach. Peeking over her shoulder at the wall, Chabo stretches his hand toward it one last time before allowing his arm to flop helplessly to his side. As her sister and the boy disappear through the trees, Nami says in a quiet voice, "I don't think that's what he wants." Gregory's voice is calm and steady. "I agree, but for now, there isn't much we can do about it." The others nod in agreement. Shifting his focus back to the rock wall, he walks across the clearing, followed closely by the others. "How do you think we get?" The words die on Nami's lips as a gap appears in the wall. "How in the world?" Each step closer, the entrance becomes more apparent, an optical illusion created by the natural weathering of the stony surface. Hiding in plain sight. "Wow!" Fiona's voice is filled with awe as she follows after Gregory. Her attention, for once, was pulled away from the redhead toward the miraculous sight. "How incredible!" Glancing down at his camera to ensure the lens cap is not in place, Jimmy brings the device to his face and glances through the viewfinder. Twisting a dial on the side, he pulls back the focus, opting for a wide frame shot. Fire! The machine emits a bright flash of light followed by a click as the shutter rapidly opens and closes, capturing the image. Still leading the group, Gregory peers through the entrance. It's so dark inside, can hardly tell what's in there. Not bothering to glance behind him, he asks, "Should we go inside?" Peering into the darkness, his eyes struggled to adjust. He could make out faint, uneven surfaces and a sense of a decline, as if the passage sloped downwards. "I don't know." A shiver runs up Nami's spine, and she instinctively hugs her torso. "Where's Usopp when you need him? At least when he's around, I can rely on him to say the cowardly thing." Swallowing hard, she glances at Fiona. "What do you think?" Hoping that she would make the sensible decision. Her hopes are immediately dashed upon seeing the love-struck look on the other woman's face. Damn it, now isn't the time to get soft. Beaming at Gregory, Fiona shouts, I say we go in. The declaration is accompanied by a triumphant raising of her right arm. Great. I'm outnumbered. At least we can do this carefully instead of just barreling in, nodding along with her crewmate. Nami clarifies, we should probably find a way to light our path. Even if it's just a torch, it'll be better than wandering around in the dark. Good thinking, Nami, smiling. Gregory turns to the navigator. His voice is cheerful and curious as he asks, do you have any ideas? Well, I did have one. Nami's gaze drifts to Jimmy, who is staring at his latest picture. A half-smile forms on her lips. She continues, but I don't think everybody will like it. On the deck of the Going Shopping, once a flurry of footsteps and activity, the deck was now deadly silent. The air hung thick with the smell of salt and sulfur, and each creak of the ship's timbers seemed unnaturally loud. The pirates moved with a predatory stillness, their weapons occasionally reflecting a stray beam of light from the shadows. The silence is broken by the squeak of boots against the gangplank. The sound of an argument carries across the air to those lying in wait. A gruff voice, clearly midway into an argument already in progress, can be heard from the deck. Just because yours is taller, doesn't make it bigger, mine had twice as much meat on it. As more boots can be heard stepping onto the wooden structure. Another voice joins the first, just shut up, Moss Head. We've got a damn scale in the kitchen, we'll figure it out there. Yet another voice joins the first two, can we please be done with this argument? It's been almost an hour? Morgan glances at Kuro, who is hidden beside him. His voice just above a whisper, he asks, is that who I think it is? The other man nods slowly, eyes trained on the top of the gangplank, which has begun to rattle as the group approaches the top. Green spiky hair appears, followed quickly by the rest of Zoro. Paying little attention to the deck, the samurai fails to notice Johnny and Yosaku lying unconscious near the splintered mast. With a snarl he shouts, butt out. Jin! This is between me and Curly Brows. Stepping onto the deck, he doesn't notice the pirates lying in wait mere feet away. Following behind the swordsman, Sanji appears. A cloud of smoke obscures his features as he desperately attempts to hold onto his calm with a cigarette. Grimacing at the man's brash words, his harsh rebuke reverberates across the deck, don't talk to him like that. Jin has every right to tell you to shut the hell up. As the pair begins walking toward the kitchen, oblivious to the poorly hidden pirates around them, Jin reaches the top of the gangplank. Eyes darting around the deck, he immediately sees the pirates preparing to ambush them. Hand dropping to his side, he takes hold of the handle of his weighted tonfa. At least a dozen are within striking distance and more spread across the deck. This isn't ideal. His voice is cold and calculating as he calls out to his companions, we have guests. Seriously, stepping around Jin onto the deck, Kobe grabbed his club and swung it over his shoulder. Spotting the threat immediately, his face splits into a grin. Did they not learn their lesson back in the carnival? Bringing up the rear, Hatchin casually scoops Jin off the gangplank before continuing onto the deck and dumping the pirate unceremoniously to his side. Breathing deep, he basks in the familiar odors of their home at sea. Slapping two massive hands together, his voice booms out, I love guests. Bet they are hungry. What do you think we should make for them, Sanji? Rolling his eyes, Sanji removes the cigarette from his mouth and blows a stream of smoke at Zoro, who has at this point drawn his blades. Not those kind of guests, calamari. Pointing the cigarette at Morgan and Kuro, who are still trying desperately to hide behind a barrel, he continues, the kind that needs an ass kicking. Well, Alvida's voice booms across the deck as she rises to her feet. Massive club aimed at the pirates, she shouts, what are you idiots waiting for? Attack. Springing from their hiding positions, the pirates attack. A few jump from behind the cargo, swords drawn, running at Sanji and Zoro. Others rush at Hatchin, Kobe, and Jin. Barrels and crates burst open, revealing even more of the pirates, who quickly join the fray. With quick reflexes, Zoro is the first to react, meeting the charging pirates with his blades. Sending his first two assailants careening to either side, he locks blades with the third for a moment before delivering a series of quick blows to his torso, earning a scream of pain. Left foot rising into the air, he plants his boot on the man's chest and shoves backward, sending him sprawling to the deck. Taking a half-step backward, a cruel smile spreads across his lips as he takes a defensive position. These idiots th us on our home turf. An arrow, fired by one of the opposing pirates, slams into the wall beside him, missing his head by mere inches. His face contorts, teeth clenched, and smile replaced with a sneer as he searches the crowded deck for the perpetrator. In a loud voice he bellows, "Which one of you assholes thought it was a good idea to attack our ship?" Hands sliding into his pockets, Sanji charges forward. He steers clear of Zoro, unwilling to test his crewmates' loyalty in the heat of battle. Staying low, he sweeps the legs of one of the pirates, a heavy-set man wielding a steel club, who drops to the ground. Another of the pirates, a young woman holding two knives, launches herself at him. Chivalry kicks in, and he resists launching an attack, opting to leap over her head and continue toward two men wearing boxing gloves standing behind her. Delivering a roundhouse kick to the stomach of the first, he dodges under a swing from the second before bringing his foot up into the man's chin, launching him into the air. The sound of metal striking metal fills the air as Hatchin draws his swords and meets the oncoming assault. His blades, a blur of movement, deflect the incoming attacks as he roars with laughter. Ha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Mindful that his back is to the gangplank, he pushes forward, taking slow steps as he drives his opponents toward the center of the deck. One of the pirates hurls a handful of sand at the fishman. A gust of wind picked it up and sent it harmlessly away before reaching his face, causing Hatchin to laugh even louder. Beside him, Kobe dodges attacks before striking back with his club, punishing every miss with a brutal assault. Upon hearing the sound of boots on the ship's railing, a noise he had become too accustomed to given their captain's predilection toward danger, he ducks. The pirate who was attempting to leap onto his back soars through the air, crashing into the deck with a thud before moaning in pain. Likewise, Jin expertly holds his position, gliding seamlessly between offense and defense and delivering devastating blows with his weighted tonfa. Grabbing hold of one of the pirates brandishing a gun, he twists clockwise, hurling the man over the railing. Several moments later, there is a loud splash followed by spluttering as he lands in the water. Not having time to enjoy the minor victory, Jin ducks as a battle axe swings over his head before slamming his weapon into the man's side. Arms crossed, Alvida stares in annoyance as the grunts in the crew are dispatched by the more experienced Straw Hat pirates. Rolling her eyes, she huffs, "Why do we even bother with these fools?" In short order, the deck around her is littered with broken crates and groaning pirates. Flanking her stand three imposing men. Don Krieg, his golden armor heavily dented after the fight against Jin that morning, stands with his arms crossed, glaring at his former combat commander. Kuro, eyes cold and calculating, studies the combatants, looking for any signs of weakness as he prepares to engage. A burn mark in the center of his shirt is evidence of his battle against Mary. His hands lay limply at either side, fingers twitching occasionally, the long blades extending from the tips of his gloves clinking together. Axe-hand Morgan, sporting a black eye, glares at Kobe. Teeth grinding, he fights his instinct to charge headfirst into the fray. In the tunnel in Little Garden his face is tight, and worry lines etched across his forehead. Jimmy stares at Nami, who has his camera hanging around her neck. "I can't believe I let you talk me into this." The single bulb, typically used to provide a flash for pictures, is lit up, casting an eerie, yellow glow that illuminates the damp, uneven stone walls. Water trickles down the walls, and the air is thick with the smell of wet earth. He whimpers weakly, "It's not meant to be on for so long." "Oh, hush. Your precious camera will be fine." Nami replies curtly. The wet slap of each footstep brings her further into the cavern. She shivers as the cold air brushes against her exposed arms. Her skin, itchy from the numerous mosquito bites she had received that morning, tingled. Looping a muscular arm around Jimmy's shoulder, Fiona gives him a threatening smile. Her high-pitched and feminine voice sharply contrasts with her words. "Don't even think about trying to take your little toy back, understand?" Swallowing hard, Jimmy nods in understanding. Why is everybody in this crew so scary? Walking beside Nami, Gregory takes in the sights and sounds of the cave. The steady drip of water echoed off the walls, an eerie backdrop to their journey. Various sculptures decayed and crumbled, depicting ancient gods dotted the path. evidence of the ancient civilization's artistic mastery. Vines crawled along the walls, weaving together to form a beautiful natural tapestry. As they press forward, they begin to see strange lights ahead. A bioluminescent glow gradually fills the passage with a calming blue light. Turning off the flash, Nami carefully hands the camera back to Jimmy, who hastily snatches it away and inspects the device for damage. Ignoring the man's antics, Nami and the others continue forward. The light grows stronger with each step as they approach a cliff. Making their way to the edge, the group peers over the side to see a sprawling city far below. Massive towers reaching toward the cavern ceiling dot the cityscape, broken up by clusters of smaller homes. The vines they had seen along the walls extended to the city and wrapped around the structures, seemingly protecting them from unseen enemies. Small flowers along the length of the vines glow blue, the source of the strange light. Most buildings appeared damaged, charred by a fire that had swept through in ancient times. In the center stood a massive castle, its crest no longer recognizable, eroded by time. It's not just a city. Gregory breaks the silence. Feeling as though his heart is in his throat, he struggles to fight back the smile threatening to spread across his face. It's incredible, an entire nation, hidden beneath the earth, forgotten by time. His words come out in a near whisper, it's an entire kingdom. Though the sight was magnificent, an undercurrent of unease pulsed through the group. Before them lay more than just a city, but the silent, sprawling tomb of a long-forgotten civilization on the deck of the Going Shopping. Help me Miss Alvida, calls out a bald man, whose facial makeup runs in streaks down his face. He reaches a hand desperately toward the woman who ignores his plea, her focus locked on the approaching Straw Hat pirates. His fingers tremble in the air before he finally sucks to his injuries and drops limply to the deck. Swinging the massive club over his shoulder, Kobe addresses the masterminds behind the attack. So Alvida, what made you think this would work out any differently than it did back in Buggy's little carnival? His eyes snap to the men flanking either side as he continues. Nothing? What about you, Kuro? Krieg and Morgan are morons, but at least you should have had the sense to know this was a bad idea. Who are you calling a moron? Don Krieg belts out his response, but is silenced by an elbow to the gut from Axe-Hand Morgan. Shut it, moron. Kuro's cold voice calls out. Eyes narrowing, he glares at Kobe. His voice comes in a rough growl. Are you in charge here? I heard you were a washout back on Alvida's crew. The others I get, but what makes you think a shrimp like you could intimidate us? Morgan casts his eyes to the ground, remembering his humiliating defeat at the hands of the pink-haired boy mere hours earlier. The others snicker along with Kuro and tighten the grip on their weapons. Don't worry about him, jackass. Sanji's voice rings out. Cigarette still dangling between his lips, he strides confidently past Kobe, who shoots him an annoyed look, and continues toward Kuro until he is less than a foot from the man. Letting out a stream of gray smoke into the former pirate captain's face, the cigarette drops to the ground, and he casually puts it out with the heel of his boot. I got dibs on you. Hey! Snorts Zoro. A flash of white teeth through his smug grin, he also pushes forward, bumping his shoulder against Kobe as he passes the younger man. Such a show-off. Walking confidently up to Morgan, he stabs his finger at the former Marine. His voice rings out loud across the deck. Don't think I forgot what you tried to do to me back in Shellstown. His eyes dart to Sanji, and he grins. He continues in a snide tone, and I'm not letting you take the spotlight either, curly brows. Jackass. Sanji mutters under his breath before rolling his eyes. This is going to be a cakewalk. Placing a hand on Kobe's shoulder, Jin says in a low voice, I'll handle Krieg. You and Hatchin keep Alvida busy. The younger pirate nods in response, and Jin quickly pats his shoulder before brushing past him and approaching his former captain. With a tight smile, he examines the armor, still littered with dents from their previous skirmish. He raises an eyebrow and asks, Are you in any condition to fight? Of course I am. You insolent cretin, if you hadn't gotten the jump on me back in the carnival I'd have destroyed you without a second thought. Don Krieg roars in response. A flush runs up his neck, and his cheeks burn red as rage courses through the pirate. Not fully taking in the man's words, Jin straps the weighted tonfa to his side and grabs the handle of his morning star. Has he always been this delusional? What did I see in this man? Pulling the weapon free from its holster. He gives it a quick practice swing as he continues toward Krieg. His face splits into a grin, and he continues, "Whatever helps you sleep at night, old man." Eyes fluttering open, Johnny carefully pushes himself into a sitting position as he takes in the scene on the deck. Hell yeah. They made it. He tries to speak, but the gag in his mouth prevents the words from escaping his lips. Nudging Yosaku with his foot, he tries desperately to wake his still slumbering friend. Huh? What's got Johnny bothered? Blinking as his eyes slowly adjust to the light, Yosaku also pushes himself into a sitting position. Facing the rear of the boat, he narrows his eyes, unable to see anything out of the ordinary. The heck is he going on about? Feeling rustling against his back as Johnny attempts to point something out to him, he carefully scoots his butt around until he is facing the same way as his friend. As his eyes lock on Zoro, he breaks out into a wide smile and attempts to shout a word of encouragement, but is muffled by the gag in his mouth. Rage burning in her eyes, which are locked on Kobe, Alvida screams, "What are you idiots waiting for? An invitation? Kill them!" With a scream, she lifts her iron club over her head and charges at the pink-haired pirate. Who died and left her in charge? Don Krieg roars in response before swinging his battle spear at Jin, who nimbly dodges to the side. Blades sliding across one another, Kuro swings both hands at Sanji's chest. The chef leaps backwards, narrowly avoiding the attack. The former pirate captain yells, "It doesn't matter who's in charge, just do it." Not interested in participating in the argument between his crewmates, Morgan swings his axe hand at Zoro, who meets the blow with two of his blades. Kobe and Hatchin exchange a glance. Not wanting to be caught up in Alvida's rampage, and uncertain of their ability to land a meaningful blow, they nod in silent agreement before fleeing to the far end of the deck. Spittle flies from Morgan's mouth as he continually swings his axe hand at Zoro, attempting to land a blow. Letting out a scream of rage, he raises his foot and slams it into the swordsman's chest, pushing his opponent backward and giving him enough space to recover. Eyes wide and face stern, he shouts, "I should have executed you when I had the chance back in Shellstown. I knew a thug like you would eventually turn to piracy." A thug like me? Baring his teeth, Zoro charges forward, swords a whirlwind of motion as he delivers blow after blow to the disgraced former Marine. His words come out in a snarl, "You tortured your branch for years." He slashes Morgan's chest, splitting his shirt and leaving a trail of blood. Made the people of Shellstown live in fear. His blades continue to dance, occasionally deflected by Morgan's axe, but continuing in relentless assault. He screams, "Your entitled brat almost killed Rika." Slamming his foot into Morgan's chest, he sends the man careening backward into several barrels. Good. That is what you need, swordsman. That is the rage that will drive you to be the greatest swordsman of all time. Shut it, Sandai. This isn't about some stupid title. He would have killed her if Luffy and I hadn't stepped in. This is vengeance. Face twisted in rage, eyes wide and panting hard, Zoro stares daggers at Morgan. Pushing off the wreckage of the barrels he had landed in, Morgan locks eyes with Zoro. He couldn't deny the validity of the man's words, but it did nothing to satiate his rage as he shouted back, "How dare you?" He begins walking toward the swordsman, still screaming, "First was a Marine captain. Everything I did was for the people of Shellstown. Who cares if a few eggs had to get cracked along the way? In the pursuit of justice, hard choices have to be made." His pace quickens as he closes the gap between himself and the swordsman, axe aimed at the man's head. Swiping his blades at Sanji, Kuro continues relentlessly pursuing the cook, who continues to easily avoid each blow. Gritting his teeth, he screams, "Why won't you just stay still so I can kill you?" Dipping his head slightly, he dashes forward, hoping to throw the chef off with his change in tactic. A cruel smile plays on the edge of his lips as he attempts an impromptu headbutt. Reacting quickly, Sanji spins to face away from Kuro before leaning forward. He cries out in a loud voice, "Collier!" His hands, no longer buried in his pockets, drop to the ground as his right foot soars upward, slamming into the pirate's throat and flinging him into the air. He con volume, Frit. Righting himself quickly, he prepares to mock his opponent when he spots Kobe and Hatchin being chased by an angry Alvida. "How beautiful!" Heart swelling with warmth, he calls out to them, To be chased by such a beauty. I would give anything to be in your shoes. Scraping his claw blades along the wooden deck, Kuro stops himself from skidding too far from his opponent. Raising his gaze toward the chef, a fire seems to burn behind his eyes. Recognizing that the man is distracted, a sinister sneer spreads across his face, and he launches forward, blades aimed at Sanji's exposed backside. Hearing the footsteps too late, Sanji's eyes widen in surprise moments before Kuro's blades rip through his shirt, leaving deep red gashes on either side of his back. His mouth hangs open as pain radiates from the wound, flooding his senses. Not good. As he turns to face his opponent, who is now roaring with laughter, he spots Johnny and Yosaku, wide-eyed and staring at him from the center of the deck. Of course, those idiots would get captured. Gaze locked on Kuro, he sneers. His voice comes out cold and threatening, hitting a man when his back is turned. You're even more of a coward than Mosshead over there. He stabs his finger at Zoro, who is still engaged in combat with Morgan. We're pirates. We don't fight fair, you idiot, Kuro shouts, before again devolving into maniacal laughter as he raises his hands, revealing blood dripping from each of his claw blades. As yet another strike from Don Krieg's spear heads his way, Jin effortlessly parries it to the side. This can't be all he's got. Even Rika can put up a tougher fight. Sidestepping an attack, Jin slams the head of his Morning Star into the man's chest, eliciting a yelp of pain from his former captain as the spikes strike against his flesh. Lips splitting into a snarl, Krieg snaps his teeth at the dark-haired man before him. His face tightens, lip quivering, before an idea strikes him. Anger vanishes as a cruel smile spreads across his lips. Raising his spear high into the air, he screams, "I'll make you regret betraying me, you bastard!" He swings the weapon at the deck with all of his might. Shit, the explosives, launching forward, Jin's Morning Star slams into the tip of the spear moments before it connects with the wooden deck. The blade explodes on impact, sending wood and debris flying into the air and hurling both combatants backward. He hadn't been able to stop the attack, but the crater left by the explosive was substantially smaller than a direct hit would have caused. The deck shakes beneath Hatchin and Kobe's feet as they race around the ship. We can't keep running, Hatchin bellows as Alvida slams her club into a barrel several feet behind him, sending shards of wood and metal soaring at him and his companion. I know, just give me a second to come up with a plan. Scanning the deck, Kobe sees the stairs leading to the observation deck. A plan begins to formulate in his mind. He shouts, "Follow my lead." Turning slightly, he dashes up the stairs, followed by Hatchin and an enraged Alvida. "Kubi!" Alvida howls as she chases after the pair. Her voice had the same patronizing edge it had held back when he served in her crew, and she hoped that hearing it would demoralize him into surrendering. Rapidly approaching the rear of the observation room, Kobe leaps into the air. Planting his feet on its wooden wall, he bends his knees before jumping off the surface toward Alvida. Twisting in the air to face his former captain, he lands with a thud on the deck and swings his club at her midsection. As expected, it slips off of her devil fruit-enhanced body. Undeterred, he ducks slightly, racing past the rampaging pirate before spinning on his heel to face her. In a loud voice, he calls out, "Hatchin, let's do this." Finally, mouth splitting into a grin, Hatchin twists to face Alvida, sandwiching her between him and Kobe. His blades swing through the air, each attack sliding uselessly off of her smooth skin. "Ha! Run your mouths all you want, you can't do anything to me." Raising her club over her head, Alvida swings it toward Hatchin, but the attack is easily parried by the fishman, who continues his seemingly pointless assault. A shadow of doubt enters her face before she doubles down and screams, "You got lucky." She again raises her club into the air, only to have Kobe strike it from behind, swatting it to the side. Frustration is evident on her face, and she roars, "Knock it off." She whirls to face the pink-haired pirate who is grinning mischievously at her. Dodging yet another attack, Sanji steals a glance at Johnny and Yosaku. The pair is lying on the deck, knocked over by Morgan's explosive attack. "This guy is fast. I need a bit of..." His thoughts are cut off as Kuro's blades slice toward his torso. Leaping out of harm's way, he continues to think about the situation. Support. Between the beating I got in the carnival and this wound, I can't handle him alone. The wound on his back throbs, and he winces as pain courses through his body. Suddenly, he spots an opening. As Kuro launches himself forward, Sanji slides to the side, avoiding the attack before sprinting toward his captured companions. Perfect. His feet pound against the deck, the heavy thuds echoing in his ears as he hears Kuro's frustrated roar. Damn it, stay still, Kuro shouts as he spins around to face Sanji. Hearing approaching footsteps, Johnny picks his head off the ground. His eyes widen in amazement as Sanji drops to the ground and begins untying his hands and feet. What are you doing, big bro Sanji? He's right there, eyes darting over Sanji's shoulder. He sees Kuro charging toward them. Feeling the ropes fall away, he leaps to his feet and fumbles at his waist for his sword. Grabbing hold of the hilt, he draws it just in time to meet Kuro's claw blades, repelling the attack and protecting Sanji as he gets to work freeing Yosaku. I knew we should have killed you idiots when we had the chance, Kuro yells as he slashes at Johnny, who fights desperately to hold him back. A wild look in his eyes, he pushes forward, trying to overpower the less experienced warrior. His lips curl into a snarl. Voice nearly a growl. Each word is accompanied by spittle. I won't make that mistake a second time. Huh? Feeling a pair of hands working on the ropes binding his wrists, Yosaku glances at Sanji, who is desperately working to free him. What's he doing? Hearing the sound of steel meeting steel, his gaze flicks to Johnny, engaged in combat against Kuro. His eyes grow wide. Hurry up, Sanji. Kuro is going to kill him. Suddenly, he feels slack as the ropes fall away, and launching to his feet, he retrieves his blade and slides in beside Johnny. Meeting each claw strike with their swords, the pirates push back against Kuro, who now looks far less confident than he had moments before. How dare you? Screams Kuro. Eyes locked on Sanji as he slowly rose to his feet, and he continued his assault against the two swordsmen. Indignity tinges his voice as he continues, giving me shit for attacking your back, then turning around and ganging up on me with your friends? Where is the honor in that? Reaching into his coat pocket, Sanji retrieves a cigarette and places it carefully between his lips. Flicking open a lighter, he ignites the tip before dropping the lighter back into his pocket and blowing out a stream of gray smoke. He raises an eyebrow and replies, I thought we were pirates, and pirates don't fight fair. Before the man has a chance to respond, he charges forward. Dodge this, Poitrine. Racing between Johnny and Yosaku, he leaps at Kuro and spins in the air before slamming his foot into Kuro's chest. Kuro stumbles backward, the wind knocked out of him by Sanji's powerful kick. His eyes dart between the three figist him, Sanji, cigarette still burning between his lips, and the two determined swordsmen, Johnny and Yosaku, their blades held ready. You think this is over? He wheezes, clutching at his chest. A flicker of desperation crosses his face, quickly replaced by a manic grin. You're wrong. This is just the, tripping over a pile of rope, he stumbles backward, feet tangling by the obstacle, before falling backward to the ground. His head hits the wooden surface, knocking him out. Biting his lip, Johnny tries not to laugh, but loses the fight as Sanji and Yosaku burst into laughter beside him. Hearing laughter from Sanji's direction, Zoro grits his teeth. Damn it. I can't believe Curly Brows finished him off so quickly. Better knock this idiot out before he tries to steal the glory. As Morgan slashes at his head, he leaps backward before crossing his arms across his body and angling the blades at the former Marine. His voice comes out in a gravely growl, three-sword style. Bull needles. Racing forward, his blades slice through the air, delivering a flurry of blows to the large man's body. Eyes crossing, Morgan slowly drops to his knees before face planting onto the deck as wounds erupt across his body. Huh. I guess I should wrap this up. Morningstar whipping through the air, Jin deflects an attack from Don Krieg before delivering a kick to the man's torso, knocking him backward. A cruel smile spreads across his lips as he walks toward his exhausted opponent. His voice comes out calm and neutral as he taunts the man. Did you seriously think this would work? Not waiting for a reply, he slams the head of the Morningstar into Krieg's side, causing him to drop to his knees. Shaking his head in disappointment, he stops in front of the man. Voice much lower, he continues, I used to look up to you. I thought you were strong. But now I see how weak you have always been. I can't believe I used to think you could be king of the pirates." Jin, dropping his spear, Don Krieg looks up at Jin. Fake tears well up in his eyes as he prepares to plead for mercy. Voice cracking, he asks, "After everything we went through, can't we come to some sort of understanding? I never wanted to hurt you." Pausing for a moment, Jin considers the man's words. "Never wanted to hurt me." His face hardens. This man was willing to leave me for dead back on the Bharati for daring to question him. This is just an act. A pathetic last-ditch attempt to avoid justice. Eyes narrowing, he replies in a cold voice, "Liar." Raising the morning star into the air, he brings it crashing down onto Krieg's temple, causing him to drop limply to the deck. Growing desperate, Alvida screams, "Krieg, Kuro, Morgan. Get your asses over here and help me out." Hearing no response, she shifts her attention from Kobe to the deck. Eyes growing wide, she sees her companions lying unconscious as the remaining Straw Hat pirates advance on her position. Breaking away from Kobe and Hatchin, she points an accusatory finger at them. "You." Her finger hangs in the air, shaking as rage floods her body before she spins on her heel and races off the ship, gliding down the gangplank before speeding across the beach. On the beach on Little Garden, stepping out of the forest, arms loaded with wood, Mary watches in confusion as Alvida races past him and vanishes through the trees. "Is that who I think it is?" Shrugging his shoulders, he continues toward the ships. "Maybe Johnny and Yosaku will know." Scratch that. Knowing them, they probably didn't even notice her. Barking precedes Chow Chow as he launches through the trees onto the beach, followed closely by the rest of his group, with the notable exceptions of Chabo and Nijiko. Spotting Mary, the dog gives another excited bark before racing over to his side, delivering a lick to the man's leg. Seeing the wood in Mary's arms, Piaman races over to the older man. "Hi Mary, need any help?" Chuckling to himself as he attempts to avoid tripping over the excitable dog, Mary nods at the youngster. "You're just in time. Pepper, I would love a hand if you were offering." Lowering his arms, he allows the boy to grab several logs from his pile before the pair continues toward the ships. A clearing in the woods on Little Garden trees are pushed aside as Dory's massive form comes into view, followed closely by Igaram and Luffy. Bouncing from foot to foot, Luffy continues spewing words at the lumbering giant. "Bet you are going to show us something so cool. What is it? Please tell me. I promise I won't tell." "Well, I might tell, but I won't tell anybody important, maybe Usopp." "I have to tell Usopp. But not anybody who wouldn't understand." "Usopp might not understand. I won't tell Usopp, he would just." "We're here." Dory's voice rings out, cutting off the hyperactive pirate captain as he faces the opposing line of trees, which have begun rustling as something approaches from that direction. The crack of limbs snapping precedes Brogy emerging from the woods, trailed by Usopp, Vivi, Karoo, and Taipan. Eyes wide, Luffy cups his hands around his mouth and bellows, "Usopp! Look! I found a giant!" He gestures with his elbows at Dory, who ignores him, his focus locked on Brogy. "So did we?" Usopp shouts back, pointing at Brogy. The giant ignores him, instead staring intently back at Dory. Suddenly, both giants' faces split into smiles, and they run to one another. Each footstep shakes the earth before they embrace tightly. Dory's voice booms across the clearing, "It's been so long, brother." "Indeed," Brogy replies as he slowly releases his grip on the giant. He takes a step backward and places a large hand on the handle of his axe. His voice drops several octaves as a serious look spreads across his face. "Shall we do this?" "Yes." Matching his friend's tone, Dory grabs his sword and draws it from its sheath. Aiming the blade at Brogy, he continues, "It is time." "It is time," repeats Brogy as he draws the axe and aims it at Dory. "Awesome," shouts Luffy, arms pumping in the air as he watches the giants prepare for their duel. A clearing in the woods on Little Garden. "Gia!" roars Dory as he charges toward Brogy. Each thunderous footstep shakes the earth, jostling the humans who are hunkered together, observing the battle. Swinging his sword through the air, he collides with the shield held in Brogy's iron grip. The thunk of metal against wood reverberates through the sky. Birds nesting in nearby trees scatter, fleeing the noisy duel. Mouth agape, Luffy attempts to run toward the giants while Igaram and Usopp desperately fight to hold him back. Teeth clenched, he growls, "Let go of me." His mind races as he watches the battle unfold. "I want to fight too." Exchanging a worried glance, Igaram and Usopp tighten their grip on the captain's arms. Digging their feet into the dirt, they struggle to restrain his titanic strength. Beads of sweat line both their brows, and their muscles bulge as they pull backward with all their might. Placing a hand over her lips, Vivi giggles as she watches the chaos unfold between her crewmates and their stubborn captain. Beside her, Taipan stares blankly at the ground, still disappointed and slightly frustrated at Usopp for having gifted so much of the crew's booze to the giants. On Little Garden's beach far from the duel, the beach is buzzing with activity as the returning crew members return to the ships. As he approaches the gangplank, Mary hears a groan from high above. The hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Peering up at the deck, relief washes through his body as Johnny and Yosaku come into view. "Thank goodness, I thought somebody got hurt." His relief is replaced with confusion as an unfamiliar body is hurled over the ship's railing. Landing in the dirt beside him, he glances down to see streaks of clown makeup running down the stranger's cheeks. One of Buggy's men. His gaze flicks back to the deck where Johnny and Yosaku are smiling and waving down at him. In a cautious voice, he asks, "What happened?" He begins to ascend to the deck while waiting for an answer. "Not much," shouts Yosaku, still smiling down as Mary and the others ascend to his position. He steps back to give the man enough room to board the ship. His voice is chipper as he continues, "Bunch of morons thought they could hijack our boat. But we took care of him, didn't we, bro?" Smirking, Johnny also takes a step back as he follows up on his friend's boastful proclamation, "Sure did." Rolling his eyes, Kobe ignores the pompous swordsman as he grabs another of the unconscious pirates by the legs. Aided by Hatchin, who grabs the man's arms, the pair carry the man to the side of the ship before tossing him overboard. On the opposite side of the deck, Jin stands between an enraged Sanji and Zoro. Tightly gripping both of their shirts, he strains to hold them apart. "I won the hunting competition, just like I won my fight, all by myself." Spittle flies from Zoro's lips as he screams at Sanji. "Bullshit," Sanji retorts. Face red, it is clear he is beyond frustrated with the swordsman. Grinding his teeth together, he lets out a frustrated hiss before continuing in a slightly calmer tone, "It doesn't matter. What matters is getting all that meat in the freezer." His lips curl into a smirk. "Think you can do that yourself? Or do you need me to babysit you?" Sarcasm drips from each word as he meets Zoro's gaze. It's never ending with these two. Frustrated at having to intervene again in one of their arguments, Jin glances at Sanji, then Zoro. Seeing and feeling them both relax slightly, he loosens his grip. Trying not to let exhaustion enter his voice, he asks in a relatively calm tone, "Do you think you can avoid ripping each other's heads off if I let go?" The pair nods, still glaring at one another. Jin releases his hold and takes a small step back. "I thought Nijiko was in charge of the children. How'd I always get stuck babysitting these two-man babies?" Folding his arms, Zoro ignores Jin's question and responds to Sanji, "I can do it myself. I'm not an idiot." Before the chef can reply, he turns away and starts jogging across the deck. Brushing past Mary and Piaman, he hardly registers their presence as he hurries toward the gangplank. "Hey Zoro, Piaman attempts to get the swordsman's attention, but his words drift off as the man passes by, seemingly not noticing him. Looking back at Mary, he shrugs his shoulders before continuing toward their original destination. Eyes darting across the deck, Mary spots the claw marks left by Kuro's blades and a small hole from Don Krieg's explosive attack. He glances at the logs in his arms. "Good thing it's mostly cosmetic damage. We won't have enough wood to patch everything after fixing the broken crow's nests." He glances at Jin, who is making his way over to them, and smiles. His voice comes out low and warm, "Hello, love. Decided to give us a hand?" Heart skipping a beat at being called love, Jin's movement halts for a beat before he continues toward the duo. "Of course." Mouth splitting into a smile, Jin pulls several logs off the top of the pile and hoists them under his arm. Jogging over to his friend, Ninjin taps Piaman's backpack. His voice is jovial with a hint of mischief. "Hey Pepper, Miss Kaya asked me to bring all the treasure down to the vault. Can I take this?" "Oh, sure. Rolling his shoulders slightly causes the strap to slide down his arm. He released his grip on the wood with his right hand. He snakes the hand through the strap before grabbing the wood again and repeating the process on the other side. Lips splitting into a grin, he replies in a friendly tone, "Thanks, Carrot." Catching the backpack before it hits the ground, Ninjin uses his free hand to pat Pieman's shoulder and calls out, "No problem, dude." Turning away from his friend, he sprints to the door leading to the lower decks, joining Rika and Tamanegi, who are about to head inside. "What's that about, young man?" Mary asks with a smile as the pair continues across the deck to the first of the damaged masts. Beaming at the opportunity to share his adventure, Pieman begins telling the older man about their trip into the cave and what they had discovered earlier that morning. Descending the stairs, Rika asks excitedly, "Are we going to get to go inside and see all the money, Miss Kaya?" Sanji is in rough shape. "I'll need to treat his wound before it gets infected." Distracted by concern for the chef, Kaya takes a moment to realize Rika asked a question. She places an arm around the young girl's shoulders as she replies in a warm tone, "Of course, sweetie." Brows wrinkling, Tamanegi's confusion gets the best of him, and he blurts out, "I thought only adults were allowed in there? It's the rules." Elbowing the blonde in the gut, Ninjin whispers in his ear, "Don't mess this up, onion." Smiling to herself, Kaya continues down the steps, each stride graceful and fluid. Such a perceptive boy. They reach the first floor. Soft and warm, her voice echoes through the otherwise empty hallway, "I promise, it's much less exciting than you think. We can bend the rules today as a special reward for carrying all this treasure." Pumping his fist through the air in silent celebration, Ninjin pushes past his friend and hurries toward the door to the finance office, throwing it open. Still grinning, he says, "After you, ladies," before winking at Rika and Kaya. "Ladies? Did Carrot just call me a lady?" Cheeks burning red with embarrassment, Rika scurries into the office, followed by Kaya and the boys. As they enter the small room, the smell of fresh ink floods their olfactory system. A large desk near the rear is covered in neatly arranged papers, outlining price trends and other relevant financial information. A bookshelf, containing journals and other writing material, lines the wall. Removing her coat, Kaya carefully hangs it from a he walking gracefully across the room to the vault. As the children form a small circle around her, she carefully cups her hand around the dial lock before inputting the combination. "Not that I don't trust you kids, but we don't need a repeat of the Bharati incident." Twisting the handle, there is a hiss as pressure is released before the door slowly swings open, revealing a small room. Along the back wall are carefully bundled stacks of bills and a smaller container filled with loose change. Seeing a table in the middle of the vault, Ninjin scurries past Kaya and tosses Pieman's backpack onto it, before wrestling his own from his back and dumping it next to his friend's. Phew! Placing his hands dramatically behind his back, he arches backward and continues dramatically, was getting sore from carrying all of that heavy treasure. He glances at Kaya, who is covering a laugh with her hand. "Whoa!" Tamanegi and Rika exclaim in unison as they take in the sight. The room is small, but the stacks of bills are surprisingly high. Making their way over to the table, they remove their backpacks and set them beside those left by Ninjin. "Are we rich?" Rika asks, tilting her head to the side. "I've never seen this much money in my life." Smiling softly, Kaya surveys the room. "The maps are in one of those backpacks. Nami will want those." Aloud, she replies, "We're reasonably well off." Making her way to the table, she unzips the smallest backpack, belonging to Rika, and carefully tips it on its side, spilling its contents onto the desk. Seeing Ninjin creeping toward the bundled money, she clicks her tongue against the roof of her mouth to call his attention. "Hands off, Carrot." "Come on, I just wanted a little." Casting his eyes downward, Ninjin returns to the table and leans his elbows against it. The cold metal on his skin brings him back into his senses, and raising his head, he takes hold of his backpack and roughly unzips it before dumping the contents unceremoniously onto the table beside Kaya's pile. He mumbles apologetically, "Sorry, Miss Kaya." Unzipping his backpack, Tamanegi carefully extracts the rolled-up maps and lays them in a neat pile beside the treasure before dumping the remainder onto the table. Looking at Kaya, he asks in a hesitant voice, "Why did you have us take the maps? Are you going to sell them?" "It's for Nami, silly," Rika replies, before giggling at the older boy's ridiculous question. She turns to Kaya, doubting herself, and asks, "Right?" Smiling warmly at the girl, Kaya reaches for the final backpack and dumps its contents into her pile. Her reply is warm and friendly, "Correct. Which of you would like to drop them off in front of her room?" 3 hands immediately dart into the air. Such good helpers. I suppose that means I get to choose. Seeing Ninjin looking over his shoulder wistfully at the money, she announces, "Carrot." Grinning widely, Ninjin snatches the maps and shouts, "Thanks, Miss Kaya." The other children look on in disappointment as he hurries out of the room, footsteps echoing down the hallway. Choosing not to fight against Kaya's instructions, they set to work helping Kaya sort the remaining treasure. In Little Garden's forest carrying Chabo, who has finally relaxed into her arms, Najiko continues through the forest toward shore. As she looks down at the young boy, a smile spreads across her face as she studies his features. He's grown so much since we left Kokoyashi village. I wish I knew why he ran off, but what's important now is getting back safely. Nuzzling against the woman's chest, Chabo rests his cheek on her warm skin. The pounding in his head had grown fainter with each step, and he was starting to feel more like his normal self. Maybe I just needed to get it out of my system. Turning his head slightly to look up at the blue-haired woman, he says in a faltering tone, "Thank you, Miss Najiko." The smell of the trees filled his nostrils. On any other day, he'd have wanted to explore the fauna. Today, he just wanted to be held. He continues in a near whisper, "You've always taken care of me." When my parents, tears well up in his eyes, and he tightens his grip around the woman's neck. "Sweet Chabo. I could never abandon you." Stroking the young boy's arm, Najiko coos, "I promised you I would." Feeling the boy's grip relax, she shifts her focus to the forest around them. Spotting a familiar-looking tree, she feels relief flood through her body. We're getting close. On Little Garden's beach, gritting his teeth, Zoro levels his blades as he stares at the carcass of the Tyrannosaurus Rex lying in the sand. Salt hung in the air, and the sun burned brightly in the sky, reflecting off the gentle lapping waves of the ocean. Stupid chef. This thing is enormous. How the hell am I supposed to get it all onto the ship without breaking the damn gangplank? That cocky jerk probably won the competition. Damn it. Shrugging off the realization of his failure, he takes a slow breath before his blades swing through the air, slicing the fallen creature into more manageable-sized chunks. Unnoticed by the swordsman, the pirates thrown earlier from the ship slowly begin to regain consciousness and crawl or walk toward the forest in the direction Alvida had disappeared. Axe-hand Morgan, gritting his teeth, glares at the swordsman. Raising his titular axe hand to strike the unsuspecting Zoro, he is interrupted as Kuro places a gentle but firm hand on his shoulder and motions him to follow after the others. On the going shopping deck leaning against the railing, Johnny and Yosaku watch the pirates slowly retreat into the forest. Seeing Morgan preparing to attack Zoro, their bodies tense, but they relax as Kuro redirects him away. "Think we should do anything about," motioning toward the pirates' retreat, Johnny continues, "that?" Shrugging his shoulders, Yosaku lowers his head until his chin rests on his hands, "Probably." The pair stands in silence, neither wanting to make the first move. Johnny again breaks the silence, "We should at least check the Going Merry. Make sure none of them are hiding on board, right?" Nodding his head, Yosaku replies, "We should." The pair continues to stand there, contemplating the effort it would take to do their jobs and comparing it against their aching bodies. This time, Yosaku breaks the silence, "Or we could just let Zoro do it." Grinning at Yosaku, Johnny places a hand on his shoulder. He replies, "I dig it, bro." Jin lays out freshly cut wooden planks in even rows on the other side of the deck. Sawdust permeates the air as Piaman prepares more wood for use. Mary follows behind Jin, carefully pressing each plank together before nailing them into place. Stealing a glance at Jin as the man wipes sweat from his brow, Mary can't help but smile to himself. "How did I get so lucky?" Shifting his focus back to the wood, he angles a nail and carefully drives it in, locking the two pieces together. He calls out loud enough to be heard over Piaman's loud sawing, "We'll take a break once dinner is served, then back to work. Does that work for everyone?" The others nod, not looking up from their tasks. In the going shopping kitchen, the smell of spices fills the air. Sanji carefully flips the vegetables in his pan while Hachin stands beside him, eyes watering, as he dices an onion. The silence is broken as the door swings open. Rika and Ninjin tumble through, clearly attempting to be the first inside. "I win!" the pair shouts in unison, before glaring at one another and crossing their arms. Not looking up from his work, Sanji grins and calls out, "About damn time. Carrot, drink prep. Rika, take over chopping duty." The pair nods and sprints to their respective tasks. Relieved of his duty, Hachin wipes the tears from his eyes. He crosses the kitchen to tend to a platter of half-filled dumplings and a beet. As soon as the sound of Rika's knife on the cutting board reaches his ears, Sanji asks, "What have you kids been up to all day?" The sound of cutting stops, and he barks, "Work and talk. We don't take breaks in the kitchen." The chopping resumes in earnest. As she tries to split her focus between cutting the onion and answering the chef's question, Rika answers, "Miss Najiko and Miss Kaya took us on a field trip." "Oh." A slight pink touches Sanji's cheeks as images from his overnight encounter with Najiko flood his mind. He pushes through the embarrassment and follows up with another question, "What did you do on your field trip?" "Look at stupid plants and answer questions. It was so boring," Ninjin calls out as he carefully crushes a lemon. A citrus mist spray fills the air as juice collects in a large pitcher. "They weren't stupid," Rika retorts loudly, dropping her knife and turning to glare at the older boy. Hearing the click of Sanji's tongue, she whips back and around, resumes dicing the onion. "Sorry chef," she reiterates in a quiet voice, "they were cool plants." Smirking, Ninjin picks up another lemon and squeezes it over the pitcher. He replies in a more upbeat tone, "I guess the mushroom was pretty cool. But the rest just looked like," he pauses, trying to convey what they saw. Giving up, he continues, "Plants. That couldn't have been all. You kids were out there for hours." Hachin's loud voice echoes through the kitchen. Taking hold of an empty dumpling wrapper, he carefully fills it with meat before adding it to the tray. "Well, there was the treasure. I guess that was pretty cool," Ninjin answers, trying to hide his smile as he discards the lemon and retrieves another. "Treasure?" Intrigued, Sanji raises his eyebrow. "I swear, these kids are like little Usopp clones with their make-believe stories." "Yeah," squeaks Rika, again dropping her knife. Yanking Sanji's chef's apron, she tries to get his full attention. She continues excitedly, "We found a cave full of treasure." Rika, smiling, Sanji ignores the girl's insistent tugging and points his spatula at her unfinished onion. "Oops." Letting go of the apron, Rika returns to her station and resumes dicing the onion. "I guess a story couldn't hurt." Sanji decides to humor the excitable kids. "Tell me more about this treasure." He cannot hide his mirth as the kids' words spill over one another, explaining the amazing discovery. In Little Garden's underground kingdom, guided by the light from the strange fauna spreading through the city, Fiona, Gregory, Jimmy Scoops, and Nami find themselves led to a large garden. The gate is rusted from decades of neglect, intricate details hidden beneath its worn exterior. Pushing open the squeaky gate, Fiona steps through into the garden, followed closely by the others. Surveying the many exotic and ancient plants, she asks, "Do you think Chabo would like some of these for his garden?" Camera in hand, Jimmy races over to a large flowering plant. Dropping to his knees, he carefully stares through the viewfinder before clicking the shutter and yelling, "Fire!" The device flashes, briefly illuminating more of the garden before snapping shut. The image appears on the viewfinders, and he looks excitedly at the result. Such wonderful sights. "I think that's a wonderful idea." Smiling warmly, Nami places her hand on the larger woman's shoulder. Poor Chabo. He was practically out of his mind the last time we saw him. Anything that could help him feel better would be nice. Spotting what appears to be an ancient wagon that had seen better days, Gregory walks toward it. He carefully places the armful of artifacts he has collected on their way through the city into its carriage. Placing his hands on his waist, he stands straight and carefully cracks his back. Hopefully, this thing still works. Shifting his focus to the girls, a smile spreads across his face. A wonderful idea indeed. "He loves my idea." Cheeks burning red, Fiona attempts to cover her face with her large hands. Feeling Nami gently squeeze her shoulder, she leans into the smaller woman. Not noticing Fiona's embarrassment, Gregory hears Jimmy again shout his signature catchphrase and turns to look. The camera's flash illuminates a peculiar-looking fruit hanging from a nearby tree. It wasn't quite round, nor truly oval, but possessed a lumpy, almost organic geometry. Its skin shimmered with an unnatural iridescence, catching the light in shifting hues of deep violet and emerald green, colors that seemed to swirl beneath a translucent outer layer. Tiny, almost imperceptible ridges spiraled across its surface, like the delicate veins of a leaf, leading to a small, tightly closed crown at its apex. What is this thing? Feeling compelled by a force beyond himself, he walks over to the tree for a better view. Reaching up, he carefully plucks the fruit from its branch. I have to show Chabo. He'll know what to do with this. Walking to the wagon, he carefully places the strange fruit onto the other objects he had found. Its inner glow slowly fades away as it rests on the other treasures, a clearing in the woods on Little Garden. Hiya! Yells Brogy as he deflects another strike from Dory before twisting and swinging his axe at his opponent's midsection. His opponent parries the strike with his sword before thrusting the tip of his blade forward. Gia! Dory's cry vibrates through the air as his opponent sidesteps the attack. Shifting his weight onto his back foot, he pulls the blade back in front of himself into a defensive stance. Beads of sweat, each droplet the size of a small dog, run along his brow as he pants for breath. Looking deeply into his opponent's eyes, he studies his opponent. Suddenly, his lips part, showing a row of gleaming teeth, and he begins to laugh, "Gia-ga-ga-ga-ga." Dropping his sword, he steps toward his opponent. Fierce expression melting into joy, Brogy drops his axe to the ground and embraces his friend as his laughter spills from his lips, "Kabababa." She. Yanking free of Igaram and Usopp, Luffy's laughter joins the giants as he races towards them. Leaping into the air, he wraps his arms around Dory's leg. He yells, "That was amazing." Hearing the young pirate's proclamation, both giants' laughter increases, the earth trembling with each guffaw. What just happened? Usopp asks in confusion as he stares at the giants who had moments before been locked in an intense duel to the death. Shrugging his shoulders, Igaram replies, "Who knows, but the captain seems to be enjoying it." The hint of a smile plays along his lips as he watches the exuberant young pirate celebrate with the deadly warriors. Index finger pressed against her cheek, Vivi studies the giants. Her voice is low and soft. This whole fight seemed off. Like a ritual. A dance that has been practiced countless times and will continue long after we leave. Releasing his grip, Brogy takes a step back. His eyes shimmer, tears of joy playing at the edge as he bellows, "Another amazing duel." "Indeed," calls out Dory, smiling broadly at his friend. Reaching his hand forward, he continues, "Same time tomorrow?" And the next day, Brogy replies, grabbing Dory's hand and giving it a firm shake. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Reaching into his coat pocket, he pulls out the barrel of alcohol. Holding it out, he shouts, "I almost forgot. I have brought you a gift." The booze, standing bolt upright, Taipan reaches his hand in vain toward the barrel as Dory takes it. Eyes filled with panic, he watches in dismay as the other giant stores it in his pocket. He cannot contain his disappointment and cries out, "No." Rolling his eyes, Karoo pecks absent-mindedly at the ground while Vivi wraps her arms around the distressed man to comfort him. She whispers, "It'll be okay, Uncle Taipan. We have plenty more to drink back on the ship." Releasing his grip on the giant's leg, Luffy drops to the ground. Stretching his arms above his head, he loudly yawns before declaring, "It's getting late. I want dinner." Gia-ga-ga-ga, reaching down, Dory scoops Luffy off the ground before carefully placing him on his large shoulder. Waving at Brogy, he calls out, "This little pirate is right. We must eat so that we have strength for tomorrow." "Indeed," Brogy replies. Turning toward his camp, he glances at Usopp, Vivi, Taipan, and Karoo, who are already preparing to leave. Lips splitting into a smile, he cries, "Last one there is a rotten egg." The earth shakes as he takes off running into the forest, followed by those who had accompanied him. "I'm sorry to go, Princess, but Taipan should be adequate protection. Besides, I cannot leave Luffy out here by himself. There's no telling what trouble he will cause." Looking wistfully after Vivi and the others, Igaram slowly turns toward Dory and Luffy, who are already marching in the opposite direction toward their camp. Shoulders slumping, he follows the pair, trying desperately to keep up with the giant's large strides. Glancing over her shoulder, Vivi sees Luffy moments before the young man disappears between the trees. "Stay safe, Captain. I don't know what we would do without you." Hearing Karu's irritated chirp, she shifts her focus back to the journey at hand and gently taps her heels against the bird's sides, urging him forward. In Little Garden's underground kingdom, having filled the cart with various flora, Gregory and Nami lead the group out of the dark cavern, followed by Fiona, who effortlessly drags the cart behind her. Jimmy wanders from side to side, peering through the darkness at the walls, hoping to spot something worthy of a picture. Exiting the cave, they are met with red hues as the sun begins to descend over the horizon. A small rock catches under one of the cart's wheels, jostling it slightly and sending the mysterious fruit tumbling to the ground. Not noticing the missing treasure, the group continues toward the woods leading back to the ship. On Little Garden's beach, stepping through the tree line, Nijiko catches sight of the ships docked along the sand. Finally, a smile spreads across her lips as she quickens her pace. Chabo lies peacefully in her arms, snoring softly, oblivious to the world around him. Carrying the last of the meat up the gangplank, Zoro hears the pair approach. Not bothering to look around, he grumbles, just in time to avoid helping. Classic. "And ruin your workout? Not a chance, stud." Nijiko replies in a carefree tone as she follows him onto the ship, her gaze focused on the swordsman's buttocks. In the going shopping dining room, the sound of silverware clinking against plates fills the air, blending with the voice of crewmates sharing stories of their adventures on the island. In the corner, Sanji sits impatiently as Kayak carefully bandages the wounds across his back that he received from his fight against Kuro. Glancing up as the door opens, Sanji's heart skips a beat as he sees Nijiko enter, carrying the sleeping Chabo. He attempts to stand, but is pushed roughly into his seat by an irritated Kaya. Lifting his hand, he calls out to the new arrivals, "Grab a plate and pull up a chair, gorgeous." Hiding her smile, Nijiko places Chabo in a chair before walking gracefully toward the tables piled high with food. "Never change. You love sick man child." Grabbing 2 plates, she begins dishing food for herself and the young boy before returning to the table and sitting beside him. Halfway through his story, Johnny continues, "That's when Sanji found us, tied up like a couple sacks of potatoes and left on the deck to rot. They didn't even have anybody watching us." Yosaku helpfully jumps in, grinning widely as he pats his friend's shoulder. "Sure didn't." Johnny smiles broadly as he continues, "So Kuro was getting close." He leans in close to his young crewmate, his gaze intense. Suddenly, he shouts, "When suddenly we were set free." Rika squeals with joy. Taking hold of the man's sleeves, she squeals, "What happened next?" Beside them, Ninjin relays an exaggerated version of their class field trip to Jin, who keeps glancing at the door, wanting to join Mary and Piaman, who have returned to work outside. Not noticing the older man struggling to pay attention, the boy continues his tale, "Had to stop Onion. He kept trying to grab the poisonous mushroom." "I did not," Tamanegi complains, crossing his arms in frustration. "You're the one who wouldn't leave the mushroom alone." Pulling a length of medical tape, Kaya uses her teeth to cut through it before placing it onto a bandage, holding it in place. While studying the chef's back, she interjects, "Onion is right. You're the one who wouldn't leave the mushroom alone, Carrot." "Damn it, Onion. Why are you ruining my good time?" Glaring at his friend, Ninjin stabs a vegetable off his plate and angrily chews on it. From across the room comes a loud bang as Zoro Kaid kitchen. Eyes scanning the room, he locks in on Sanji and stabs his finger at the chef. Icicles hang from his nose. He screams, "The hell is wrong with your freezer?" Did he? Trying to fight a smile, Sanji laces his fingers together and places them behind his head. He raises an eyebrow and replies in an even tone, "What do you mean, Moss Head?" Assessing her work, Kaya decides that the wounds are decently dressed and lets out a small sigh. She says in a calm voice, "Thanks for your patience, Sanji." Pushing back her chair, she walks to the food tables and begins to plate her meal. The other conversations grind to a halt as focus is drawn to the 2 hot heads. Several members of the crew glance at the door, planning their escape if things get violent. You know exactly what I mean, Zoro shouts back. Bristling with anger, he can feel his hair standing on end as he glares at the chef. He continues, the damn door locked on me. I'd be a popsicle if I hadn't found the emergency handle. Sensei, it's not that. Rika is silenced as the swordsman's gaze shifts to her, and she grabs hold of her chair. Knuckles white. She tries to will him to look somewhere else. Please don't yell at me. Not a good choice, kid. Don't worry, I've got this. Rising from his chair, Sanji smirks at the swordsman. Hooking his hands into his pockets, he replies slowly, did you consider reading the sign? What sign? Zoro shouts. A chunk of ice falls from his nose, crashing to the ground at his feet. Sanji's smirk turns into a grin, revealing a row of white teeth as he walks toward the food table. His calm reply starkly contrasts with the swordsman's harsh tone. The big red sign on the front and back of the door that says, do not close, it's pretty hard to miss it. Oh that? Clenching his teeth, Zoro growls back his response. Maybe, he snaps his mouth shut, rage fading as he watches the chef piling food on a plate. Damn. That looks good. I could use something to eat. He continues in a slightly calmer voice. Why doesn't somebody fix the damn door? Where the hell is Mary? This is his responsibility? Placing a final piece of meat on the plate, Sanji grabs a napkin and silverware in his free hand and walks confidently to Zoro. He hands the plate to the swordsman before meeting his eyes. His calm voice de-escalated the conflict. You survived, right? Quit complaining and eat some damn food. Grabbing the plate from Sanji, Zoro meets his gaze for a moment. I'm not thanking you, jackass. He nods slightly before stomping to a nearby table and dropping into a chair. The tension in the room lifts, and conversations resume. The crew relaxes together, enjoying one another's company. Rousing from his slumber, Chabo carefully sits up in his chair. Seeing the plate of food in front of him, he reaches for a fork when he hears the thump-thump in his head that had plagued him since arriving on the island. With a low groan, he drops the fork and leans back in his chair. Something wrong, sweetie? Nijiko asks, concerned by the boy's apparent lack of appetite and look of distress. Staring at his plate, Chabo feels a churning in his stomach and winces in discomfort. Placing his head against the woman's side, he continues in a quiet voice, just want to go to bed. Poor thing. Glancing at Kaya for a moment, Nijiko considers asking her to give him a checkout. She sees that the blonde has just begun her meal. It can wait until the morning. Shifting her focus back to Chabo, she rises to her feet and carefully lifts him from his chair into her arms. Patting his back, she responds in a warm tone, I think that is a good idea, little one. Focused on her food, Kaya doesn't notice the pair exit the room until she hears the door closing behind them. Glancing up from her plate, she notices the absence and makes a mental note. There's something off with Chabo. I'll ask Nijiko how he's doing. I hope it's not that noise he was talking about this morning. Hopefully, with a good night's sleep, he'll feel better. On Little Garden's beach breaking through the line of trees, Gregory leads his small group toward the ships. Fiona follows behind, dragging the wagon behind her with relative ease. Jimmy and Nami sit beside one another at the front of the wagon, tired from a long day of hiking through the woods and capitalizing on the opportunity to relax. Spotting lights in the dining room, a smile spreads across Gregory's face. He whoops for joy and shouts, we made it in time for dinner. The others let out a loud cheer as Nami and Jimmy leap out of the wagon and begin racing for the gangplank. The rumbling in their stomachs is evidence of their hunger. Dory's campsite on Little Garden, a massive cauldron sits above a campfire, filled with bubbling liquid. The sweet aroma of meat and vegetables permeates the area, drawing the attention of nearby wildlife who hide amongst the trees. Holding a large wooden spoon, Dory carefully mixes the broth. Filling the spoon with the liquid, he brings it to his lips and takes a careful sip. Face splitting into a smile, he bellows, food's ready. Yees. Luffy's voice pierces the air, carrying across the small clearing. Balling his hands into fists, he bangs them against his chest while letting out an excited howl. He shouts, I bet I can eat the most. Captain, he's a giant. Igaram attempts to reason with the hyperactive pirate. Seeing the young man's excitement, he realizes it is better to go along with the chaos. He clears his throat before continuing, Am I? You should go easy on him. Gia ga 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 ga. Laffer shakes his large frame as Dory grabs a massive ceramic bowl and scoops food into it. Placing the container, several times Luffy's size, in front of the small human, he continues in a jovial tone, "I do not doubt that you have a large appetite, little pirate." As the giant scoops bowls for himself and Igaram, Luffy scrambles up the side of the bowl. Leaping into the liquid, he attempts to drink and eat to the bottom before the giant, earning another round of booming laughter. As the captain starts to get close to his destination, Dory picks up his bowl. Placing it against his lips, he quickly slurps down the soup, draining the bowl in less time than it took to fill it. Meanwhile, Igaram carefully drinks some broth before grabbing a few floating vegetables and a handful of meat to finish his meal. Having satisfied his hunger, he watches the one-sided competition unfold. Popping his head above the rim of the bowl, Luffy carefully pulls himself up and over the rim before dropping on the other side. His body, now round and squishy, makes a strange, splump noise as he hits the ground. Pushing himself to his feet, he sees 3 empty bowls stacked on top of one another in front of Dory. A scowl spreads across his face, and he attempts to press his fists against his hips. Due to his rotund figure, they flop uselessly at his sides. Opening his mouth, he lets out a loud belch before shouting, "No fair, you cheated." Gia ga 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 ga. Dory again bursts into laughter as the rubbery pirate continues attempting to strike an intimidating pose. Wiping a tear from his eyes, he continues, "You eat well, little pirate. But we giants cannot so easily be defeated." Chuckling to himself, Igaram wraps an arm around his captain's puffy shoulders. He smiles up at the giant and asks, "Do you have any plans for the barrel you received from your fellow giant?" Barrel? Confused for a moment, Dory's face lights up as he digs into his coat and pulls out the barrel of alcohol and places it onto the ground before him. Unnoticed, a small device attached near the base of the barrel hums as it comes to life. A timer appears on its surface and begins counting downward. "Ah, yes. The gift from Brogy." Grinning brought his fingers on either side of the lid and carefully removes it before placing the tip against his lips. Tossing back his head, he takes a large gulp before wiping the froth from his mouth and smiling down at the others. His voice booms out, "Would you like to partake, my friends?" His rapid digestive system having already broken down some of the food in his belly, Luffy has shrunk considerably. Still sporting a sizable gut, but no longer quite so round, he manages to shove his fists against his hips. Shaking his head no, he shouts, "We can't. You beat us in the eating contest. Suit yourselves." Dory replies as he again lifts the barrel to his lips and takes another long sip. Suddenly, there is a massive boom. The device on the base of the barrel explodes, erupting along with the alcohol still in the container. Reeling backward, Dory drops the remains of the destroyed barrel to the ground as he grabs at his face. The flames from the alcohol leap from his mouth as he desperately tries to put them out. The animals hiding nearby scatter at the sound of the explosion, prioritizing their safety over the promise of a free meal. "Dory!" Luffy shouts, panic evident in his voice. He pulls free of Igaram's grip and waddles after the giant. Brogy's campsite on Little Garden huddled around a campfire. Usopp weaves one of his tall tales to the awestruck giant. Was an island full of mermaids and fish people. But I was not afraid. With nothing but. His story is interrupted by a distant explosion. Turning their heads toward the noise, the pirates start to stand when Brogy holds out his hand in warning. His voice is firm as he warns his companions, "These woods are dangerous. It would not be wise for such small humans as yourselves to journey alone in the dark." "But our friends are out there," Vivi exclaims, fear evident in her voice. Looking at the others for reassurance, her heart sinks as she sees them returning to the comfort of the fire. Now softer and less certain, she continues, "What about Luffy and Igaram? They could be hurt. Dory will keep them safe." Brogy attempts to reassure the princess. Seeing her hesitation, he adds, "Do not worry. We are warriors of Elbaf. We fear nothing. Our culture is one of honor and bravery found only on the battlefield. It is through conflict that we find out who we are." Still uneasy, Vivi hesitantly sits beside her companions and listens as the giant shares his culture with them. She silently prays for her friends. "Please be safe. We need you, Luffy, and I don't know what I would do if you were hurt, Igaram." Placing his beak on Vivi's lap, Karoo stares up into her eyes and lets out a comforting chirp. Instinctively, the princess gently strokes her fingers through his feathers. Still disappointed at having given away the barrel of alcohol to the other giant, Taipan mumbles to himself, "I give anything for a drink about now." Usopp leans slightly forward in his seat, his attention captured by Brogy's explanation of Elbaf culture. "A warrior people? That's amazing." He asks, "What do you mean by that, Brogy?" "Every child born on our island learns from a young age the true meaning of bravery. We are taught to battle from a young age and must test our might against one another in battle." Brogy's voice rings out. A dreamy look on his face, he reflects on his younger years. He continues, "We took our culture with us wherever we went. When Dory and I served together in the giant pirates, we brought only the bravest and most noble warriors of Elbaf." "You were pirates." His butt now only occupying the edge of his seat, Usopp stares in wide-eyed fascination at the giant. "He's everything I have ever wished to be." Eyebrows pinching together, a thought crosses his mind, and he blurts out, "But why do you fight one another?" "Kabababa. That is an easy question." Brogy laughs as he leans back in his chair. Smile wide, he continues in a loud voice, "We fight be we." The words die on his lips as his smile slowly fades. Placing his head in his hands, he narrows his eyebrows slightly and continues, "We fight because," lips pinching together and twisting to the side. He ponders the question for another moment before saying, "Actually, I don't remember, it's been almost 100 years since our duel began. At this point, I suppose the reason doesn't matter so long as our warrior spirits continue." Pushing himself forward off his seat and dropping to his knees, Usopp looks up at the giant. Tears shimmer along his eyelids, reflecting the light from the campfire as he clasps his hands together. "Master Brogy, I want to be a brave warrior of the sea, just like you." "And so you shall." Brogy's voice echoes through the campsite as he takes in the young pirate. Rising to his feet, the giant's voice booms forth, "But like every warrior, you must first sleep. The moon is high and the time for slumber is upon us." Somewhere else along Little Garden's shore a small boat lands on the sandy beach, and two cloaked figures emerge. They are met by an average-sized man with a frail build, whose hair pointed to the sky in the shape of a number 3. Inside the going shopping lights were out across the ship as the crew retreated to their sleeping quarters. The first night shift began, with Ninjin and Gregory covering both ships, as Vivi and Taipan had not yet returned. Down on the second level of the going shopping inside Chabo's room, the young boy tossed restlessly in his bed. He let out a low whimper before suddenly sitting upright. His shirt was drenched in sweat, clinging to his body as he gasped for air. Eyes snapping open, the dark orbs of his pupils were surrounded by a green glow that pulsed in irregular intervals. It took a moment before Chabo recognized his surroundings. "My room. I'm in my room." A green haze seemed to cloud his vision, and the noise had returned, now far louder than it had been before. Grabbing his head, he squeezes his eyes shut as the noise resonates through his small frame. Thump thump, gritting his teeth together, he throws his legs over the side of the bed. Bare feet landing on the cold ground, he hardly notices the sensation as the pounding again echoes through his skull. Thump thump, he finds himself at the door, desperately twisting the handle, compelled by a force beyond his understanding. Thump thump, moving down the hallway toward the stairs. He couldn't fight the movement if he tried, and at this point, he wasn't sure he wanted to. Thump thump, cold air slaps against his sweat-soaked shirt as he steps onto the deck. He hears a whistling from nearby as wind whips across the ship, carrying him stumbling toward the gangplank. Thump thump, his feet hit the sand, and he began running toward the forest. Thump thump, vanishing through the trees, his feet carry him on a path only they seem to know. Notes. As the crew settles for the night in Little Garden, another adventure unfolds far across the sea in the East Blue for the White Dog Pirates, in the woods on Little Garden. Leaves crunch underfoot as the young boy races through the woods. A cold wind blows through the trees, bringing the scent of fresh pine mixed with damp earth. Trees pass in a blur as Chabo races forward. The green glow lingers at the edge of his vision, illuminating the path before him. With each footstep, the pounding in his head grows in pitch and intensity, resonating through each limb in the rhythmic thump thump. His body feels like a drum, pounded by an invisible mallet. His heart sinks with the beat, matching its cadence, filling him with the oxygen-rich blood needed for this journey. His face is stoic. Were he not sprinting through the woods, it would have appeared from the outside that nothing was amiss. Small creatures scurry out of the way as he approaches, mistaking the boy for one of the large predators that dominated the island. What am I doing? Where am I going? Who are you? Why are you making me do this? Thoughts race through Chabo's head, clashing against the pounding in his skull. Leaping over a fallen tree that he felt rather than saw, he lands on the other side with a thud and continues pressing forward into the unknown. Suddenly, he breaks through a line of trees into a familiar clearing. The imposing wall he had been drawn to earlier that day loomed before him. The rocky surface hid countless secrets along its jagged edges. The green glow spread, narrowing his vision to a single point, the hidden entrance to the underground kingdom. Wind whipped through the clearing, bringing an icy chill that the boy hardly registered. His movement slowed to a walk. He crossed the grassy clearing. Stopping at the entrance to the cavernous tunnel, leading to the kingdom, his vision is drawn to the dirt, where he sees a strange-looking fruit. Bending down, he plucks it from the grass. The moment his hand makes contact, the beating in his head stops, and a sense of calm floods his small body. Lifting it carefully, he examines the fruit. Taking in each wrinkle and wave on the fruit's flesh, he slowly runs his hands across its surface, reveling in the texture beneath his fingers. It was you. But why did you choose me? Responding to the boy's touch, the fruit reflects the rays cast by the moon. Green and violet patterns along its surface swirled together, forming a series of tight circles across its length. A voice, unknown to the young boy, pierces his mind. Eat me. Body freezing in shock, Chabo stares dumbstruck at the fruit in his hands. Did you just talk? But how? Regaining his composure, he again feels peace flood through his core. You brought me out here safely. I trust you. Taking a quick breath, he shoves the fruit into his mouth. Juice runs in rivulets down his chin, as his lips smack together, chewing on the strange-looking object. It tasted like a mixture of earth and grass, and his immediate instinct was to vomit, but he pushed through the discomfort and swallowed hard. Pain like he had never felt before rips through his small body, and he lets out an animalistic scream before falling unconscious to the ground. The grass around the young boy grows tall, lifting Chabo's fallen body and slowly carrying him away from the cavernous entrance and along the path he had arrived by. Dory's campsite on Little Garden. Eyes filled with rage, Dory points an accusatory finger at the pirates and bellows, "You did this." "Mi." Igaram stared in horror at the enraged giant, a sheen of sweat slicked his brow. Does he think we rigged his drink to explode? Absurd. There has to be a more logical explanation. The crackle of wood summons his attention, and his jaw drops as he watches Luffy rip a tree from the ground by its roots. "Captain, what are you doing?" "Quit being stupid," Luffy shouts, his rage matching the giant's. Eyes narrowed, he swings the tree in front of his body and points it at Dory. His scream rips through the air. "If I wanted to hurt you, I would never rely on such a cheap trick." "Oh yeah?" Dory yells back, drawing his massive blade and aiming it at the small pirate before him. Eye narrowing, he shouts, "Then prove it, little human. Show me your warrior spirit." "We are both going to die." Stumbling backward toward the forest, Igaram presses his back against a large oak and huddles down. "Maybe if I hide, he'll forget about me and we can, I don't know." "What would be the point?" Leaves rain down as Luffy swings the massive tree at Dory, colliding with his midsection and knocking the blade free from the giant's hands. The metallic weapon spins through the air before impaling itself into the earth beside the campfire. Breathing hard, Luffy glares at the giant. In a calmer, but still intense voice, he calls out, "What good is a fight against one who is wounded? Where is the honor in that?" The ground shakes with the impact, and Igaram grabs protectively at the jars hanging from his sides, containing his recently acquired bugs. A thought flashes through his mind. The Titan rollers. Twisting the lid of one of the containers, he dumps out its occupants. The moment the bugs hit the ground, they erupted in size, pressing Igaram against the tree and forming a protective barrier between him and the combatants. "Honor?" Taken aback at the pirate's words, Dory pauses as the mask of rage melts from his face. Seeing the look of determination in Luffy's eyes, he grits his teeth and shouts, What does a human, let alone a pirate, know of honor? Reaching down, he wraps a meaty hand around a tree that matches the one held in Luffy's hands and yanks it free from the ground. Swinging it across his body, he swats Luffy's makeshift weapon aside. I know that I'd be stupid to think beating your ass while you are hurt counts. But if I don't do it, you'll probably try to fight your idiot friend tomorrow. Then I'll never get to fight you at your full strength, because you'll be dead. Swinging the tree around his body, Luffy slams it again into Dory's side, causing the giant to stumble several steps before dropping to one knee. Not wanting to give up the advantage, Luffy releases his grip on the tree and rushes forward into range of the giant. Pulling back both fists, he screams, "Gum gum Gatling!" Leaping into the air, he clears the top of the trees before throwing a flurry of punches into the giant's face, driving him to the ground. Still crouching behind the bugs, Igaram covers his face with his arms as the earth shakes, jostling him against the thick shells and the wooden tree. "Please Luffy, be careful." Landing on the ground, Luffy places his hands on his knees and hunches forward as he gasps for breath. Eyes locked on the giant, he awaits his response, not letting down his guard. Gia ga 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 ga. Dory's laughter fills the air as he slowly pushes himself up from the ground before dropping down to sit cross-legged on the ground. With a warm smile, he calls out jovially, "You are indeed a noble warrior. My apologies for accusing you of such treachery, little pirate." Gia ga 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 ga. Recognizing that the threat has passed, the two bugs before Igaram deflate. Taking hold of the pair, he carefully returns them to their jar before clipping it onto his waist. These two are pretty handy. Lips splitting into a grin, Luffy straightens his back and carefully laces his fingers together, placing them behind his head. His laughter joins Dory's "shi shi shi shi." Glancing up at the sky and seeing the moon overhead, he lets out a loud yawn and stretches his hands high above his head before letting them flop noisily at his sides. Glancing back at Igaram, he calls out, "It's late, time for bed." Not waiting for a response, he drops to the ground and moments later begins snoring loudly. Nodding their heads, Igaram and Dory follow suit. Soon, the campsite is rumbling, their snores blending into an orchestra of noise. Brogy's campsite on Little Garden Sound ASLTO hear or see the approaching trio. The red-hot embers of the campfire reflect off of Axe Hand Morgan's titular axe and Don Krieg's golden armor. Between them stands Kuro, confident as ever as he surveys the slumbering pirates. "What if we just," Morgan begins before an elbow to the ribs cuts him off. Glaring at Kuro, he realizes his mistake as the man places a finger against his lips. Motioning for the others to join him, Kuro slowly creeps toward Kuru, who is sleeping near the perimeter. The bird lets out a sleepy squawk, causing all three to freeze in fear. Glancing across the campsite at the sleeping giant, they collectively sigh with relief that he slept through the noise. Continuing forward, they surround the bird before leaping onto it. Wings flapping uselessly against the ground, Kuru attempts to let out a warning chirp but is stopped by Don Krieg grabbing his beak, holding it closed. Thick ropes are wrapped around his wings, legs, and beak. As the pirates stand up to check their work, he tries desperately to escape, but cannot move more than his feet, which dangle uselessly in the air. Grabbing hold of the ropes binding the creature, Don Krieg and Axe Hand Morgan easily lift the bird into the air and carry it between them toward the trees. Led by Kuro. Once they are a short distance from the campsite, Kuro says quietly, "That's one down. Let's find Buggy and that guy with the weird hair and figure out what's next." The others nod in silent agreement as they march away from the campsite. Deck of the going shopping as the first rays of light pour over the horizon. Jin stands guard on the flying bridge, surveying the beach, alert to the potential dangers of the island. Noticing movement near the tree line, he places a hand above his eyes, shielding them from the dawn's light. Is that a person? Looks too small to be one of Buggy's crew. Pressing a finger against the Den Den Mushi in his ear, the small snail stretches its eye stalks out as it unmutes. Still focused on the object, he says in a calm voice, "Hey, Hatchin, there's something I need to check out on the beach. Think you can cover both ships for a bit?" Pressing the button again to mute himself, he waits patiently for the fishman's reply. There is a static noise from the Den Den Mushi before Hatchin's voice cuts through, "Go ahead, Jin. I've got ya covered." Nodding to himself, Jin casually walks down to the main deck and descends the gangplank to the sandy beach. The sand crunches beneath his boots, which sink slightly with each step. I should have worn sandals today. Oh well. The salty air felt nice on his skin as he continued across the beach toward the mysterious object. Getting closer, he recognizes Chaebo's messy black hair. Increasing his pace to a jog that turns into a run as he gets closer, he kicks sand into the air while racing to the young boy's aid. Grabbing his shoulders, he turns him over so that his head is open and shouts, "Chaebo, are you okay?" Seeing the rhythmic rise and fall of the boy's chest, he breathes a sigh of relief. He's not dead. But that doesn't mean he's fine. What the heck was he doing out here? Unmuting his den mushi, he fights back the panic in his voice and explains, "It's Chaebo. I'm taking him to Kaya." "Chaebo?" Hatchin voices his confusion. There is a brief pause followed by the thump of something large hitting the ground. The fishman's voice returns, "Do you need help? What's he doing out there?" "I think he'll be fine." Scooping his arms under Chaebo's back, Jin carefully lifts him into his arms. The boy's skin was almost hot to the touch. That's not good. Rising to his full height, he walks back toward the going shopping. Remembering Hatchin's second question, he replies, "I don't know why he's out here. What's important is he is breathing." Doubt gripped his heart as he quickened his pace, for now, at least. "All right. Whatever you say, Jin." Hatchin's voice is heavy, clearly not fully believing Jin, but opting to focus on his lookout duties and let his crewmate deal with the boy's predicament. There is a brief static hum as the fishman mutes his line. In Kaya's room aboard the going shopping, the rapping of knuckles against her door rouses Kaya from her slumber. Clinging desperately to the last vestiges of sleep, she tiredly calls out, "Who is it?" "Jin." Comes the answer from the other side of the door. There is a brief pause as he tries twisting the handle, but gives up upon finding that the door is locked. He continues, voice calm but serious, "It's about Chaebo. He needs you." Oh no! Suddenly awake and alert, Kaya throws back her covers and leaps from the bed. Slipping into a pair of cozy slippers, she races to unlock the door and throws it open to find Jin holding an unconscious Chaebo in his arms. Grabbing the man by the sleeve, she pulls him into the room and leads him to her bed, where he carefully sets the boy on her soft mattress. What on earth happened? He's filthy. Looks like he's been running through the forest all night. Not looking away from the young boy, she calls out in a slightly panicked voice, "Thanks, Jin." "No problem, Miss Kaya." Jin replies before exiting the room and closing the door behind him. "You're in good hands, Chaebo." Placing a hand on the boy's forehead, Kaya flinches at the heat emanating from his skin. He's burning up, must be a fever. Making her way across the room, she picks up her emergency first aid kit and quickly opens it up, rummaging for something to help the boy. Burn cream? Nope. Lotion? No. Willow bark? Maybe. Retrieving the bag, she carefully reaches inside, takes out a packet, then drops the rest back into the kit. "I just need some water." Seeing the half-empty cup on her bedside table, she shrugs. "That'll have to do." Picking it up, she dumps the packet into the water and carefully swirls it with a finger. Returning to the bed, she places her free hand under Chaebo's head and carefully lifts him. Her soothing voice comes out in a near whisper, "Drink this up, little one. It'll help you feel better." Pressing the cup to the boy's lips, she hears him groan before his lips part and he takes a small sip of the liquid. Grimacing at the strange-tasting liquid, Chaebo attempts to pull away, but a strong hand holds him in place. Resigning himself to his treatment, he dutifully finishes off the glass as his eyes slowly flutter open. Where am I? The room seems to spin, and it takes him several moments for his eyes to fully focus. The green haze that had previously clouded his vision had changed, now a light green film that he could see through. A small plant in the corner of the room caught his eye. It appeared to him to be glowing, radiating warmth that he could feel. "I know that plant. That's the one I gave to Miss Kaya." Turning slightly, he sees Kaya smiling at him. There was something behind the smile. "She's scared." "Why are you scared?" Lips trembling, he forces out the words, "What happened?" The plant twitches, its leaves growing thick as its roots reach downward, filling the small pot and securing it into place. Buds pop out along its stem, quickly maturing to full size before opening wide to reveal colorful pink flowers. I'm not quite. Kaya's words die on her lips as the flower's fragrance hits her nose. Turning slowly away from the boy, she stares in shock at the plant in full bloom. Placing a hand on Chabo's leg, her voice wavers. Chabo, did you do that? Did I? Sitting up straighter in the bed, Chabo stares at the plant, which now feels even warmer than before. He swallows hard before shifting his gaze to Kaya. I don't know. His body feels heavy, the strain from his dash across the island catching up to him, and he collapses backward onto the mattress. Eyelids drooping, he continues faintly, I don't, the words hang in the air. In the going shopping dining room, members of the crew gather in the dining room as breakfast is served. The air hangs much heavier than it did the previous night. Several chairs, once occupied by Luffy and others, sit empty, a stark reminder of those who had not returned to the ships. I hope he's okay. He has to be, right? Tamanegi mutters as he carefully pushes his carrots around on his plate. Of course he is, Ninjin replies. His usual sarcasm was missing, replaced with excited conviction. Stabbing a piece of sausage, he raises it to his lips. Projecting confidence, he exclaims, Captain Usopp is unstoppable. Besides, he's got that Taipan or Sam, or whatever his name is, with him. Nobody could beat up that guy. You know that onion. I guess so. Abandoning the carrot, Tamanegi turns his attention to a piece of broccoli, which he pushes toward the center of his plate. Cheer up, little bro. Johnny says as he sets his plate down across from Tamanegi. Glancing at Yosaku, who gives him a quick nod, he reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out a notebook titled, Wish Tester, sliding it across the table to the boy. He grins, I got you something. Well, it's mine, but I dunno how it works. Can y'all help me out? Wish Tester, placing his hands against the leather cover, Tamanegi pulls the book across the table toward him. Flipping it open, he sees a page filled with neatly written rules. Thoughts of his missing friend vanish as he pores over the words. What in the world is this thing? Glancing up, he cocks his head to the side. Where did you get this? Don't worry about it. Johnny and Yosaku reply in unison. I want to see. Ninjin blurts out as he leans over Tamanaji's shoulders. His face splits into a cheesy smile. Looking across the table at the swordsman, he asks, Are you serious? This has to be fake. Glancing at Johnny for support, Yosaku gets nothing back from his friend and stutters, It's We found it. Johnny lies, covering for his friend. We cannot tell them about the monkey's paw. Otherwise, they'll want to use it. Obviously. Sarcasm enters his voice as Ninjin smirks at the pair. He continues, the writing is too neat to have been done by you two. Watch it, little bro. Taipan ain't here to stop me from kicking your ass. Johnny growls as his hand drops to the hilt of his sword. Ninjin replies in a mocking tone, as if, I'd kick your ass so fast it'd make your head spin, old man. Keep it down, you two. Najiko's voice is hoarse as she stares into her coffee mug. Shadows under her eyes give away her lack of sleep the night before. Her arms, hidden beneath a light sweatshirt, are red and swollen. Sitting beside her sister, Nami is in a similar state. Having foregone coffee and having no interest in food, she stares at the maps left in front of her door the previous evening. They served as a welcome distraction from the discomfort she felt in her body. Her arms itched, the mosquito bites from yesterday inflamed and throbbing, begging to be scratched. Whomever drew this map knew what they were doing. Its details are impeccable. Tracing a finger across one of the yellowed pages, she pauses at a small enclosure. Is this the garden? That would mean, eyes widen as she recognizes several other artifacts on the page. Her lips form the words, the underground kingdom from yesterday, but no sound escapes. Returning from the armory carrying 2 swords in his arms along with the 3 hanging from his waist, Zoro strides across the room toward Rika. The young girl is seated with her friends, excitedly chatting with Tamanegi about the mysterious notebook. Tapping her shoulder, he leans close and whispers, It's time. Ah man. Rika whines at the swordsman's interruption. Stealing one last glance back at the notebook, she slowly turns to face Zoro. Donning her most innocent expression, she begs, just 5 more minutes? Not today, kiddo. Shoving the swords into the girl's arms, Zoro turns to leave. Catching sight of Sanji out of the corner of his eye, he calls out in a loud voice, We're gonna go find Luffy and the others. Don't let the ships burn down while we're gone. Curly brows. The hairs on Sanji's neck bristle. Chair squeaking beneath him. He rises quickly and fires back, as if, Moss head, you'll get lost the second you step off the ship. Pulling off his cooking apron, he tosses it behind him onto his chair. Placing his hands on his collar, he carefully adjusts it while meeting Zoro's steady gaze. His lips curl around his words, if you're going out there, then I'm going too. Somebody has to bring your dumbass back to the ship. Suit yourself. But you're on your own. We don't need you slowing this down. Breaking eye contact with the chef. Zoro smirks as he strides toward the door. The tapping of Rika's smaller feet reaches his ears as the small girl follows closely behind. Passing by Jin, he mutters, guess you're on guard duty then, raccoon eyes. Nodding solemnly, Jin hardly reacts to the insult thrown his way. Glancing at one another from across the table, Gregory and Fiona nod before pushing back their chairs and standing up. Gregory announces, we're going too. The more eyes we have, the better our chances of finding our friends. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out several earpiece dendenmushi. Placing one into his ear, he hurries across the room, tossing one to Sanji as he passes the chef before handing one to Zoro, whom he meets at the door. He continues in a low voice, so we can stay in contact off the ship. There's no use in even more of us getting lost on the island. If you find somebody, let us know. Cheeks red with embarrassment, Fiona follows quickly after Gregory. Just the two of us on the island. How exciting, muscles rippling. She clasps her hands together, swooning over the red-haired man. Whatever. Just stay out of our way. Zoro responds, shoving the dendenmushi roughly into his ear. Shoving open the door, he exits onto the deck, followed by Rika, who slips through just before the door swings shut. Blowing a kiss at Nami and Najiko, who both ignore his chivalry, Sanji follows after the others. Exiting with Fiona and Gregory, he quickly sprints after Zoro, attempting to beat him to the gangplank and prove his dominance over the swordsman. The others resume their conversations, enjoying the temporary calm, secure in the belief that their missing crewmates will be found. Notes: while our crew is starting to mobilize around the island, the adventure continues far away in White Dog Pirates. Meanwhile, Rear Admiral Ripper deals a hectic day in justice in the East Blue. Dory's campsite on Little Garden. Luffy awakens to a shuffling noise. His eyes widen in panic as a massive boulder comes crashing down onto his torso, trapping him beneath it. Disbelief is painted across his face as he stares up at Dory, who is brushing the dust from his hands. Gasping for air, he lets out a pitiful, "Why?" Roused from his slumber by the giant's actions, Igaram looks on in horror as his captain is trapped beneath a massive stone. Thoughts race through his head as he carefully scoots away from the giant. Why did he betray us? What is going on? I can't get him out myself, I have to find the others. Compassion on his face, Dory kneels beside the boulder. Meeting Luffy's steady gaze, he tries to whisper, but the words echo through the campsite. I could not risk you stopping my duel with Brogy. It's bound to start any minute now. As if on cue, the volcano explodes, flinging soot and ash high into the air. "B-Bud, you're hurt," Luffy cries out, pushing his arms against the boulder, which refuses to budge no matter how hard he tries. Giving up, he lies flat on his back, staring up at the giant. His voice comes out cold and firm. "Where is the honor in a senseless death? That's what a coward would choose. You're supposed to be brave. This isn't brave, it's stupid. You wouldn't understand, little pirate. This duel has always been life or death. To fall at the hands of Brogy would be my greatest honor." Dory winces in pain as he pushes himself back to his feet. Giving Luffy one final smile, he calls out, "Besides, I'm stronger than you think. I'll return and set you free so you can pursue your dream." Turning, he makes his way into the woods, footsteps growing fainter as he puts distance between himself and the campsite. As the giant leaves, Igaram races to his captain's side. Grabbing the young man's hand, his voice shakes and he clears his throat. Am I? I'll find help, I promise." "You better." Luffy gives the man a half smile before lying his head in the dirt. Brogy's campsite on Little Garden roused from their slumber by the volcano's explosion. Vivi's eyes widen in shock. The place Karoo had slept the night before was empty, and her feathered companion was nowhere to be seen. A scream rips from her throat, Kuru. Leaping to his feet, Taipan rushes to his niece's side. Following her gaze, his heart drops at the sight of the empty patch of land. Taking hold of her arm, he whispers, "We'll find her, I promise." Roused by the commotion, Usopp is torn between joining his crewmates and following Brogy, who has already set off through the trees on the way to his ceremonial duel. Do I help them find Kuru, or go with Brogy? Taipan is strong. He will keep Vivi safe. I need to be with Brogy. Who else will cheer him on? Resolved in his choice, he sprints after the giant, shouting, "You got this, guys." At the edge of Little Garden's forest, glancing at the volcano, Zoro watches as smoke billows into the sky. If I know Luffy, he'd be drawn to that explosion like a moth to flame. A sly smile crosses his face. He points toward the volcano. "We're going that way, Rika." "Do we have to?" Scurrying closer to the swordsman, Rika tries to take comfort in his proximity. Fear creeps in, threatening to wrap around her heart, but she stubbornly pushes it aside. "Sensei wouldn't let anything bad happen to me, right?" Sanji rolls his eyes upon spotting Zoro and Rika heading toward the volcano. Leave it to Moss Head to make a beeline for the volcano. What a lunatic. Shaking his head, he continues across the sand, preferring to follow the beach wrapping around the island. The others will need fresh food and water. If I stay close to the shoreline, I'll find them easily. Watching the two groups heading in opposite directions, Gregory turns to Fiona. Raising an eyebrow, he asks, "Maybe Luffy and the others found the cave leading to the underground kingdom?" In truth, he wanted to explore the city more, even if that pulled him away from their current mission. He's so smart, cheeks red. Fiona bites her lip before replying in a warm and bubbly voice, "They must have." The pair enters the woods, following the path they had taken the previous day. In the woods, on Little Garden, branches break and leaves crunch as Vivi and Taipan race through the dense foliage. She's surprisingly quick, Taipan muses as he struggles to keep up with his niece's frantic pace. Vaulting over a fallen tree, Vivi lands on her feet and continues dashing forward. Cupping her hands around her mouth, she calls out frantically, "Kuru, where are you?" Suddenly, two shapes drop from a nearby tree, blocking the path ahead. A tall, dark-skinned man with black hair and short spiky dreadlocks extends his arm and grabs Vivi's collar as she attempts to run past. Clicking his tongue against the roof of his mouth, his droll voice calls out, "Where are you off to in such a hurry, princess?" The number 5 is emblazoned on his coat, denoting his rank within Baroque works. His partner, a blonde woman holding a blue and green umbrella, snickers before adding, "Don't worry about your little pet. Mr. 3 has plans for him." Coming to a halt, Taipan glares at the pair and raises his arms toward them. Resting his fingers against the triggers to the daggers hidden up his sleeves, he prepares to fire. Pulling out a pistol and pressing it against Vivi's temple, the dark-skinned man smirks at Taipan. His voice drips with sarcasm, "I wouldn't make any sudden moves if I were you." Arms slowly lowering to his sides, Taipan continues to stare stone-faced at the man holding his niece hostage. "Cobra would never forgive me if something happened to his daughter." His mutters, barely above a whisper, "Don't hurt her." "What's that? You're going to need to speak up," the young woman replies, chortling at Taipan's distress. "I said, don't hurt her," Taipan shouts back. His gaze flicks toward the woman, and he meets her gaze. "We won't," the woman replies in a sing-song voice as she begins walking toward Taipan. Producing a pair of cuffs, her voice suddenly grows cold, "If you don't resist." Deep in the Little Garden's forest. "So, what do you like to do for fun?" Gregory asks as he carefully steps over a boulder. "I've lived in Whiskey Peak with Fiona for years, yet I know almost nothing about her. Even her real name was a revelation. I suppose mine was as well. If we are to be crewmates, I should get to know her." Blush starting to fade as she grows more comfortable with the handsome redhead's presence, Fiona replies, "Well, I like lifting weights, but my true passion is knitting." Hearing the crack of a branch ahead, she places her hand out protectively, shielding Gregory. A well-dressed man wearing a tall hat and a button-down suit steps into the clearing ahead. He is accompanied by a voluptuous young woman in a skin-tight leotard that sparkles in the sunlight. The man smiles before bowing to the pair. Straightening his back, a mischievous smile spreads across his lips, Well, we seem to have found some of our old friends, haven't we, Miss Mother's Day? Indeed, we have, Mr. Six. Forming a diamond with her fingertips, Miss Mother's Day aims at her partner. Let us begin. Spotlight. Oh no, I've heard about these two. Attempting to shield his eyes, Gregory is too late as a beam of light bursts through the diamond, illuminating Mr. Six. His focus is drawn to the magician, who casually draws his wand and points it in his direction. Mr. Six's eyes flash gold as he flicks his wand at the pair. His voice is smooth and confident as he slowly intones, "You will surrender to us willingly." Enthralled by the magician and his assistant, Gregory and Fiona nod their heads. Fiona's arm drops to her side. Why court Gregory from them? They would never hurt us. A smile spreads across her face as she listens to the man's instructions. On Little Garden's beach, cigarette dangling between his lips, Sanji continues along the sand. A trail of white smoke drifts into the sky as he casually scans the horizon for any movement that may indicate the presence of one of his missing crewmates. Spotting a small house, he lifts an eyebrow. What's this? Another of Buggy's traps? Nah, it can't be. Too sophisticated for that deadbeat clown. Deciding to investigate, he saunters toward the unusual structure. In Little Garden's forest, I think we might be lost, Rika calls out hesitantly as they pass by the same tree for a third time. How do you get lost so easily, Sensei? It's truly incredible. Glancing to her right, she sees the volcano, smoke spewing from its opening. We aren't lost. Frustrated, Zoro pushes forward through the woods. Sandai Kitetsu in hand, he slices through the air, bisecting a bush blocking his path before stepping over the plant's remains. Now where did that damn volcano go? Help! Help! A mysterious voice calls out from nearby, accompanied by loud stomping as someone approaches their position. Placing her hand on the hilt of her long sword, Rika stares in the direction of the unseen voice, ready to defend herself if needed. Beside her, Zoro holds his white blade in a defensive posture, muscles tightening as he prepares to strike. A familiar face bursts through the trees. Seeing the pair, Igaram's eyes light up, and he exclaims, "Thank goodness." "Igaram!" shouts Rika. She drops her sword, which clatters to the ground. Sprinting toward the large man, she spreads her arms wide and leaps into the air. Catching the young girl, Igaram hugs her tightly to his chest. Tears stream down his cheeks. He cries out, "Rika!" Eyes meeting Zoro's, his smile falters as the swordsman stares coldly back. Tightly gripping the handle of his blade, Zoro studies the curly-haired man. What is he doing here alone? His voice is gravelly, with a threatening undercurrent, as he asks, "Why aren't you with Luffy? Did you turn traitor and abandon him? Don't think I forgot how you and your men tricked us back in Whiskey Peak." Traitor? How could he believe such a thing? Releasing his grip on Rika, Igaram allows the small girl to slide down his body as he takes a hesitant step backward. Am I? He nervously clears his throat before continuing. "It's not like that. I was with Luffy up until an hour ago. He's trapped and sent me to find help. Luckily, I found." Quiet. Zoro cuts the man off sharply. Eyes cold and devoid of emotion, he casually sheathes his blade. Stepping forward, his lips split into a malevolent grin, baring his teeth. He growls, "Lead us. If what you say is true, you have nothing to fear. But if I find out you are lying," resting his palm on the hilt of his blade, he allows the silence to speak for him. A clearing in the woods on Little Garden trees sway as the giant's mighty footsteps approach. Stepping into the clearing, Dory and Brogy smile upon seeing one another. Emerging behind Brogy, Usopp glances around, trying to find his friends. Where are Luffy and Igaram? Remembering the explosion from the night before, his eyes widened in shock and fear. Are they hurt? His attention is drawn to Dory, who lumbers across the battlefield toward his eternal rival. Favoring one leg, it was obvious to the sniper that the giant was injured, but he projected confidence and joy as he approached his friend. Something is wrong. What happened last night? Turning toward Brogy, he gazes at the giant, who seems oblivious to Dory's discomfort. The pair embraces one another. Gia-ga-ga-ga-ga. Dory's laughter echoes through the clearing while squeezing Brogy tightly. He exclaims, "It's always great to see you." Kababa-baba. Brogy roars with laughter as he claps his hands on Dory's back. Breaking the embrace, he takes a step back. His voice booms out, "The same to you. How is the booze, my friend?" "It was no green fairy, but it did the trick," Dory replies. Leaning back, he again roars with laughter, "Gia ga 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 ga." That flinch. It was almost imperceptible, but Usopp had seen it on Dory's face the moment alcohol was mentioned. Something happened with the alcohol, and he doesn't want to talk about it. Is that why Luffy isn't here? Did they fight over it? No way, the captain hardly ever drinks, and he'd never steal a gift like that. Eyes narrowing, he continues studying the giant, trying to assemble the pieces in his head. What am I missing? Grabbing the handle of his axe, Brogy's eyes narrowed. Drawing the weapon, he aims it at Dory's chest. His voice is deeper than before as he issues his ceremonial challenge, "It is time." Pulling his sword from its sheath, Dory levels the blade at his opponent. Muscles tighten as he prepares for battle. He responds loudly to the challenge, "It is time." This isn't right. The voice inside Usopp screams, but he cannot get the words out of his mouth. Everything felt off. His heart sank as the giants raced toward one another. A mysterious man, unnoticed by Usopp, approaches from behind. Stepping beside the sniper, he loops an arm around Usopp's shoulders. His hair, carefully manicured, rises into the air, forming the number 3 above his head, denoting his rank. His voice is calm and regal. Fascinating, isn't it? Such brutality. All without a purpose. Win or lose, neither gains a thing. And tomorrow the process will repeat. Lifting a cup of tea to his lips, he takes a slow sip while watching the battle unfold. Swallowing the hot liquid, his face shifts into a sneer, and he mutters, "Pathetic. Help. Help. Help." The voice in Usopp's mind screams, but his fear holds him in place. Something about this strange man terrified him to his very core. "Luffy. I need you. They need you. We all need you." His heart sinks as he feels something within him break. "I am not a brave warrior of the seas. Somebody, anybody, help me." Dory's campsite on Little Garden lying limp on the ground, Luffy stares at the clouds passing overhead. His thoughts drift to the battle between the two titanic giants, and he wonders aloud, "How is Dory doing?" With a sigh, he closes his eyes. Sleep eluded him, the pressure from the rock providing a very uncomfortable blanket, but he could at least rest his eyes for a moment. Hearing footsteps nearby, he opens one eye. Is it Buggy and his damn clowns again? Worst timing ever. Gritting his teeth he yells, "Don't get any closer or I'll kick your ass." "I'd like to see you try, Straw Hat." Zoro's familiar voice floats across the breeze. "Zoro!" Luffy shouts. Throwing his arms into the air, he forgets his condition for a moment and attempts to stand, only to be sharply reminded by the boulder pinning him in place. Allowing his arms to drop dramatically on either side. The pirate murmurs dramatically, "I'm dead." Letting his tongue hang out the side of his mouth, he closes his eyes, pretending to be a corpse. "Luffy, Luffy, Luffy!" Rika shouts as she bounds across the campsite to the fallen captain. Ignoring his act, she continues in her bubbly tone, "Igaram went and found us, and I almost forgot my swords. But then Sensei made me go back, and then I tripped over a tree branch and scraped my knee. But Igaram said it would be fine, and Sensei said I should walk it off, but it hurt, so then they carried me. But I was too wiggly so they put me down, and I ran the rest of the way here, and I saw a bunch of cool animals, and it was so much fun." Taking a deep breath, she is about to continue when she is interrupted by Igaram's hand on her shoulder. "I have so much to share. Captain Luffy wants to know all of the cool things we did." Glancing up at Igaram, Todad sigh and crosses her arms. She starts to pout, her bottom lip quivering as she attempts to garner sympathy. Trying to maintain his pose, Luffy struggles to fight off the smile threatening to creep across his face as he listens to Rika rattle off her list. "So, Captain, what sort of payment can I expect if I get you out of this little bind?" Zoro asks, a mischievous grin on his lips. Lacing his fingers together, he cracks his knuckles before rolling his shoulders as he sizes up the boulder. Eyes springing open, Luffy thoughtfully strokes his chin. What would Zoro want? An idea springs to mind, and he shouts, "Swords." "Oh yeah? What kind of swords?" Zoro replies as he makes his way toward the boulder. Pressing his shoulder against it, He pushes, causing it to shift slightly. Is that it? This thing is light. Why didn't you just move the thing yourself, Straw Hat? Big ones. Luffy shouts, his right leg wiggling free as the swordsman again pushes the boulder. Almost out. Smiling widely, he continues, the biggest I can find. Where are ya gonna find him? Zoro grunts as he gives one last shove, causing the boulder to roll off the young pirate. Leaping to his feet, Luffy shrugs his shoulders. He replies, I dunno. That's a problem for future Luffy. I've got places to go and giants to see. Turning on his heel, he dashes into the forest after the giants. I gotta be quick, or I'll miss the duel. Unnoticed by the crewmates, who stare dumbstruck after their captain, a large group of pirates pour out of the woods and approach them from behind. They are led by a young-looking woman holding a paintbrush and an easel. Her dark red hair is tied into 2 braids that rest on each shoulder. Emblazoned on her dark blue shirt is the word, golden, and a wide-rimmed pink hat sits snugly on her head. A clearing in the woods on Little Garden as the giants continue their duel. Usopp struggles to focus, captivated by the terrifying man whose hand still rests on his shoulder. Please? Luffy? Zoro? Somebody? Anybody? I'd even take Johnny and Yosaku. You're shaking. The words drip from the man's lips like poison. His attention is on the duel, not looking at the sniper as he holds the man's shoulder possessively. He continues, that means you're scared. Good, you should be. Lift his arm. White residue drips from his fingers, leaving a sticky trail between his palm and Usopp's shoulder. Stretching the hand forward, his fingers seem to melt into a white goo that springs forward, racing along the ground toward the giants. Approaching the pair, the liquid leaps into the air, wrapping around Dory's leg. Tightening his fist, the strange man yanks his hand backward. The goo solidifies, causing the giant to lose his balance and stumble forward. No, the thought echoes through Usopp's head. He watches in horror as Brigi raises his axe into the air and slams it down into Dory's head, knocking the giant to the ground. Finding his voice at last, he shouts, Brigi, stop. It's a trap. The giant, unable to hear the human over such a vast distance, continues his attack, cleaving Dory's torso. Dropping his sword to the ground, Dory slowly sinks to his knees, eyes rolling upward. His body shudders as he collapses face first into the grass with a loud thud that shakes the earth. Looking down at the body of his eternal rival, Brogy releases the handle of his axe. The massive weapon crashes to the ground with a boom, lifting his right hand into the air. He shouts, I won. Tears stream down his face, a sign of inner grief for his fallen friend. Quiet, you. Slapping his hand over Usopp's mouth, the mysterious man sneers as he casually twitches his fingers. The wax that had tripped Dory melts off his leg, forming a puddle on the ground before surging toward Brogy. Brogy! Look out! Eyes wide. Usopp attempts to pull the man's hand away from his mouth, but his efforts are in vain. I can't help. Why can't I help? Please stop. He watches in horror as the wax runs up Brogy's legs, before wrapping around his arms and torso. Candle jacket. The man mutters before twisting his hand and slamming it toward the ground. Releasing his hold on Usopp's mouth, he walks toward the giants, no longer worried about the sniper's interference. Spotting his opportunity to escape, Usopp dashes toward the forest. As the wax solidifies, Brogy is driven to his knees. The wax continues to harden, holding him suspended above Dory, unable to look away from his fallen comrade. Eyes wide, he bellows, "What is this?" Attempting to crane his head to the side, the giant finds himself unable to move as the wax wraps around his neck, holding him in place. Satisfied by the giant's restraint, the mysterious man crosses the battlefield toward him. Paying no mind to Usopp, who is hidden amongst the trees, he raises his hand to his mouth. Fingers melting into white liquid, they form a bullhorn that quickly solidifies. Pressing his lips to the end, his amplified voice carries across the clearing, "Well fought, Brogy. This is a day you should celebrate. Your endless battles have meaning at long last. You have finally defeated Dory and taken what you rightfully earned." Pausing, he smirks before continuing, "Well, almost earned. I may have helped a bit." "Bastard!" Usopp shouts. His loud voice startles a family of birds, who scatter into the air. Eyes filled with rage, he screams at the man, "You stole their honor. This isn't right, As the mysterious man turns to look in his direction, his heart is gripped with fear. I don't want to end up like them. I'm sorry, Brogy. Making a split-second decision, he pushes off the tree and dashes into the forest. In Little Garden's forest, dodging between trees as he races through the forest, Luffy remains focused on his goal. I have to get to the dory before it's too late. Crashing through a large bush, he finds himself in a small clearing at the base of the volcano. Flinging his hands upward, he screams, "I made it!" His joy is short-lived as he looks around to find the area empty. Eyebrows pinching together, he attempts to make sense of the situation. I could have sworn it was here, the big grass area near the volcano. Where are they? Hearing the crash of something large falling in the distance, he turns toward the noise. Pointing toward the sound, he shouts, "Wrong clearing." He frantically charges back into the forest, desperate to be reunited with his new colossal friend.